Welcome to Startup Autobahn.
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 Startup Autobahn
is an open innovation platform
powered by Plug and Play.
It provides an interface
between industry-leading corporations
and innovative tech companies
in the fields of
mobility, production,
enterprise,
sustainability,
and beyond.
The basis of the program
is the partnership formed between the startups and our business units.
Designed with the intention
to accelerate the development of
cutting-edge technologies.
Startup Autobahn
moderates a community for collaboration
with a focus on
implementable results.
How does it work?
Together,
we evaluate the potential.
Is the part
move forward
with the technology
and work
to achieve
the ultimate goal.
A successful
production-ready
implementation.
Since the platform's creation
in 2016,
we have collaborated
with more than 217 startups
and more than 350 projects.
Constantly pushing
the boundaries of innovation.
In May 2016,
Daimler,
Plug and Play Tech Center,
University of Stuttgart,
and Arena 2036
founded Startup Autobahn
as an open innovation platform
with global reach.
Since then, we have teamed up
with anchor partners
DXC Technology,
PSF, Startup Wapco,
Porsche, Deutsche Post DHL Group,
Webasto Group,
Rolls-Royce Power Systems,
Modison,
T-Systems,
Bosch,
and the ecosystem partners
Murata,
Lindi,
AGC,
Wieland,
Jardine Matheson,
RPP,
Hyundai,
TUV Rhineland,
Eversbecher,
Forcia,
Sekisui,
and ADAC.
To bring the idea of open innovation to life.
Welcome to Startup Autobahn.
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 Welcome to Startup Autobahn. Welcome to Startup Autobahn.
Hello, and welcome to day 2 of Startup Autobahn, Program 8, the virtual edition. At this point, you're familiar with our beautiful set, and you're familiar with me. I'm Dan Ram, host and MC yet again for day 2. It does look different, which is why I've brought our dear friend and Director of Partnerships, David, to help me out with a little chat. David, come on up.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you. Now we got to find our corners.
Yeah.
Far away from each other. But yesterday was fantastic. We had a great day. Of course, you're in the studio. We have lots of great people coming in the studio. We have a special message from someone who cannot be in the studio. But
yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, Dorothee Bär, which would be up next, she can't join us this time. We do have a statement from her on the website.
Excellent. And now with some positive news. Yesterday, what was your highlights?
Oh, we had lots of highlights yesterday. For example, we had the executive testimonial from all our corporate partners, but I think I would go for the keynote and the interview from Guy Kawasaki.
True. And for me, sort of a career highlights, like having a conversation with Guy Kawasaki. Incredible. And his insights always go like normal. So there was tons that happened yesterday, and I believe we actually have a video showing. So let's watch the recap video. Welcome to Startup Autobahn, Program 8, well, the virtual edition. The founders, the initiators, Sasha Karimpour, Philip Knightling. All right. Mr. Guy Kawasaki. It's Guy Kawasaki. Guy, how are you? Take care and see you tomorrow bright and early. Goodbye. Absolutely incredible, and today is going to be different. We have a whole new plan. So, David, what should people expect? What are the topics in this tech deep dives?
Yes, good question. I think today you're going to see what really the essence of Startup Autobahn really is. We have a lot of content, different panels, and of course the POCs of with our corporate partners and the business units are in the focus for today. You're going to see almost 30 of them, high quality produced. We also have lots of panels and fireside chats, interviews along our focus topics, future of mobility, future of production, future of enterprise, and a little bit of sustainability as well. Besides that, of course, we also try to involve our audience, the community. We do have breakout sessions, and we have our own app, so you can network and interact with the community. I think you'll find more information on that on the website.
Yeah.
Anything else I should focus on?
I think the other thing to mention is Startup Autobahn, yet again, aims to please. So we have multiple hours of content. Now, you are welcome to go get a big bag of popcorn, your favorite drink, and sit down for multiple hours, or check the website, figure out which specific tech deep dive you want to invest time in, and then join us for that segment. We won't be offended. What matters is that you're here and that you're learning and that you're engaging with us. So I think that's important. And the big question to you, David, personally speaking, electric or hydrogen? What do you believe is going to be the future of fuel for our vehicles?
I mean, for that, I think we should also listen to the panel, which is next.
Yes.
But I really like hydrogen, so I'm curious to hear what the experts are going to say.
Excellent. We've got our moderator, James, who works at Forbes, and an incredible panel. So over to you, James.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Startup Autobahn, powered by Plug and Play, for hosting us. This panel is all about the future of mobility and more specifically, which energy source will be powering the vehicles of the future, both consumer and commercial. In order to address climate change, we need to find new sustainable ways of moving around. Major cities are also struggling to reduce levels of pollution, such as NOx, which has been tied to respiratory health issues. So there are multiple reasons to decarbonize mobility. We've made lots of progress on battery-powered vehicles, which are clearly dominating the race. There are now over 80 plug-in battery vehicle models in the UK, for example, with most manufacturers offering at least plug-in hybrids and many offering all-electric too, with more being released every month. Prices have gone down and will continue to do so as battery prices reduce. Even charging infrastructure has improved a lot over the last couple of years, although this still has quite a way to go. But batteries are not yet an option for long-haul, heavy-duty vehicles, particularly in countries with long travel distances like the USA or Australia. Hydrogen could be key here. Green hydrogen is in the spotlight at the moment, enjoying coordinated governmental support in Germany, the EU, and globally. But with only a handful of hydrogen car manufacturers and a limited refueling infrastructure, scaling this technology might prove difficult. Then there's biofuels. Has development of these gone far enough for them to be a contender? So the question is, how do we move around in a zero carbon world? Which fuel source will be the clear winner? Or is there room enough for various technologies to coexist? To help me answer these questions, I have an eminent panel of experts here with me today. I've got Mark Freibuller, who's the CEO of Hyundai Hydrogen Mobility. Before that, Mark has acted as Vice President of Commercial Vehicle Eco-Friendly Business Development at Hyundai Motor Group. Welcome, Mark.
Welcome, thank you.
I also have Bjorn Noack, who's the Director of Sustainable Mobility Strategy Powertrain at Bosch. Fully supporting the Paris Climate Agreement, Bjorn is acting as a central coordinator between product strategy experts at Bosch and EU officials. Hi, Bjorn. Good to have you here.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce you to John Solkeld, Technology Director at BP's Advanced Mobility Unit. John has spent a career in disruptive innovation across several senior roles, including Global Head of Automotive Product Development for Castrol. Hi, John.
Good afternoon.
So, I'm going to start off with you, John. My first question, and it relates to your former company, Castrol, because in a recent survey by Castrol, they pinpointed 3 impediments to the adoption of EVs in the UK. The first was price. It's undeniable that EVs are still more expensive than fossil fuel cars. But the second one is how long it takes to charge. So how important is charging speed in the adoption of EVs? And what else do you see as hindering the wider adoption of battery electric vehicles?
Okay, I mean, the good news is that we're seeing the adoption of electric vehicles soaring at the moment, but at the same time, we recognize it's still down as a few percent of all car sales. So clearly there are a few hurdles there that we need to overcome. I mean, one of the big ones actually is around familiarity with electric cars. They are quite a different proposition to drive and own. I mean, I made the transition about a year ago, and even for someone like me, it was a little bit scary at the time. There've also been a limited number of models available, but it's great to see at the moment that almost every month a new electric vehicle model is being launched. And I think within the next year or two, there'll be almost as much choice as you have for internal combustion cars. And then another part is around how do you fit the use of an electric vehicle with the use case that you're putting it to? Because whereas with internal combustion cars, pretty much putting energy in is the same for every use case. When you come to electric vehicles, it varies a great deal, whether it's a city car or you're a sales rep or you're a taxi driver in a city. So you have to try to find a way to accommodate that. I mean, our view is that ultra-fast charging is really critical to the mass adoption of vehicles. Because if you look at these use cases, there are a number which really require you to charge quickly. So if you're looking at consumer cases, if you're trying to do long journeys, it's clearly important. You know, if I'm driving from where I live up to Scotland, I need to be able to charge my car in roughly the time it takes to use the bathroom and have a cup of coffee. If I'm living in a house where I don't have the ability to charge at home, then again, having that option to be able to charge quickly is critical. But those are consumer cases. If you look at commercial cases, then I think there's an even bigger case. If you're a taxi driver, where you might be driving for 12, 16 hours a day, and every minute spent charging the car is time you're losing to serve customers, then everything you can do to speed up that charging is important. But when we talk about speed, there's a question of how fast is fast enough. I mean, our definition of ultra fast starts at about 150 kilowatts, and that's roughly 100 miles per minute and moves up from there. But a really important point is not the peak charging rate that your car achieves, but how it sustains it. So my EV, for example, can peak at 180 kilowatts, but probably averages only about 70 or 80 if I'm charging it from 20 to 80%. So I think there's a quite an important area to look at in terms of how you sustain that over a reasonable period.
Thank you, John. Really great answer there. So batteries are an important part of EVs. John, what tech advancements are being made that you can think of that could help meet the demand and kind of bring the range up to the level where fast charging needs it as well?
I mean, this is a very interesting debate because on one hand you have almost a presumption that you'll head towards much longer range in an electric vehicle, which of course is driven by what we experience in fossil fuel type vehicles. And actually, even in that case, probably only through the introduction of diesel over the last 20 years have we developed this expectation that a car must be able to drive 500-600 miles on a single fill. But then on the other hand, you've got that debate around the speed of the charging. And actually, if you look into the battery technology, there is an inevitable trade-off between the charging speed and the range that you can deliver. And I think there's a bit of an open debate as to whether the best route forward is to go towards ever bigger batteries, or alternatively to go for smaller batteries, but with that ultra-fast charging capability. And if you start to dig into the question of how much is enough range, then you start to consider that use case of how far do you travel at one time. And so actually having a combination of a range that will cover, say, 2, maybe at most 3 hours of traveling, but then you can fully charge the car within about 15 to 20 minutes. That might be a more reasonable way forward. So if you look at the technologies going out there, certainly there are a number of changes to the chemistry around lithium ion. So you're seeing a reduction in cobalt largely because of security of supply and cost concerns of cobalt coming out of the DRC. And so you're moving gradually towards lower and lower cobalt chemistries, but requiring more nickel. And then I think, as you mentioned, you've got LFP or lithium iron phosphate. Now, interestingly, this is quite an old technology. It's been used in buses for many years. And it was a technology everyone thought was beginning to go away because it doesn't have the energy density of things like an NMC. It's kind of quite hard to see how that will pan out over time. A lot of developments, I think you'll probably end up with a variety of different chemistry types being used. But I think for the next decade, it's likely to be lithium ion that is the way forward. There's a lot of talk about solid state, which I could see coming along, but that's probably something for the next decade at mass scale rather than this decade.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously there are these increments and these new technologies, but you know there is still clearly a problem with using batteries in your electric vehicles. They're big and heavy. They're potentially less attractive for anything that requires severely long distance, which is why hydrogen engines that produce electricity themselves and emit only water vapor have come back into the spotlight. Given their quick refueling time and longer range, they're becoming a viable solution for long-haul, heavy-duty vehicles. So a pioneer in fuel cell technology, Hyundai, has been researching this space since 1998. Just recently, it's announced plans to commercialize fuel cell electric trucks for the first time in the world. Mark, can you tell us more about the importance of this announcement?
Yeah, sure, love to. I mean, first of all, Hyundai sees a role for fuel cell electric vehicles also in the passenger transportation, and that's why we developed the Nexo. That's our second generation fuel cell SUV. But we also see a lot of potential in commercial transportation applications. I mean, especially compared to battery, fuel cell is ideal in this segment when it comes to carrying heavy loads, long distances, faster refueling. So that is why Hyundai Motor Company focused a lot of resources on developing fuel cell heavy duty trucks. And well, the latest model is our Hyundai Action fuel cell truck. It comes with two Nexo fuel cell systems, 95 kilowatt each, will carry about 35 kilograms of hydrogen. That gives a range of about 400 kilometers on a single refueling. Now, Hyundai Hydrogen Mobility is a joint venture between Hyundai Motor Company in Korea and the Swiss company H2 Energy. And our goal is really to promote hydrogen mobility in Europe. And we start with that in Switzerland because here we have a quite unique business case which will enable us to really deliver 1,600 fuel cell trucks by 2025. Actually, the first 10 already arrived in August, being upfitted right now. We will have a market launch event at the beginning of October, really to hand over the first 7 vehicles to our customers. We will have around about close to 50 vehicles in the country by the end of the year. And again, like I said, 1,000 in 2023, 1,600 by 2025. But to come back to your question about the importance of all that, because our truck is purely powered by 100% green hydrogen and obviously runs completely emission-free, so it's really CO2-free in its operation. And each truck saves about 65 tons of CO2 every year. So our 1,600 trucks would save about 100,000 tons of CO2 every year. And well, I think that shows the importance of what we're doing here.
Well, that's great work, and wish you well with that. But I'd like to bring Bjorn into the conversation now. You know, because Bosch has also been a strong player in the development of electromobility, and the company is planning to start the production of fuel cell powertrains, primarily with a focus on trucks, in a couple of years in 2022-23. Bjorn, can you tell us more? What pushed Bosch in this direction? What about EVs? I know you were in the battery market until about 2 years ago. So what kind of made you shift from those towards fuel cells?
Yeah, I think I would be happy to answer those questions. Actually, I wouldn't call it really a shift from EV and batteries into the fuel cells that we use in truck. So for batteries, we were all the time focused more or less on passenger cars. And in passenger cars, battery market, we were not the first ones, to be honest, to go into the lithium-ion path. And at the end of the day, we hardly could see how we could grow to a large and successful player in this technology. So we withdraw from this, but still we continue to do our research work on next generations. A couple of them were already mentioned, and I'm quite sure we re-evaluate this. The point of fuel cells in trucks is quite interesting. So for us, being part of the science-based initiative, we do CO2 analysis of the emissions of the vehicles with different technologies for quite some time. And with the upcoming CO2 regulation and for trucks, at least the missing battery performance in range, and also the, let me call it, out of reach charging power for heavy commercial vehicles. For us, it became clear that we need alternatives for the trucks segment. And I think it's obvious hydrogen is a clean and potentially climate neutral fuel that we could use in converted but well-proven internal combustion engines, but also in advanced technologies as fuel cells that we are talking of right now. Going one step ahead, it's also clear green hydrogen was and still is, I would say, prohibitive expensive, especially in the TCO-driven commercial vehicle market. And that's why highly efficient energy conversion in the fuel cell came very much into the focus, much more compared to the internal combustion engine. And also in the past, those combustion engines were powered by engines with hydrogen and showed a lack of performance, I would say, in terms of engine power output, but also in terms of NOx emissions, which were not at the expected level. And actually both has changed now. We have now direct injection technologies and we have turbocharging technologies. We on top have operating strategies if we electrify the powertrain to a hybrid powertrain. And all of this now also brings the internal combustion engine with hydrogen back into discussion. But you are completely right. So right now our focus is primarily on the fuel cell for trucks. And I think we are very happy to have a long-lasting partnership with the truck OEM, which is also covered in the media quite often and in recent times even more. And we are still expecting to see our technology on the roads by 2022 or early 2023.
So, quick question for you, Mark, is there a chicken and egg situation? You know, we were talking earlier, and you said there are about 80 refueling spots in for hydrogen in Germany, but in the UK, where I am currently, there's only about 10. So, you know, how can we get past that chicken and egg situation?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is indeed a real chicken egg dilemma, right? I mean, there's no demand, no supply, no supply, no demand, and you cannot solve one problem without really also tackling the other one. So that's why we have to take care that the numbers of vehicles coming into the country go together and develop together with a refueling infrastructure for hydrogen, right? That's also one of the reasons why we're not selling the vehicles, but we kind of lease them out in a pay-per-use model. That means the customer is paying a certain fee per kilometer driven, and that's including everything and including the hydrogen. So at the same time where we're bringing in the trucks, our business partners will not only produce the hydrogen, but also build up the network of hydrogen refueling stations around Switzerland. And the good thing with that is that it only takes 15 trucks in operation around one of these stations to make it really a viable business case for this station. So in this way, with a continuous supply and demand of hydrogen, we're breaking this chicken egg dilemma. Passenger cars can participate from that as well. And by pushing this expansion of hydrogen mobility, we are actually also paving the way for a hydrogen society overall.
So we come to our last question, which I'd like to ask each one of you in succession. We've got about 30 seconds for each answer. So I'm going to start with you, Bjorn. So is there enough room for the various alternative energy sources to coexist? You know, what would that look like? 30 seconds. 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, I think, yes, there will be a coexistence, and we will need to add even further alternative energy sources to this. See, all the discussion was about new vehicles of the nearby future, but what about the vehicle stock? So with more than 10 years average vehicle age, roughly half of the vehicles sold next year will be still there in 2030, and they will contribute the major share of the transport sector CO2 emission. So we definitely need also biofuels to be added to the fuels. And due to limited feedstocks, of course, also power-based so-called e-fuels would be a further alternative energy source for transport sector.
John, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, one size does not fit all when it comes to new energy vehicles. So from that point of view, I could see multiple solutions. That said, electric has had the advantage of a grid to build on, which hydrogen does not. And as fast charging has come along, some of the speed of charging advantages of hydrogen have become a little bit watered down. But I still think there are some areas where it could be very applicable, and I'd probably start off looking at heavy duty, which is a difficult area to electrify. So that's, I think, where it would start from first.
Do you have any final words on that, Mark?
Yeah, don't think it's an either-or question. It's not a competition of the both technologies. Actually, they can complement each other. Clear advantages on heavy-duty trucking side or heavy-duty transportation side for the fuel cell, and we see battery technology more in an urban area for small commuters and stuff like that. But yeah, with the investments Hyundai is doing, that clearly shows that we're focusing on both technologies at the same time, different applications, and that could also, especially for the fuel cell, could also be applications outside the automotive sector. So I think there's a wide range of applications for both technologies.
So it does sound like the jury's still out, and on many levels, fuel cell and battery electric vehicles complement each other. It appears there's no one solution to all our decarbonisation problems. One thing is certain, though, over the next 5 to 10 years, the technological advancement is going to be extremely interesting, with much more change than we've had for decades beforehand. So hopefully you've enjoyed this panel and learned something from our eminent panelists. And thanks very much to John, Bjorn, and Mark for joining us and giving us their thoughts on this subject. And thanks also to the audience for attending. And now back to the studio at Startup Autobahn.
James, thank you so much for that amazing panel. Great conversation, invigorating conversation. But now we got to give what you came for. You've heard yesterday and today us teasing you with the hundreds of incredible collaborations between corporates and startups, the pilot projects, the POCs, the case studies, the initiatives. And of course, this year the theme is infinity for this program. Infinity, endless possibilities, endless potential. What does that mean? Practically, what does that look like? And so with no further ado, we're going to launch right into that, our first tech deep dive. And to help me with that, we've got Chris from Porsche. How are you, Chris?
Thanks, Dan. I'm good.
Good. So for those who do not know you, what is your role at Porsche?
So I'm innovation manager at Porsche and also responsible for our collaboration with Startup Autobahn. And in that role, I constantly try to foster innovation together with the entire organization pretty much.
Nice. Now, you know that I love Porsche. Even yesterday, I was hanging out in front of the Porsche Museum. It was closed, but I was hanging out there just looking at all the cars. Of course, the Taycan is your big future car, but I know from our projects that this conversation with startups is ongoing. It's not just something you do for the sake of marketing. You genuinely connect with startups. This is your innovation growth strategy. What does a platform like Startup Autobahn do for a corporate like Porsche?
Yeah, you're entirely right. So working together with startups is, in my mind, just really always a big opportunity for us. And Startup Autobahn in that regard really provides us a big opportunity to constantly get to know exciting startups from all over the world, really focusing on different topics and bring our business units and our experts together with them in order to drive innovation with them.
Which gets me super excited because you said innovation, so there's a lot of verticals in innovation. What's one that's catching your attention right now?
I mean, of course, there are a lot, but I think in the last couple of years, the entire topic of sustainability really got more and more important. And that is also the reason I'm excited that we have done a couple of projects this wave that are really stood out in that regard. And therefore, it's always also my pleasure really to introduce you to the value and future of eco-friendly hydrogen that is presented by Hendrik Teichmann, CEO and founder of Hydrogenius, and Edwin Eriksson from Hyundai.
Everyone remembers from their chemistry lessons that hydrogen is number 1 in the periodic table.
it is the lightest and the most abundant element in the universe. And that's not all. Hyped as the holy grail of the green energy transition, hydrogen has what it takes to save our planet. Experts warn that without drastic action, the current level of greenhouse gas emissions would put the world on course for a spike of 3.2 degrees Celsius in global temperatures this century. Thus, as we ponder on the challenges of global decarbonization, enthusiasm for a clean hydrogen economy has never been stronger. But as we are about to enter a golden era for hydrogen adoption, some question marks still linger over its path to glory. How can we overcome the hurdles of an inefficient infrastructure and make hydrogen a viable and cost-competitive alternative? A global pioneer in hydrogen fuel cell tech development, Hyundai is committed to accelerate its broad adoption beyond the automotive transportation sector to industrial applications such as power generation and storage systems.
At Hyundai, we are convinced that hydrogen is a very important and integral part of the new sustainable mobility. Hyundai started the activities in the R&D space back in 1998, which is more than 20 years ago.
Hyundai debuted the fuel cell electric vehicle in 2005. The iX35 fuel cell was the base for the world's first commercially produced hydrogen fuel cell. And since 2018, its second-generation car Nexo boasts the world's highest system efficiency. It purifies the air in operation, and its only emissions are water vapor. But what's actually happening inside the car? The fuel cell is the car's own efficient power plant where the oxygen in the air combines with pure hydrogen from the tanks stored on board. This chemical reaction generates electricity to power the wheels of the car with no emissions other than tiny pools of water.
So if we compare hydrogen electric vehicles to conventional electric vehicles, there are some advantages, be it the higher range, be it the shorter refueling time, but also its performance in cold climate.
Hyundai sees a clear coexistence between fuel cell and battery systems powering an electric vehicle. Yet, hydrogen-powered cars are still relatively niche products due to the chicken and egg dilemma. Mass adoption is being prevented by a thin network of hydrogen refueling stations and vice versa, as long as there are only a handful of car manufacturers commercializing fuel cell vehicles, the infrastructure is less likely to expand. But with the help of Hydrogenius, Hyundai is committed to tip this balance.
One of the challenges we as Greater Berlin are looking into and identifying new innovations, technologies, startups, solutions is to solve the transportation and distribution of green hydrogen. We want the hydrogen to be CO2 neutral and are looking for innovative technologies on how to find a cost-efficient and safe way to transport hydrogen from areas where it can be produced as green hydrogen to the areas where we are going to apply it.
And Hydrogenius, a young German company founded in 2013, shares the same ambitions as Hyundai.
I'm the CEO and founder of Hydrogenius LOHC Technologies, and my mission is to make our energy system emission-free and sustainable using hydrogen as the key energy vector.
Despite its many advantages, hydrogen has a very low density at ambient conditions and requires very high pressures to be stored because it is a volatile gas.
Handling hydrogen as a commodity in compressed form is at least very expensive. You need to build up very sophisticated infrastructure for it, and that's why we propose with our technology to get rid of that and just use existing infrastructure, having, as mentioned, this carrier oil, which is compatible with today's tanks and road tankers, and that makes it much easier and also safer.
In May 2020, Hyundai decided to join forces with Hydrogenius to provide the basis of a global end-to-end green hydrogen supply chain. Through their technological and commercial business cooperation, the two companies will offer hydrogen infrastructure solutions that are both safe and efficient on a global scale. One of the main advantages of the LOHC technology is that it can handle large hydrogen quantities using the existing standard fuel tank and supply infrastructure. Thus, the costs associated with delivering hydrogen will be significantly reduced.
We have developed a storage technology where actually hydrogen is being bound to a liquid carrier. That's a carrier that's very safe and easy to transport in the existing infrastructure for liquid fuels.
The carrier is a diesel-like oil with high hydrogen storage density. It is hardly inflammable and neither toxic nor explosive.
We invested in Hydrogenius to have a chance to understand better the potential behind this technology, learn from it, and find ways how to work together to solve the issue of hydrogen logistics and find opportunities for commercialization all over the world.
Together, the companies will initially start demonstrating the power of the LOHC technology in South Korea's network of hydrogen refueling stations. In the future, the partnership will know no borders as their plan is to develop the technology worldwide. In Daniel's words,
a partner like Hyundai, who is not only very strong in Asia but also worldwide, is definitely a very powerful partner to do that.
What we are witnessing today is a critical transition towards emission-free and sustainable technologies. As countries and economic forces around the world are converging to meet the climate change goals, hydrogen is in the spotlight as a green energy option. On the government side, there are serious winds of policy change in the sales of hydrogen, and on the industry side, there is an urgency to trade fossil fuels for planet-friendly energy sources. With Hyundai and Hydrogenius working together to further accelerate the rollout of hydrogen cars and to build an efficient supporting infrastructure, hydrogen stands a real chance of becoming the renewable oil of the future.
Hi, I'm Phil, and I'm working in automotive innovation at DXC Technology. What we're experiencing on the market right now is a crazy race for unlocking potentials. One of these is the development of fully autonomous vehicles. In that, the million-mile challenge must be completed. Millions of miles have to be driven to prove the functionality of the developed AD driving functions. Eventually, vast amount of data need to be collected and made available to developers for processing and training. The ones who understand how to merge automotive and data science skill will be the ones who make autonomous driving reality. Petabytes of data are being processed by these racks day by day. On top of that, AD platforms, high-tech toolkits, and bright minds are required to solve these challenges. We think this won't be accomplished by one alone. Our colleagues from Robotic Drive, our end-to-end autonomous driving development platform, are extraordinarily engaged in supporting our clients to solve the greatest challenges of making autonomous driving reality.
The greatest challenges in the development of autonomous driving is the incredible amount of situations and scenarios which the autonomous car must be able to handle safely.
DXC and Fortelix work together to tackle these challenges within their project on scenario management. While DXC is providing the end-to-end platform to manage the huge amount of data, Fortelix provides a specific technology that is called Fortify. Fortify combines a high-level scenario description language, automation, analytics, and metrics to deliver one-to-many and many-to-one breakthroughs. A specification of one category of scenarios may represent many hundreds of thousands of scenario variants. The result from many tests across multiple testing platforms are aggregated into one coverage dashboard and metric. With Fortify developers verifying the safety of autonomous vehicles, know where they are, what to do next, and when they're done, Fortelix is moving the industry from a focus on quantity of miles to a focus on quality of coverage and measurable safety. This will enable consumers, developers, insurance companies, and regulators to gain confidence in safety, removing the largest barrier to the autonomous future. Let's get more information about the startup's mission and the value they provide by Roy Friedman, VP of Business Development and Sales at Fortelix.
Fortelix's mission is to enable measurable safety for ADAS and autonomous vehicles. We provide tools and methodologies that help developers and the ecosystem quantify the level of safety of the ADAS and autonomous vehicle and make the process of verification cost less, take less time, and expose more bugs. One of the biggest assets of Fortelix is the ability to deal with the complexity and scale needed to do ADAS and AV verification. We are talking about massive amounts of data that you need to analyze in the right way and direct the verification efforts where they need to be directed.
The collaboration between DXC and Fortelix creates a great joint value add. Let's hear how our experts would describe this.
Fortelix is one of the leading companies when it comes to dealing with measurable safety of an AD system of the future. And to fulfill the needed data analytics at scale, of course, you need to have the capability to scale it in high-performance compute clusters such as DXC's Innovation Lab in Böblingen. In order to handle both the large amount of data and the large amount of scenarios, you need to have the combined workflow, and it needs to be highly automated.
DXC provides the ability to collect and the infrastructure to deal with the massive amount of data and how to handle it. Fortelix provides a verification solution that is best in class and is able to create massive amounts of scenarios and relevant verification data and the ability to analyze it and direct the verification efforts in the right direction.
Well, from the very beginning on, that collaboration and discussions have always been very fruitful and client-oriented and in a very professional and straightforward manner.
Since we have begun to work together, we have been working with DXC very transparently and professionally. DXC has been very kind to present to Fortelix business opportunities right from the beginning of the partnership.
Next step in collaboration, Fortelix and DXC, is to approach one or two joint customers, well-known OEMs and Tier 1s, who are well aware of DXC and who are well aware of Fortelix technology, and showcase how to provide the value in an integrated fashion.
We at DXC Technology are convinced that with partners such as Fortelix, the future of autonomous driving development is exciting and promising. If you're interested or want to learn more about this, let's talk.
I know what you saw may seem futuristic, almost something like what you would see on Jetsons, but this is reality. This is not science fiction, this is not movies, this is actually happening. And no better person to have a conversation about this than Christian Bauer, CCO of Volocopter. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks for being here.
So 2 years ago, I saw a concept in a dining space at Bits and Pretzels, and then since then there's been some significant growth. You're actually flying this thing all over the place. I've got to ask, for those who may not know, what are you building, and is this a reality?
So we are Volocopter, as you said, and we make the dream of electrical flights within the city center come true. Okay. Yeah. So we are a young company out of Karlsruhe since 2011, 200 people right now. And what we built is a super redundant and safe system, safer than a helicopter. It's very quiet, so it's made for the inner city mission, and it's fully electric, so you have a sustainable ride, for example, from an airport to the city center.
So it's safer, it's quieter, it's more sustainable. That's a good marketing pitch. So now let's dig under the hood a little bit, and let's talk a little bit about some of the challenges, right? So for example, hygiene. How does one establish hygiene in a flying taxi?
We always have, a hygiene concept. So when you get into the volocopter or when you get out, so when there is a change of passenger, and especially now in this corona crisis or pandemic, we revisited again our hygiene rules. So when you enter what we call a voloport before you hop in, there will be hygiene rules, how you do that, how that will be cleaned afterwards.
Yeah.
The good thing, though, for us is that we are, a two-seater. So we will have a pilot and a passenger sitting in. So it's not like a bus or train where you have to clean the whole environment again.
Okay. And you talked about pandemic. I've got to ask, how does the pandemic affect the business? Has that been a challenge, or has this been a good time to focus on R&D? Or are people going, yikes, I can't even afford to drive my car. How am I going to afford it? So what's the effect of the pandemic on the business?
So a pandemic is never good, so don't get me wrong. But exactly what you said. So we have been right now in a phase where we bring out our series product, so a lot of engineering efforts. So it was rather good that our engineers could concentrate, on working with the suppliers.
Yeah.
So we even gained some time and did not lose time.
Yeah.
And as a young company, we have been digital in a second. So everybody had a laptop, could work at home, normal atmosphere, then compared maybe to a big company. And that was good.
That is really good. So we saw the video, that you've got this concept, and you were chatting with me outside about the whole ecosystem and stuff. But let's talk 6 months to 12 months. What can we expect from Volocopter? What are the next initiatives, next steps in your pipeline?
So the first one is already, getting money in. So first revenues started last week. I think we come to that later. So we just opened our first ticket reservation campaign, which is going through the roof. On the other hand, we are working hand in hand with the authorities, already since 3 years. Yeah. Okay. And they just brought out last year a baseline so that we now safely build our vehicle. So that's set and done. And now we are working with them on the first product that will come out in the next couple of months. And we will test fly that with the authorities then as we speak to get our type certification within the next 2 years and then start operations.
Did you mention tickets?
Yes.
Okay, so I know Richard Branson and crew are flying people into space, and that requires a lot of qualifications. Talk to us about these tickets. What kind of people can fly in a Volocopter? What criteria do I need to meet, and how do I get these tickets?
So the tickets are online right now. You just have to access our website. Yeah, so you find a link to the ticket system.
Yeah.
We announced that last week at the Green Tech Festival, where Nico Rosberg, presented himself. He already reserved one.
Okay.
So get one soon because we're nearly sold out right now. So it's about reserving first tickets for a first flight that will take place in 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
And you can think about first metropoles where this will take place all over the place, Asia, Europe, or US. So be it LA in the US as a big mega city, be it London, Paris here in Europe, or as in Asia, Singapore, Shanghai, or even Tokyo or Osaka, which are metropoles where we are currently in discussion.
So who's your target market? Who's your target person? So it's an average person like me that wants a short haul flight and to really use it like any other shared service today, right? So I just hop on, hop off. It's as simple as that. Is that the goal here, and it's within the city?
That's really the goal. So we have 2 customer groups we're looking at. So the one is the business traveler.
Okay.
So he arrives at the airport. He wants to be predictable, safe, and convenient in the inner city center to get to his appointment. He simply takes out his mobile phone, clicks on the Volocopter app, selects the flight mode, and then 10 minutes after he can hop off and fly into the city. That's the first group. Yeah. The second one is a tourist group. So like also in Singapore, there are 13 million tourists per year. Yeah. This is more the excitement. So coming back to the freedom of flying, Yeah. Today, when you sit, at your plane, you don't have space at all, and then you will have a view over the city, which is just amazing. So it's about, on the one hand side, excitement and having something new, and predictability and getting there in time for our customers.
I have to ask you this question because we're at Startup Autobahn, and of all the different events and initiatives I see, this has got to be one of the best platforms for collaboration. Startups, corporates, partners coming together. Your story could not have happened in isolation. For sure, you work with great people along the way. Could you share a little bit about some of the partnerships and the value of having this kind of platform?
Sure. As you mentioned, we will not only produce an air taxi, but also offer a service later on, right? And along that value chain, it's good, and that's how we positioned to have partners along the way. So be it on production, we partnered up with Daimler and Geely to get market access to China and also to produce in mass scale, because classical aviation rather manufactures 50 to 100 units per year. We want to get to the thousands, and that's why we need the knowledge of the OEMs there. That's one part. On the other part, we also cooperate with mobility companies like Grab, which is the Uber of Southeast Asia. We announced that beginning of that year. And we have partnerships with ADAC Luftrettung here in Germany, which wants to fly the doctor to the accident place. Wow. Or with Fraport, which is one of Europe's biggest airports, Frankfurt Airport, where we integrate our so-called Voloport, so the takeoff and landing area. So in total, we cannot solve any issue on our own. That's why we chose good partners along the way. And most of them also became investors in us. So again, there, I think we're always looking for partnerships in that sphere who help us bring our target to life.
So I dare ask, right now, we've got some of the top decision makers and leaders in the mobility space watching. Is there any way that Startup Autobahn can help in your journey?
So any partner along the value chain, be it from production, engineering to mobility services, we're happy to get in discussion for partnerships. And of course, if you're interested to invest, come and contact me.
Christian, you're a fantastic man. You've got an incredible team, and I wish you continued success. It's amazing to see something that is happening right here, growing and changing the whole way we even think about transport, and especially when it comes to air mobility. So thanks for spending your time with us. And with that, we have a few more pilot projects to show you. So keep watching the screen right here.
Thanks, Dan.
Every year, insurers, OEMs, car rental companies, logisticians, and automotive resellers spend vast amounts of time and money assessing the condition of vehicles. 99% of these inspections are still done manually. Despite the high costs and strenuousness associated with inspecting a car, damages are often not discovered or assessed incorrectly. This can lead to negative user experiences, distrust in companies, and even litigation. In times where each of us carries around a device with a high-resolution camera and constant internet connectivity, there had to be an adequate solution to this issue. Current approaches to damage detection in rental cars and leasing returns are focused on manual inspection, which comes with different pain points. One common issue experienced by customers is the delay between vehicle drop-off and the final assessment of potential damages, as Anton Versteeg, Innovation Manager at Porsche, explains.
So the normal process would be you drive in, there is someone waiting for you, they go through some details, and then basically they fill these details into an app, and then you basically would drive away.
Naturally, this causes some delays for the customer and even some additional costs in case the manual inspection following the return unveils some damage.
What we want to do is to limit that delay and actually make sure that we can as quickly as possible get that person walking away with a good feeling and knowing that there is no more cost.
Similar to Porsche, Simone Bosatelli, as part of the vehicle care team at Bosch, is also greatly interested in using innovative vision recognition solutions to monitor the health of vehicles. Conditions such as poor lighting, rain and others, however, can be challenging when trying to assess the damage status of a vehicle.
It is not
easy to detect damages from pictures. And this is what we are testing out and trying out with them, basically how their technology performs in different environments, with different challenges.
Monk AI has made it its mission to tackle exactly these aspects. The French software startup founded by Abu and Fejal has developed computer vision algorithms to analyze any item's condition based on visual aspects.
We receive this video, and automatically, thanks to computer vision and deep learning, we provide a report that assesses and detects any damage on the vehicle.
Hence, it can be used by any automotive player.
So it can be a car manufacturer, car rental, car sellers, insurance companies, or even vehicular marketing companies.
The crux of their technology is the ability to conduct the entire damage assessment with minimal equipment. A common smartphone camera will be sufficient to capture the vehicle and run Monk's algorithms on the imagery. According to Stan Mikkel, VP Sales, there's just one requirement.
There is one golden rule, which is that as long as you can see the damage on the picture with your human eye, then the AI can see it.
The novelty of this technology has led automotive Tier 1 Bosch to work with Monk as part of its vehicle care ecosystem.
Vehicle care is all about keeping your vehicle safe and in a good status.
While there are multiple aspects when it comes to taking care of the vehicle's health,
detecting the damage is a part of it. There is much more around it, but with Monk we are focusing on the detection part.
Understanding a damage and its severity from pictures could thereby become a great enrichment within Bosch's vehicle care strategy.
Doing a pilot with Bosch is the first message that Monk is the state of the art in terms of computer vision and deep learning in this field.
In trying to underpin their claims as a leader in AI-based damage recognition, Monk AI worked on a second project with another key player in the German automotive landscape, premium car manufacturer Porsche. In order to make the dream of driving in 911 a reality for many, Porsche offers a variety of leasing options to choose from. Together with Monk, Porsche aims to make the leasing return as smooth as the drive itself.
When a person comes back with a car from leasing or from maybe could also be a hire, of course, then you want to make sure that person has a very good experience, because you don't want to let that person wait for any kind of estimation of damages.
Using Monk's visual detection software, the vehicle will be captured with a simple smartphone and give a seamless experience and a real-time cost estimate to the driver. Given the fact that every time a vehicle changes hands, its condition needs to be assessed, this also frees up capacities at the return location.
So what I find interesting about these kind of projects is that I think they are pointing at a future where we will use technology in a way that actually helps us in ways that we can't really imagine right now.
Naturally, there are and will remain cases where a person has a better understanding of a car's damage, for instance, when it comes to detecting defects under the hood.
But I think if we work together, if we start augmenting the person that's doing the, let's say, the checking of the damages with technology and actually making sure that person can focus on the harder cases and the more interesting cases, then I think we have a win-win.
We all have experienced it before, struggling with frozen screens, your laptop being out of memory. A possible cause for these malfunctions.
So we're going to take a little pause from some of the pilot projects to hear from the Executive VP of Automotive at DXC. We're very fortunate to have Lutz joining us. Lutz, can you hear us?
Hello everybody and welcome. My name is Lutz Mauch. I'm heading the Automotive DXC Luxoft division. I'm very pleased to talk over the next couple of minutes around software-defined vehicles. The car is one of the three data sources besides mobile phone and our homes. Mobile phone and the home, as we all know, are occupied by the tech giants like Apple and Google. And the next battlefield will be the car. We all know why these data sources are so important, right? It's about the autonomous drive, where petabytes will be aggregated. It's about getting more intimacy and understanding the passengers better during the time in the car. And then also providing services, especially in the in-car entertainment, that thrills the client. It takes data to understand customers better and to offer them the best information. Clients want to have a new experience, and they should be as convenient as they have been experienced that in the mobile world as well as in their home world. It's about the trip experience. And as you can see here, it's bringing the living room into your car. OEMs in these days work hard to win the third domain. To create the new experience will differentiate their brand perception, and the autonomous future will be the battlefield for tomorrow, when car ownership might be as less important for all of us. Cars are static products. They never really change, but will and need to change for the future, as we have been experienced that in our apps changes on the mobile phones. New empathic services enrich the experience in the car. We will experience new forms of individualized advertising and new services, making our lives much easier. These services will also drive new ongoing revenue streams for the OEMs, and they will transform from a car manufacturer into a more digital service provider. Still keeping, that's my guess, the focus around the mobility ecosystem. What is relevant is the car architecture will change. Many ECUs and bus systems will be consolidated in a more centralized and in-car centered architecture. Software enables the use cases functions by managing the sensors and the aggregators and the presentation level to the passengers. This is what the industry calls the software-defined car. It's not a vision, it's reality. And we all see that Tesla is one of the early adopters of such an architectural model. These architectures are characterized by virtualization and containerization, segregating compute workloads and ensuring availability and sufficient compute power for the critical real-time tasks like AUTOSAR, ADAS functions, and HAD workloads. These software-defined architectures allow to build entertainment services and connected services, especially in the commercial vehicle space, but also on the passenger car side, incorporating full capabilities of the vehicles with all these sensors and actuators. Aligning those capabilities in new use cases allow a new level of services. For an example, valet parking of Tesla cars is just around the corner. To exit in front of a shopping center, and then the car is seeking for a free space parking lot. By itself, for sure. Back-end data centers will complement the car and secure the backhaul networks to ensure the secure data exchange. And security overall plays a very important role. While in today's world, consumer data got invisible currency for free services, and consumers often do not know how and where the data is stored and especially used. So tomorrow's services have to deliver more transparency and give the consumer back the control where the data is, and without limiting the ability to deliver these new experiences. Providing the customer the control of their data back can be a further differentiator, and it can start a new generation of digital services and build trust in the brands that provide this kind of security. I have to say, it's an exciting new world for us, for the OEMs, for the entire ecosystems. We have to start today to deliver these services for tomorrow. We at DXC Luxoft have a clear vision and the capability to support you to enable that new world for your brands and we would love to invite you to discuss your opportunities for a joint building of the future. I'm looking forward for 2 exciting Expo days. A big thank you to all startups, as well as to our partner Plug and Play. Let's make this an epic event. I'm really looking forward to meeting you, seeing you soon. Stay healthy and take care.
Thank you so much, Lutz. And also from DXC now, we got Phil. Welcome to the studio.
Hi, Dan.
So, what do you do at DXC?
Well, I am the Automotive Innovation Lead in our Digital Innovation Department.
Nice. So we're talking innovation, we're talking Startup Autobahn. What is the benefit to DXC working with Startup Autobahn and vice versa?
Well, I think there's really 3 things that I would say here. First thing is the collaboration in the network is just great, and we've just seen in the past it brings us great opportunities. Second thing would be just a spirit amongst all participants of this ecosystem. And the third thing is it's a personal thing that I would say it's just great to proactively shape the digital transformation with all these great partners and the surroundings we have here.
All right. And for you as lead in innovation, like what is the vertical or the space that you're most excited about?
So, I mean, we're talking about future mobility. We're talking about digital experiences a lot. And I think there's just so much more to come than we've seen so far. And we're still in a massive transformation right now. And I think eventually the increasing connectivity that we're just seeing everywhere right now will just enable so many potentials and just lead to yet unseen customer experiences. And this will be a benefit for everyone. The consumers on one side and the corporates on the other, that just both parties can, evolve and take the next step in time.
Which is what we want, win-win-win for everyone involved.
Exactly.
So what do we have next? Let the audience know.
Yeah, next up we are having Forciat and Webasto that are explaining something about real-time analytics and how this can be used in an industrial context. They're specifically referring to their convertible roof systems, which I find very interesting. And the second thing would be HiAuto, a well-known startup, together with Porsche, and they were working on speech recognition and basically trying to figure out how you can be understood by your car and how you can talk to it.
The feeling of driving a convertible car is great, but have you ever wondered what happens when you open the roof of your convertible? While the process looks really smooth from the outside, the underlying mechanism is highly complex. A convertible roof can consist of up to several hundred parts. These parts need to be moved with a very high degree of precision, while taking into account diverse variables such as temperature or the extent of textile stretches. To ensure that the closing and opening mechanism in a convertible car performs as desired for a sustained period of time, collecting information on these variables can be quite helpful. Opening and closing the roof of a convertible is a complex process that needs to work perfectly throughout the life of a car. The whole convertible roof system is in constant movement while opening and closing. During this process, various different forces act on the roof.
Because of a huge number of variables, such as temperature, dimension tolerances, textile stretches, and so on, it is very hard to evaluate real-time forces.
For quite some time now, Webasto has been assessing different methods and approaches to overcome this issue, but never found a perfect solution. Mastering this challenge certainly does not sound like an easy task, but Webasto set out to tackle it. The company needed a partner that could help develop a solution to address the issues described.
Hello, my name is Tytti Julkunen. I'm one of the co-founders of Forciat and work as a CMO and chairman of the board for the company.
Forciat is a technology company focused on the development of breakthrough sensor solutions that provide real-time data such as force, weight, pressure, or even combined force and touch functionality. The company's cutting-edge technology is highly confirmable and can be integrated into different materials.
So Forciat turns every surface into living smart surface, and Forciat's unique stretchable electronic solution comes with advanced algorithms also. It measures and reports very accurately force, weight, balance and pressure, and the system can also be used as an HMI touch controller as well.
Webasto and Forceyacht teamed up to address the challenge of evaluating the variety of forces exerted on the roof of a convertible in the opening and closing process.
Together with Forceyacht, we were able to manufacture high-tech sensors in a fast and cost-effective way. Due to their small size and flexibility, it was really easy to integrate these sensors into our convertible roof system without any major changes.
Due to Forceyacht's sensor solution's thinness and stretchability, they can easily be integrated into convertible roof systems in between the canopy, which is the flexible textile part, without making any major changes or limiting any functions of the roof.
Forceyacht solution can be integrated as an example into a car steering wheel, seats or console areas as a multi-touch force controller to replace, as an example, buttons, or even into roof areas to measure force and touch as we have done in the super exciting Webasto concept.
If we see an overproportional concentration of force at a certain point or area, we are able to quickly react during the developing cycles by changing design or material.
The advantages are obvious.
The sensor signals get visualized on a tablet in real time.
Before, Webasto had to wait long testing cycles and re-engineer failures. Now, thanks to Forceyacht, engineers can anticipate failures before they happen.
Forceyacht team is honored to have worked with great innovative Webasto group for developing this cutting-edge force and touch solution together to their convertible roof product.
Due to this innovation, Webasto is able to build cutting-edge convertible roof systems for its customers, more efficiently and faster than ever before.
Back in 2011, when Siri was first introduced to the public, hardly anyone would have predicted the steep rise of voice-enabled tech that was to come. Today, voice-enabled tech is an integral part of our everyday life. The average smartphone now features voice assistants, and it has been predicted that by the end of this year, more than half of all consumer searches online will be voice-based. Voice recognition software can be tricky, though.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Speedy talking, noise, dialects, similar sounding words, and many other aspects can interfere with speech recognition technology, resulting in misunderstandings and wrongly executed voice commands. However, as voice control is continuing to rise in popularity and is becoming a must-have in modern cars, there's got to be a better way. One of the biggest threats to voice recognition is noise. People talking in the background, construction, music playing, kids screaming, and wind can all prevent the voice system from working properly. German automaker Porsche has been equipping its exclusive cars with in-car voice control for years. While operating a system that is on par with the industry standards, the Zuffenhauseners were looking to take in-car voice control to a new level, as Marius Schach, electrical engineer in Porsche's pre-development unit, explains.
For now, we wanted to validate if a system which uses both video and audio as an input can actually be better than our existing systems that we have as a industry standard.
Their idea was to create a system that doesn't require any noise-reducing actions, but one that works reliably despite the noise.
So you simply can trust the voice control that it works.
In trying to develop such a system, they found a strong partner in the Tel Aviv-based startup Hi Auto. Together with his co-founders Eyal and Zohar, CEO Roy Baharav developed an automotive-grade speech recognition system.
Hi Auto specializes in making speech recognition platforms work well in the most noisy environments by using both a camera and a microphone in order to eliminate the most challenging noises, such as interfering speakers.
Today's speech recognition technologies often require ideal sound environments in order to function properly.
Drive to 110 Fifth Avenue. But today you have to turn off the music. When you actually give a command, the music stops. And when you're driving a convertible, typically the roof has to be closed so that you can use the speech recognition platform. And then sometimes you have to ask people to be quiet so that you can control the car. Navigate to the nearest gas station.
Yeah, I'm on my way, so I'll be there in 20 minutes. Yeah,
Increase the temperature by 2 degrees.
So then that will take me half an hour.
Navigate to the nearest gas station. Increase the temperature by 2 degrees. Now the car can understand what each of them said without being affected by the noise, and also understand the context of who said what.
By integrating HiAuto's technology into Porsche's speech recognition system, Porsche offers drivers the ability to speak to the car even if music is on, the window is down, or people are talking so that it
doesn't matter if your kids on the back seats talk while you're doing a voice control. Doesn't matter if there's music in the background. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in a convertible driving pretty fast on the Autobahn.
This reduces the distractions for the driver and makes the drive much safer. According to Hadar Pod, director at Porsche Digital Tel Aviv, who supported the project on the ground in Israel, the collaboration with HiAuto has been a very pleasant one.
We are very happy to work with and to collaborate with HiAuto, and we see high potential of continuing this journey together.
HiAuto's technology not only increases the safety of driving, but also opens up new opportunities for voice control in the automotive sector.
The future is that people would be able to do much more things in the car. You know, they're spending time in the car, they would like to do things, and in order to do actions that are complex, the speech recognition platform has to be very reliable.
So we've got a special talk about big data, moving to federated and just-in-time data from Deutsche Telekom. We're going to give the stage now to Claudia and Nadine.
Okay. Thank you, Dan Ram, for the great introduction. And we are very delighted to be here today and having the chance to do a great talk. And together with me here is Chris Langdon, our expert on data and mobility. So Chris, thank you for coming, and thank you for being here.
Great introduction. Thank you so much, Nadine. What a pleasure here today. So we are Deutsche Telekom. Deutsche Telekom is a big company, many different units. Where do we belong? We are part of the Deutsche Telekom IoT unit, and we also have a product, a real-world service offering. It's called the Data Intelligence Hub. It's composed of 3 different elements. The first one is an open data portal, data exchange. The second one, a cloud-based data analytics workspace. And the third one is a new data space or data interoperability offering based on new open standards. And there will be more as we go along with the talk about this particular topic. T-Systems in particular is the #1 ICT provider in industry, so we are mobility experts in that space. So what's the talk? The talk is about future mobility. And indeed, we're dealing with a very new concept. The buzzword is called a data space, and in this particular area, it's called a mobility data space, or in German, Datenraummobilität. It's all very fresh. So we're literally coming from the Autobahn to Autogipfel. The Chancellor's Auto Summit just happened. And one key conclusion is that the industry should be focused on the creation of so-called a data space. So what is a data space? What is it about? What's actually behind that particular buzzword? Well, it fits into a larger effort. And the effort got started also by the German government 2 years ago. It convened something that is called NPM, the National Platform Future of Mobility. And that initiative started a real-world laboratory. So stop talking, start doing, try to test new ideas, new concepts, new mobility initiatives in real world. And they selected Hamburg, which is the second largest city in Germany. A lot of mobility efforts going on in that, very innovative, that particular city. And it is also the host of the ITS World Congress in 2021. And the idea is actually that a lot of the ideas, a lot of the concepts that have been developed in NPM over the past 2 years are actually put to a test to put to a test in a real world environment so that ordinary citizens have an opportunity to interact with the new solutions in a real world setting, and then for the results to be presented at a big stage in the context of the ITS World Congress. And one of these initiatives is actually focused on a data space. So what does that specifically mean? Well, Deutsche Telekom is actually the key partner for this particular concept in this real world laboratory in Hamburg. And it is essentially composed of two elements. So the one element is an application so that ordinary people can actually interact with that solution. And the second element sits under it is enabling this particular solution. So what is the top level application? Well, it is a travel application. It is one that does more than any other application can possibly do. It should be cheaper and it should offer a faster journey from point A to point B. And in order to do this, it is intermodal in nature. So it's reusing a lot of existing components and is orchestrating different modes of transportation. So your e-scooter, subway, or even a rental car into a seamless chain of mobility solutions from point A to point B. Well, it doesn't exist today. Why doesn't it exist today? Well, because it's very difficult. What is difficult? Well, the data is difficult, and not the data itself, but orchestrating the data, making sure that the one component can talk to the other one. It needs data, different sources, data is different format, and then there are different economic entities providing the data. They may not agree with each other. So bottom line, that future, that great future of intermodal mobility has been actually inhibited by data interoperability problems. And this is what the second element underneath will attack. And that is a data space. So somehow, based on new standards that have been developed, over the last 5 years by a consortium of Fraunhofer institutes, will actually be used in order to demonstrate how a data space solution can enable new future mobility services. And well, let me ask Nadine, as an expert with a little more insights into what is that really? So how would one go about actually implementing a particular intermodal offering?
Great, thank you, Chris. So, right, on the next slide, you can see thank you, an L-König. So that means, a prototype of how could we Uberize the mobility. Uberization means using existing infrastructure and creating value out of it. So what can we do in an intermodal way to creating more value for customers? And we had a look at different scenarios. So we started with a monomodal basis scenario, looking how long does it take in a route in Berlin to come to the city center, really, and compared it to other scenarios where we were traveling in an intermodal way with car, public transport, and also with shared bikes, and including mobility hubs. So to do this, we need very much data, and had to do very much research on it. But I don't want to scare you with all the details. So let's have a look at the results. Yeah, we found out that traveling in an intermodal way saves time and money. So really, for customers, this is a good opportunity to leverage the opportunities from different vehicles. And so for us, of course, we needed a lot of data, needed to do some researches on it, and also data analytics. And that's the problem. So there's a lot of data needed for some simulations like that, and individual solutions failed the last times. So we need a new approach where we can do all the data together and gather insights on that. So Chris, I think there's also something we could talk about that.
Yeah, very well. So what we established is there is actually true value in it, right? And that's very difficult, right? Because we don't have it actually, right? So how do we do actually the impossible, right, to point out the probable, and that is through simulation, very similar to how you do it with typical vehicle developments. We did the same here. And we also confirmed actually the key problems, right? You know, the big problem of data interoperability that hasn't been solved. And efforts so far, individual efforts have failed at it. And so even the government concluded that it is time for a more unified, a much bigger approach to it. And that is actually now embedded in an effort called Gaia-X. That's the new pan-European hypercloud effort launched by the German minister, Mr. Altmaier, and his French colleague Le Maire only 2 months ago. And the objective is to create a pan-European hypercloud that sits on top of existing cloud environments in order to create a data infrastructure that can then in turn allow for the creation of new future mobility offerings such as intermodal mobility. Well, thank you, Nadine. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, thank you. And now back to the studio.
There was quite a hype around blockchain technology. At Daimler Mobility, however, blockchain is much more than just a buzzword. The projects presented in this video are great case studies on where it does make sense to use blockchain, where it is a solution for a real problem. So, let's unwrap the hype. The Blockchain Factory was initiated in 2018 to push new processes in many existing areas of the company, or ideally to leverage previously untapped areas of business. Think about payment systems, verification, data security, and, in the future, tokenization. And this video is about 3 projects the Blockchain Factory worked on. First, we will learn about a project named Company Identity, a custodian wallet for enterprises by the startup Spherity. Then we will hear from Riddle & Co's Car Identity, a hardware wallet for vehicle project. And finally, about Ontology's self-sovereign identity, Welcome Home project. As indicated by the titles, all projects have a common theme.
The common theme is identities, signatures, and contracting.
This was Dr. Harry Behrens, head of Daimler Mobility Blockchain Factory. Let's jump into the first project where we will see him again. In collaboration with Daimler Mobility Blockchain Factory, Dortmund-based startup Spherity has worked on a project called Company Identity, a custodian wallet for enterprises. Their team of 15 has developed a cloud identity wallet infrastructure for customers in the pharmaceutical and automotive industries. Their
customers use our identity solutions to realize their blockchain use cases. With that, they can save the development costs of an own solution to manage decentralized identities.
This was exactly what Daimler Mobility had been looking for.
The collaboration with Daimler started in May 2019 when they made a reverse pitch in Berlin and were looking for a wallet provider for their mobility blockchain.
The mutual aim was to address the following challenge.
Your objective is to fully automate business transactions. So you need companies to sign agreements, you need companies to prove their credentials, you need companies to sign off on contracts. How do you do this fully in software, fully digital, without media break, so you can fully hyper-automate it? Ask yourself that question, and that's the question we approach Spherity.
So Daimler Mobility and Spherity worked on 2 things. The first project is a mobile app enabling B2C users of the mobility blockchain platform to sign contracts with their mobile phones. The second project's aim is to allow enterprises to sign transactions and enter contracts on the mobility blockchain platform. For this use case, the Daimler Mobility Blockchain Factory
basically consumes the APIs of our cloud identity wallet.
Another feature is that 2 companies
can verify each other on the platform by exchanging information, these called verifiable credentials. Then they can sign the transactions And based on the wallet infrastructure, they get an audit trail of all done transactions with other business partners on the platform.
And this necessitates what in the industry is called a custodian wallet for companies. It is the container, the software container, which is used for a company to sign and confirm contracts and credentials. So it lies at the very center of any business transaction being signed by a company, which you can identify and for which you can verify certain credentials, such as qualifications, etc. And this is what we have developed jointly with Sven.
All right, let's summarize this. To enable interactions across blockchains and to comply with security and data protection requirements, Spherity works on a cloud identity wallet to manage enterprise, vehicle, and user identities. The cloud identity wallet ensures interoperability across wallets and blockchains based on W3 standards and enables multiple key management options to comply with corporate requirements. The cloud infrastructure allows for scalability. Together with Riddle & Code, Daimler Mobility Blockchain Factory worked on a second project, Car Identity, a hardware wallet for vehicles.
Riddle & Code is a leading blockchain tech company from Vienna, focusing on enabling critical digital infrastructure. The company was founded in 2016, and we use hardware and software components to build transactional platforms for the automotive, the financial, and the energy industries.
Riddle & Code's 30 team members focus mainly on their highly secure crypto hardware wallets and the governance layer. Riddle & Code also builds the industrial-grade car wallet. The hardware is built into the cars, directly connecting it to the blockchain. This concept of a car wallet is necessary to enable the future of the automotive industry.
Because it establishes the most secure form of a vehicle identity, which will be the foundation for cars to become autonomous business entities.
Let us explore how this was achieved. In the project with Daimler Mobility, Riddle & Code put a specially designed car wallet with a crypto chip into cars. The chips form a trust anchor and turn the cars into trusted data sources. Since the chip cannot be cloned or copied, it is destined to serve as the root of the car's digital ID. This solution has now become a custom-built, onboard diagnostics dongle designed by Riddle & Code. One of the key challenges was that the wallet chip is registered on the blockchain during production, containing all the metadata Daimler Mobility requires.
This digital twin then digitally represents the car, and it can be computed against. But the main challenge with using blockchain stems from the fact that the data entries cannot be altered anymore due to their cryptographic nature. This means that all data on a blockchain must be true and correct. Otherwise, it will result in a cascade of misleading calculations.
That is why the team needed to secure and encrypt data at the source level, leaving no room for human error or for hacking. This is then encrypted right at the source. With a hardware crypto chip inside the car itself and its most relevant components, such as the TCU, the telematic control unit, can sign all data or value transactions off. This way, the team can be sure that a certain data set is really coming from a specific car. For example, from this exact Mercedes EQC and not from any other vehicle. Getting the wallet into the car is another challenge in itself. One option would be to jointly develop the hardware and then to embed the chip module into, for example, the telematics unit. A second solution would be
to retrofit the car with a car wallet, and this can be done a lot quicker. It supports B2B use cases such as rental or fleet management, and this is exactly what we have built and made available to Daimler Mobility's blockchain factory and our project partners.
But there's more. The blockchain technology is very versatile and
going forward, we will see that this root of trust form factor of the car wallet will become a powerful cybersecurity anchor, especially if it is fully embedded into the telematics unit of the car. Then it can, for example, countersign incoming software or firmware code, which is required by new UN ECE regulation, or it can be the heart of a transactional platform between future autonomous vehicles, smart city infrastructure, and business backends.
On top, the technology could even allow to notarize the CO2 footprint of vehicles during their life cycle. Alternatively, the energy grid balancing contribution of cars and their batteries could be reported.
So let's be clear, all of you will be working with decentralized data storage and blockchain technology within the next 5 years. There's no escaping here, and we think that the push towards digitization in supply chains and process optimization post-corona will only accelerate this trend.
In our next use case, we will see multiple parties involved in a project called Self-Sovereign Identity, Welcome Home. Ontology forms the backbone of this project. They partner with Daimler Mobility to solve 2 challenges.
One challenge is, as a premium car manufacturer, premium brand, how can we ensure our customer have a continuous experience while they're using different mobility services?
This is Yunqi, who works for Daimler Mobility as a UI/UX designer. In our conversation, he told us that data privacy and data protection are the keys to success when it comes to ensuring that customers use these features. That is why data privacy and protection were 2 of their major priorities in the project. So let's learn more about the startup company which can take on the challenge Daimler Mobility faced. Meet John, Ontology's European ecosystem lead. Founded in 2017, the startup operates as a global unit of 200 people, with offices in Beijing, Shanghai, Berlin, New York, and the HQ in Singapore. They have developed an open-source blockchain for self-sovereign ID and data.
Ontology's decentralized identity framework provides the end users and enterprises the possibility, the chance to preserve their data and to utilize their data the way he or she or it wants it.
A local player supported Daimler and Ontology in implementing the software. Jan Paul was part of that team.
Hi, I'm Jan Paul. I'm one of the founders and the technical director of 51 Nodes. We are a boutique consultancy and software services company focusing on distributed ledger technology and blockchain based in Stuttgart.
51 Nodes was founded in 2017 and covers the full stack of software development. The team believes that the distributed ledger technology is the next stage of digitization and therefore was the right partner for the project, which is all about
Ontology's decentralized identity and data management technology.
Okay, got that. But why is the project called Welcome Home? Let us remember what Yunqi from Daimler Mobility told us about the question they asked themselves. His point was that they needed to solve the missing trust between different mobility service players. The question was how to provide customized services to the end users based on data authorized by the user. In other words,
so whichever car you jump into, the car will say, "Welcome home, Ran." That's my name. So I feel like, well, I'm at home. Everything is just as safe, as familiar, as uncomfortable as I want them to be.
What Ran, the project lead, describes here is becoming more crucial in a time in which our cars become smartphones on wheels.
So Julia uses Mercedes-Benz mobility services, and she downloads the Welcome Home app to have a better user experience of mobility. So as a mobility user, you probably will use different car models and different cars every day. So with Welcome Home app, you can have all your settings and all your preference of different apps automatically adjust once you connect it to the car.
Imagine Julia stepping into her friend's car and choosing her own profile in the app. She usually loves her seat in a more relaxed position, some chill music and comfortable lighting. The car will automatically adjust. Whenever Julia is in the weekend or celebration mood, however, she can just swipe to her party profile and the car will adjust accordingly. Important for her is that
she and only she will be the one to decide which part of her data, of her information, would be shared with which party, under which conditions. So, with this self-sovereign data access control that provided by Ontology, Julia is able to do so.
The user profile is only attached to the user, so Julia won't have to go through the full registration process for each mobility service anymore, and additionally will have the full control over her data. All of it will work internationally. And the foundation for this future is the data privacy protection and access control the teams built together. Three different use cases that show that projects beyond the bus are possible. It is just a fundamentally different way of approaching things. It's not an evolutionary improvement of something which is relatively easy to apply. To mesh and merge it with existing processes and systems is not easy. The first question should always be,
do I really need blockchain? And if it can be done with another technology, don't use blockchain. Most of the times you will find that the more existing and legacy infrastructure you have, the less easier will it be to get full benefits out of blockchain. And the more you have greenfield or almost greenfield, meaning empty field to start from scratch environments and the freedom to rethink and reinvent the how of doing your business, the better your chances are you will be successful in actually reaping the benefit and really getting what blockchain can really deliver, which in its best case is unheard of scaling, full hyper automation, and end-to-end conducting of business.
So next up, we got a little talk from Emily. She's the founder of Barrel. She wants to talk about bikes and e-bikes, how to get people moving sustainably. Right after that, we've got 2 pilot projects about air quality, weather forecasting. It's all on this theme of sustainability. So let's go to it.
So hi, my name's Emily and I'm the founder of Barrel. Barrel is the UK's leading micromobility company. We operate our own bike, e-bike and e-scooter schemes, and we sell our micromobility operating system to some of the biggest transport operators, including the London Bike Share scheme. We're currently in 6 UK cities, launching New York soon, and we typically deploy under long-term, exclusive and funded contracts. Cities have a huge challenge, one that already existed and was growing due to rapid urbanisation, and now amplified with the arrival of the pandemic. How do we move our urban populations in a safe, efficient, sustainable, and cost-effective way? The answer to that used to be public transport, but increasingly it no longer is. And as congestion on our roads rises above pre-lockdown levels and air quality becomes critical, nor is it the car. But micromobility, movement on small independent vehicles, can be the solution, and fast. Cities need movement to be created and sustained to stimulate commerce and the economy. And from a policy perspective, this needs to be done in a safe and socially responsible way. Bikes, electric bikes, and, if done responsibly, electric scooters can enable this. But like public transport was, it must be done in deep partnership with the city, under long-term contract and aligning to their long-term strategy. When it comes to transportation, power is moving away from central government and into the hands of individual cities. They have the autonomy to define their transport needs. And as every city is different, it cannot be done in a one-size-fits-all approach. We've seen that does not work. At Barrel, we built every element of our technology stack ourselves in-house. From the consumer-facing app and the vehicle's IoT hardware, to the back-end operating system and platform. This allows you to control where the vehicles are, maintain and keep them safe, balance supply with demand, amend pricing, integrate charging infrastructure, mass where appropriate, etc. We offer a bespoke system to different cities and tailor it to their needs. For example, we deployed geofenced parking bays for our vehicles, and we work closely with the city to decide the number, location, and design of those bays. We design and build street furniture, such as planters, seating, and parklets, that merge the experience at street level on foot with that on 2 wheels. We can also fully integrate with mass solutions and partner with other transport operators in markets where we don't yet have a good strong foothold. For example, we sell our technology stack to 2 of the biggest operators in the UK, both under long-term contract. I believe this is the only way private-public transport can work and critically be sustainable, which is in deep partnership with the city rather than just rapid deployment of vehicles. This is what allows our operations to be profitable. So that's how I think micromobility can work for the city. But how about the user? First and foremost, it needs to be safe. It needs to be easy. It needs to be efficient. But mass can make your journey easier and more efficient. What it can't do is make your actual journey demonstrably more enjoyable. And this is overlooked. Why else do you think the adoption of e-scooters has been so rapid? How often do you see someone smiling on the tube, in a bus, or stuck in traffic? Genuinely grateful and joyful at the experience of their journey. It should be, could be, something pleasurable, a part of your day you enjoy. The invigorating movement and freedom of pedalling yourself to your destination is enjoyable. It is also better for our health, that of the planet, and the people around you. Whizzing along in the fresh air on an e-bike or an e-scooter does put a smile on your face. We don't want to make things just more efficient. We want to make them more enjoyable too. And the way we can make it even more enjoyable and safer than it already is for more people to travel that way. Getting people on two wheels not only gets cities moving again, quickly, but it creates and grows the addressable market. Once we have people on two wheels, we can accommodate a greater range of journeys by offering a range of vehicles. I sometimes think of e-scooters as a micromobility gateway drug. Someone may try it for fun for the first time, but then progress onto a bike or e-bike for longer journeys or those with luggage. This is why we spent the last 2 years building a platform that's vehicle agnostic. On Monday this week, I can announce that we were the first operator in the world to launch a full multimodal service. In Norwich, we can now offer customers pedal bikes, and electric scooters all through the same app. I believe our exclusive contract there is 5 years, extendable to 9, embedding us to be their long-term micromobility partner, and giving their population safe, efficient, and enjoyable ways to get around. So, what does the future look like? We don't know. We designed and built an industry-leading bike and e-bike, but I believe we haven't yet seen what the single-occupancy electric vehicle of the future looks like. The shape of what we'll all be zipping around on. Maybe it's somewhere between a bike and an e-scooter. I personally predict it'll be autonomous before cars, moving independently when not in use to meet demand, rather than sat idle on the street. It will integrate seamlessly with our platform, but we aren't the ones to design it. So, a challenge to you in the room. We're grateful to be part of the Mercedes EQ community. I got to meet the impressive EQC while it was still a prototype, and glimpse what the electric future on 4 wheels might look like. But what about 2, or 3, and micro? Scooters got rapidly better due to Chinese manufacturers. I'm intrigued and excited to see what European OEMs deliver to the micromobility space. You're the ones to design a vehicle that aligns to our values at Beryl, majoring on safety and enjoyment. So reach out. My contact details are at the end of this presentation. Get in touch when you have it, and we'll operate a world-beating fleet of them together. Thank you.
Air pollution, according to the World Health Organization, has become the world's largest environmental health threat, causing more than 7 million fatalities each year. It is all around us, but unless there's a problem, we usually do not concern ourselves with what is in the air that we breathe. By breathing cleaner air, there's evidence that you can reduce the risk of countless diseases. Monitoring air quality, however, can be tricky. Official sensor stations neither generate personalized information nor real-time data, as they only measure air quality in the immediate vicinity, that is averaged out over a time period. It was thus time for a better solution. One of the most essential elements that contribute to air quality is fine dust. As Tarek Zaki, Customer Project Manager at Bosch SensorTech explains, fine dust
refers to the so-called particulate matter, or in short, PM, that are found in the air and are generated from wildfires, construction, managed burning, and miscellaneous other sources. And these tiny particles, which can be of a diameter of just 2.5 microns and below, can enter our bodies through our respiratory system, and they can penetrate so deep to reach our bloodstream. And this, unfortunately, introduces a serious health threat.
Recently, researchers even found a link between the exposure to these tiny harmful particles and the sensitivity to viral diseases, including COVID-19. In trying to monitor air quality, many users rely on government station data. This information, however, is only accurate at the precise location of the station sensors, is only available outdoors, and is reported as averaged information over time. This means individuals currently have no option available to them for real-time, continuous, and personalized decision-making on the air they take in. For this reason, Bosch Sensotech has developed a novel fine dust sensing technology, which is able to conduct real-time air quality measurements in people's close vicinity, both indoors and outdoors.
Our sensing technology works optically. It's based on a camera-like principle where 3 Class 1 eye-safe lasers are integrated behind a cover glass, in a similar way basically to the cameras in your smartphone.
The sensor accurately measures the particles that are naturally moving in free space.
So no fans, no filters, no inlets, like in other particle sensors, are needed at all. Our customers can then easily build such a device in the compact, flat and portable devices without compromising the cool design.
While the sensing technology is extremely accurate, there can be circumstances at which data is temporarily unavailable.
So there might be some occasions at which the user will block the sensing beams and thus not able to continuously monitor the exposure. For example, when your smartphone is in your pocket or in your purse.
Bosch Sensotech's goal was to build a smartphone demonstrator that would showcase the unique capabilities of this technology. To build an app for the demo and to fuse high-resolution online PM2.5 data to fill any gap for seamless data coverage, Bosch Sensotech was looking for a competent partner. This partner was Brisometer. As Itai Rosenzweig is going to explain, Brisometer is an Israeli startup which collects and integrates sensor data and satellite imagery to provide users with detailed information about the air quality around them.
And this is what Brisometer does, is the ability to identify using highly sophisticated AI, machine learning, big data, what is there all around us, using multiple data sources, using traffic data, weather data, satellite data, using smoke indication from fires, combining all of it and using Brisometer unique algorithms to dissect and validate these data sources, and at the end, providing a very clear indication of what is the air quality at your specific location.
The company's solution goes beyond simply providing the information about current air conditions near users. Rather, it also indicates areas that people should possibly avoid because of poor air quality.
It's not enough to say that currently the conditions are not ideal. Again, for an individual, if you suffer from asthma, if you suffer from a respiratory condition, if for you as a mother, you're walking with your stroller, with your baby, you wish to make sure that they are not impacted by poor air quality.
By combining information recorded by Bosch Sensotech's sensor technology with Brisometer's air quality insights in a prototype, individuals can now monitor their pollution exposure in a personal and a reliable way.
Brisometer has built the app and appended their high-resolution PM2.5 data, providing at the end the user a comprehensive and a personalized view of the PM2.5 readings. The data can be displayed over time and space, giving the user the entire picture at a single glance.
Much like an individual health companion.
With this information, the user will be able to take the necessary actions in order to prevent or improve his or her own performance, and thereby reducing the risk to various diseases.
They've named it the PM dosimeter.
As the name implies, it's a device that measures your PM dose, meaning that the exposure at which you have been confronted towards this PM2.5 over the day, over the month, year, and so on.
As Tal Deko, Innovation Manager at Bosch Israel, explains, the team is hoping to develop and roll out additional applications for their technology.
We will use this dosimeter to demonstrate a couple of capabilities which will be available for future partners. We would like to provide the basic capability and let others develop more and more applications over this beautiful combination.
As Bosch SensorTech sensing technology is only 0.2% of the volume of other sensor solutions in the market, it can be seamlessly integrated into flat portable devices such as phones, wearables, and others.
The device itself or the sensor itself is very small, extremely accurate, and can provide really good measurements. Hence, it can be integrated in various devices, both portable devices, mobile, peripheral devices, smart home related, automotive related.
With the provided information, users can change habits, take control of their actions, and accordingly reduce their PM2.5 exposure, thus reducing the risk towards countless diseases.
We believe that providing a personal capability to people to actually minimize their exposure to those particles would eventually reduce the amount of sick people and improve their life quality.
While long-term implications of air pollution, such as climate change, are well known, there are also imminent short-term consequences of high concentrations of particulate matter in the air we breathe. Air pollution is a major risk to health, impacting conditions such as strokes, heart diseases, respiratory infections, asthma, and others. Further, increased ozone intake is suspected to lead to reduced life expectancy. With this in mind, Porsche looked for a solution that allowed customers to take control of the air they breathe. Marco Brinkmann is a digital marketer at Porsche. Together with his team, he developed the app Roads, a community platform that connects people through their love for driving. It offers a catalog of exciting routes around the planet which users can access and drive right away.
Centerpiece of this application is the ability to record and share your road trips with other passionate drivers from all over the world. And in order to enhance this experience, we are constantly looking for valuable extensions. And in this case, we had the idea of bringing the two topics of driving and health together.
That's where Jala Rudoy and her team at Climacell come in. Climacell is a Boston-based microweather technology company offering air quality analysis and many other insights at a hyper-local level.
We provide weather, air quality, and pollen insights in high resolution, in real time and forecasting, and allowing people to take control over the weather.
In total, they provide 5 data layers on weather, air quality, pollen, road risk, and fire. Based on more than 60 different data fields such as temperature, humidity, precipitation, cloud cover, and others, they provide users with insights on the hyperlocal conditions surrounding them. Thereby, they want to enable individuals to make more informed decisions on the routes they take, the roads they walk, and the air they breathe. Together with Climacell, Porsche therefore developed an integration for the Porsche Roads app that provides users with detailed information on the air quality on their route through an easy-to-use pollution level indicator.
What we now do is we display the air quality around you in the shape of a simple traffic signal, right? So it's red, yellow, and green.
By being on the road, drivers can be exposed to a significant amount of pollution in a very short period of time.
And with this Climacell integration, this now becomes visible in real time, and our users can take driving-related decisions based on this. Such as you might want to close your windows or open them, right? Or you might shut down if you're riding a convertible, or you might want to reschedule your trip completely. If a situation outside doesn't look too good.
By empowering drivers to make healthier driving decisions, Porsche is creating a holistic experience for the users of roads.
The pollution out there usually isn't invisible, and by providing and democratizing the data about what's out there, we're actually letting people take control over deciding whether or not they want to take this air in or not.
Together, Porsche and Climacell are bringing the Porsche driving experience to everyone, adding a healthcare layer on top of it.
Was something that I wanted to do to kind of create a full cycle driving experience, not only with the views and the car, but also with the air that they breathe.
The new healthcare feature has already been integrated into the Roads app, which can be downloaded and tested by anyone, independent of the automotive brand they drive. Based on the feedback of the customers, the two teams are planning to expand the feature further and develop additional solutions to enhance customers' driving experience.
There are so many things that you can do with weather intelligence, you know? We always try to keep ourselves open for new ideas and for new plans and for new things that might pop up.
So for all the eSport fans, we've got something special for you. Now, eSport and then e-racing, a small group, a fragmented group, which is why Claudia's mission is to help unite this group of people, from professional racers to casual gamers. How do we bind the eSports e-racing community? Claudia is the community manager of Overtake, and we're actually going to go live to Arena 2036.
Hello, everybody. My name is Claudia Feiner. I'm community manager at Overtake. I would like to invite you. Just close your eyes and imagine a certain esports scene. Could be a character or competition scene or tournament, whatever. Done? Okay. I bet that you have been thinking about something along these lines here. Esports has established itself within all social classes, and at least many people have heard of it. So I would like to ask you, how can it be that we have not seen much more pictures like those ones here? Esport racing has experienced an impressive increase in the public attention and an impressive boost, especially in recent times. Nevertheless, virtual racing is still a niche within classic esports. Why is that so? What can we do about it? Well, the thing is, virtual racing is not just a niche within esports, but this racing community itself is highly fragmented. We have a very broad horizontal and vertical diversification. Let me explain that. Esport racing is fragmented in many terms of emotional and personal investment. We can speak of sim racers who do their racing on a very professional level with dedicated and mostly very expensive equipment. As well, we see millions and millions of casual gamers just having a good time with their friends in an arcade racing game in front of their console, like a PlayStation. And just think about all these casual gamers scratching their racing itch on the go on mobile phones. These variety on games and technical platforms make it super difficult to speak in a common voice to this community. There is a phrase. The first step on the path to make things better is to make better things. Better means we create change, and the community embraces what we are offering. Better means the community absorbs our work, and better means we enable others to make their dreams come true. Most of the online platforms we saw in our first online researches turned out to consider themselves as news outlets. They spend a lot of time and effort and energy to marketing to a very heterogeneous crowd or to a very narrow target group. We thought it might be a smart approach to instead assemble a common virtual racing tribe. Overtake.gg is an approach to unite a highly fragmented community. From sim racers to casual gamers to classic offline motorsport fans, thus to make the virtual racing sport more visible. But how can we do this? Well, let me show you this. How come that each one of you directly recognized these persons and what they stand for? And it's not just their sport, right? it's so much more than sport. It's about fascination, drama, involvement, belonging, competition, passion, entertainment, you name it. We want to see how they struggle and how they overcome burdens and how they are successful in the end. There is a name for this kind of persons. They are called heroes. With their individual success and fame, they elevate their entire sport. They helped to make it popular, or at least to make it more popular. So back to our question, how to make esport racing more popular? Any idea? Pretty simple. Unite a tribe. Create a common platform for the community. Celebrate perfection. Create pyro. Connect the peers. Empower the great personalities you got within your community. There you will find the new heroes. Just give them a proper stage and help them to become the heroes they always wanted to be. Build a place where they can shine, and with them, the whole scene will shine. So this is what Overtake is all about. Being a lifestyle, a global community network, a content hub, and hopefully one day a central platform for a global ecosystem. We are aware that this is an extremely comprehensive aim, but we want to disrupt the scene. We want to gain attention, to use it, not for ourselves, but to unite a community and to reinforce the visibility of esport racing. And that said, let me close with a little appetizer for you. Thank you.
Esports racing is skyrocketing, and the global community deserves a platform that can keep up with it. We are providing a new home that unites everybody who loves esports racing. We are connected. Our drive is bringing together the esports racing community from all across the world. We are up to date. Our commitment is to deliver news, event coverage, interviews, and tutorials all in one place. We are inclusive. From sim racing to arcade, everyone has their favorite racing ground. We feature them all. We are always evolving. We grow together and improve constantly by listening to our community. Together, we are epic. It's time for a new stage to show the world what esports racing is made of. To show off the passion for speed that runs through our DNA. It's time to connect to one another. And to celebrate not only what we've accomplished so far, but all the things that are yet to come. We are Overtake. It's time for new heroes.
All right, we are back and fortunate to have Felix here from Startup Autobahn, project coordinator with Mercedes. We've got some amazing pilot projects before that. Startup Autobahn, what are your thoughts on this platform?
Thank you, Dan, for having me here. Startup Autobahn is, for me, pilot projects, innovation through external technologies, and commitment from both sides, from startups and from business units.
Perfect. So talking about that commitment, one topic of interest for you is sustainability, smart materials. Why are we talking about it here in this deep dive?
Exactly. Sustainability is a huge topic for us all, on a personal level, on a corporate level, and also on a governmental level. It is challenging the status quo every day for us. And Dan, as you know, every startup needs a why, right? Mm-hmm. What is your why?
Start now, start simple. That's my why.
That's a good why. So the why of Mercedes-Benz is first move the world. And for this, sustainability is a cornerstone of our strategy of the company. So this is why Startup Autobahn Mercedes-Benz started the campaign The Next Green Thing 2019, and we had already over 10 pilot projects on sustainable materials and the entire ecosystem that we are looking into. So today I'm here to present two very interesting pilot projects between startups and our platform partners. And at the beginning, we have Dennis Antiojos, who is the principal research scientist at Imagine Intelligent Materials. And we have Richard Seidel, who is concept engineer at Webasto, who are working on smart surfaces with the pilot project, the Smart Convertible Roof System. So I'm very much looking forward to see that one. And the second one is on the focus topic, sustainable new materials. It is called From Waste to Resource, a Cinderella story in the automotive industry. And they were working on the project Sophie Tuviahu, who's the VP of Sales and Business Development at UBQ. And we have Riddhi Mahendru, who's the Innovation Strategy Manager at Motherson. So very much looking forward to see them.
And so with that, let's roll the tape.
Convertible cars have come a long way since Peugeot caused a sensation at the 1933 Paris Motor Show, introducing their new car with the fitting name 301 Eclipse. In the following years, the convertible has developed into an expression of freedom and agility. Just think of some iconic models like the original Porsche 356 Speedster, or the Alfa Romeo Spider 1600, in which Dustin Hoffman chases his love through the film The Graduate. One company that has shaped the success story of the convertible since its infancy is Webasto. Today, Webasto is working more intensively than ever on innovative solutions to deliver the same excitement Benjamin felt when picking up Mrs. Robinson in his Alfa Romeo Spider. This is Richard. Richard is a concept engineer in the convertible business unit at Webasto. Together with his team, he works on the future of the convertible roof.
In our daily work, we not only try to improve our systems, but we also try to improve the experience for the end customers.
Opening a convertible top evokes a feeling of freedom and lightness, but current operating concepts cloud this feeling.
In today's convertible roofs, the customer has to constantly push the button to open the roof, no matter if they're standing at the traffic lights or while driving.
A one-click solution or opening the hood with remote control from a distance of more than 2 meters is prohibited by safety precautions in order to prevent jamming or squeezing on moving parts of the roof system. However, today's users demand simple, intuitive, and above all, safe operation.
Today, people are used to control anything with touchscreen or by voice control, so we tried to find a solution to control the convertible system automatically.
Webasto's goal is to create a non-supervised operation by integrating a safety system, preventing persons around the convertible system from being hurt or pinched by the moving system. But what does an innovative safety system of a convertible roof look like?
Imagine Intelligent Materials makes dumb surfaces smart by utilizing the 2D material graphene.
Dennis is a principal research scientist at Imagine Intelligent Materials.
We have developed large-scale, 10-ton per year manufacturing processes for graphene production and ink formulation in Geelong, Australia, with our signal processing team based in Salo in Finland.
The inks allow smart sensing surfaces to be developed. This enables continuous monitoring of the environment and data generation that is able to give actionable insights and alerts leading to increased efficiencies and savings. The integration of a disruptive technology developed by a young, up-and-coming company into the product portfolio of a global player in the automotive industry has great innovative potential.
Together with Imagine, we developed a sensor system that senses when the canopy or the inner lining material gets touched.
The textile is covered with a graphene layer, which acts like a super sensor and can stop the opening or closing movement of the roof when something touches the roof. Imagine achieves this by taking advantage of the good conductivity of graphene to create a conductive layer. This network is then used for signal transmission and propagation.
The tunability of the conductivity and impedance allows for fast signal response with the environment, meaning that HMI applications can be developed and integrated onto textile surfaces.
the intelligent networking of composites on or within structures for industry with the help of information and communication technology allows for smart, connected, and agile operations.
Together with Imagine, we've made our system smart, so it can be operated autonomously without the driver.
By constantly monitoring the roof for any contact or interference, the convertible roof is able to act autonomously, hence without any interaction from the driver, while ensuring 100% safety. The collaboration opens up new possibilities for drivers to control any operation on the convertible roof system with one touch within long-range remote control via smartphone or smart wearables, with gestures or voice control, anytime in any movement from anywhere. One of the single greatest challenges facing civilization today is waste. More than 2 billion tons of waste are being produced each year. A considerable portion of this waste ends up in
So we're going to have a conversation about the future of interiors, the cabin, cost efficiency, hygiene in the world of pandemic, and so much more. And for that, from the Plug and Play Venture team, we're very fortunate to have Johannes moderating the panel. Johannes, are you there?
Thank you, Dan Ram, for this kind introduction, and what an amazing day we had today. It's really awesome to see what the collaborations between our partners in the startup could accomplish. My name is Johannes. I'm a ventures analyst for Plug and Play, and I invite you today to join with me this panel discussion and listen to inspiring innovators from various industries and world-leading companies. Today we will be talking about sustainability, and sustainability, of course, is an omnipresent topic across all industries and has long become a centerpiece of the corporate strategy for automotive industry. So right now we are witnessing already an obvious shift to environmental friendly drive concept, but also the car interior and exterior is changing and evolving. We have new innovative technologies that allow new material applications in and around the car. But at the same time, we are going through a health crisis, a pandemic, which really changed the dynamic of a whole industry and put a spotlight on new technologies and on hygiene requirements. Now we are talking about technologies like UV light, antimicrobial materials, and they are really on the rise. But this also bears challenges, and especially for material development. So we are asking ourselves, are these two focal points, sustainability on one hand and in-car hygiene on the other hand, are they contradicting each other, or can they actually coexist and foster even greater innovation in the material development? So I'm really honored, but above all, I'm really excited to be here and to welcome 4 inspiring leaders, which all share the same mission to create a better world for the future. And with us today is Rasmik Balyan, with his more than 26 years experience at ATC. Rasmik really gained the profound knowledge of the automotive and glass industry. In his current role, his focus lies on developing future strategies for a safe, connected, and sustainable mobility. Welcome, Rasmik. Great to have you here today. The next guest is Laurence Dufranc-Cartel. Currently, she holds the position of Material Innovation Global Domain Manager at Faurecia. Since joining the company in 1999, Laurence has filed numerous award-winning patents for sustainable materials and continues to do so. Welcome, Laurence. I'm really happy you joined us today. Before joining Airbus, 8 years ago, our next guest, Paul Edwards, held leading positions as Senior Design Manager at Philips Design and Virgin Atlantic Airways. In his current role at Airbus, Paul leads the strategic application of design across all Airbus cabins. Welcome, Paul. And to complete the round, I'm very happy to welcome Oyana Elizalde. Oyana is the General Manager for the Miriam Business Unit at Natural Fiber Welding. Natural Fiber Welding is a US-based startup boosting the performance on plant-based textiles for the circular economy. Before joining this venture, Oyana fulfilled leading positions in the fields of innovative management and product development at BASF. So Rasmik, I would like to start the round with a question for you. So AGC, as a leading supplier for automotive industry, already offers innovative solutions such as lightweight glazing, highly insulated glass or heat control windshields that contribute to the CO2 reduction of vehicles. In what ways do you see can glass contribute to in-car hygiene?
So let me try to answer this in a slightly different manner. I would like to touch on safety, sustainability, and then I'll come to technologies. Hopefully I can do it in a concise manner. So the main feature of glass is safety. Usually it is seen as a transparent material, and this is regarded as its main feature, but transparency is also a part of a feature of safety. So glass keeps us safe from the elements, from harsh environment, from harsh chemicals, from other dangers, while it is providing a peace of mind in the form of visibility of what we can see on the other side. So that is how we define visibility as a part of safety. Of course, safety is more pronounced in the world of mobility, in cars, in buses, in trains, in planes, and we can kind of sum this up as the cocoon effect of feeling safe in the cocoon or the cockpit of a vehicle. Now, another element of safety that you touched upon is cleanliness, which unfortunately is more prominent nowadays with the advent of this pandemic that we're in. And from the start of the pandemic, we had to really start thinking or using stronger cleaning agents, stronger methods for cleaning, and probably we were concerned with their effects on wooden tables, marble countertops, leather, plastic, buttons, this, that, and the other. But I bet you not many people thought about how to clean glass, and they just did it. And most of these harsh materials, in any case, probably come in some kind of a glass container. So cleanliness and to touch with hygiene and where we are in today is kind of second nature to glass. Let me jump very quickly to sustainability. Glass is high in the list of sustainable products. It's an inert material. It's very close to its original low raw material constituents and has a very long life. Nothing bothers it. It can sit there and do its job for many years. It was one of the first materials to be recycled, and the general public is very much aware of it. It can be recycled back to its original intended use, or it can be repurposed for abrasives, for, I don't know, glass wools, colored to add to asphalt, for paving materials, and other things. Of course, yes, producing glass also produces CO2, but it is good to know that glass pays back more than 10 to 1 or tenfold during its useful life. So for every ton of CO2 that is emitted to produce glass that we use in buildings or cars, it will reduce our own everyday CO2 footprint by 10 tons. So it's a 10 to 1 payback. Of course, the industry is doing its best to significantly reduce the environmental footprint, and it is in full support of EU targets of 40% reduction by 2030 and 85% reduction by 2050. Now, let me jump quickly to technology aspect. We've been using many what we call passive features, such as dark tinted glass or for privacy, or UV or IR cut glass for comfort, or thin glazing, as you mentioned, to reduce the weight of vehicles or to simplify framing windows in buildings. Now, those are passive products. Tinted glass will always be tinted glass forever. We also have active features, such as heated glass for windshields to melt the snow or the ice or defog the interior, which nowadays the same technology is being used to create or to produce glass wall radiators for buildings. Another feature is switchable glazing, where, for example, we can change the tint of glass. We can see it in various aircrafts these days and also in vehicles based on the requirements of the user, or we can go from transparent to opaque material to create a certain, let's say, privacy environment. And this is all tailor-made and in control of the user. In addition, as you mentioned, we also have antibacterial coatings, that these are active coatings and are triggered by UV light if and when necessary, and probably it will be for a while required from the industry, I assume.
All right.
Now with the...
Excuse me, can I just interrupt you real quick? I'm sorry.
Sure.
You mentioned aircraft, and I think this is a great buzzword to shift now from street mobility going to air mobility. And Paul, coming back to you, I mean, obviously, hygiene and sustainability has been always something that aircrafts are or Airbus is familiar with. So I was really wondering, with all this development with the pandemic, how do you think these things can play together, and how you as a designer, what kind of development do you envision for materials that on the one hand serve sustainability, but on the other hand also ensure the hygiene aspect?
Yeah, I think for me it's inevitable that these two topics come together, simply because for us at Airbus, these two topics are top priorities. So safety is and always will be a top priority for us. And you can see that today in the context of the Keep Trust in Air travel activities that we've been running, which is a big company-wide initiative where we're working with suppliers and airlines to really catalyze a safe and quick return to the operations and make sure that the people flying, whether it's crew or passengers, feel safe and that they really remain uncompromised, or that their health remains uncompromised. But of course, equally, sustainability is a really big priority for us. And I'd like to think that we've done a lot in terms of having a good track record in reducing noise and emissions. And as you know, we've probably made some quite strong and clear commitments and targets for the future. So this is where materials and in the cabin can really play a big part. So actually, I think there is no trade-off here between the two. I think the two have to work together and will come together and work harmoniously. But as you say, it's a complicated topic, particularly when we start to talk around sustainability. Because actually what we need to think about is that it's not just about the alignment between, say, Airbus and our suppliers and our partners. We have to really think about the whole life cycle of the aircraft, not just the materials during manufacture. We have to think across the whole end-to-end process. And of course, to do that, we use a lot of life cycle assessment tools, which help us really pinpoint and focus where we can really develop new solutions to add value. And here, of course, I think what we found is that there are many win-win situations. So weight reduction, for example, this is where new materials can play a really big part. If we can reduce weight, we can reduce fuel burn. Of course, our customers, the airlines, are happy because it reduces their fuel bill. And we as the flying public hopefully are happy because we get cheaper tickets.
Yeah. When you talk about weight reduction, I mean, it's really interesting. I think looking at Laurent's weight reduction with your interior parts for automobiles, which are also still heavily polymer based. I know you have been implementing a lot of innovative materials and have been able to lower their environmental footprint. So now, from your perspective, how did COVID change maybe your strategic? Or did you try to innovate even further and create synergies between the environmental aspect, the sustainable aspect, and the hygiene aspect, which Paul also mentioned before?
Indeed, we developed during the last 15 years lots of different grades around environmental issues or environmental topics, because this is one of our top priority, as said by Paul just before. This is a real big priority for us. So we developed different portfolio, and especially for injection, but as well for compression, based on CO2 reduction, LCA reduction, so the LCA of the complete life of the vehicle, and based as well on recyclability. So we were using, for that, to achieve this target, we were using sustainable fibers. So in this case, it was hemp fibers. And thanks to optimized design, we were able to save weight. And we were using as well recycled content of the matrix. So at the end, we were able to save between, I would say, 30 to 100% of the CO2 factor. So it was a great step, I would say. And we were able as well to save more than 40% on the complete LCA, so it was really important. So this is a strong dynamic we have for many years, as I said, and this is really, I would say, included in our group ambition, because we want to be CO2 neutral in 2030 for the total perimeter, excluding carriage. So the dynamic is still really there, still very, very active, and today not impacted at all by the current sanitary crisis. And we have strong activity on that. We are still developing solutions, so for sure. We have dedicated team. So sustainability is still one key criteria and key project by Faurecia. In parallel, for sure, we are developing, as we said just before, solutions against viruses, against bacteria, easy to clean solutions, and so on. This is as well a strong priority for standard cars, I would say, but as well for car sharing. And today we are working actively in two directions, and we are able to today to merge these two directions and find common solutions for these both directions. So to answer your questions, I would say that no, we were not impacted by this crisis, and it's a great news for us.
Awesome. This is really great to hear, and I think just to add on to this, I think Oyana, being from a startup and being a producer of these sustainable materials that maybe bigger tier ones will be able to use. Of course, I think everybody has been facing challenges or by this pandemic. But how was this on your? Has there been an impact on interest of your technology? Has it risen? Has it maybe dropped? And do you see also for you a need to specify more on these hygienic requirements that are rising now?
Yeah, so very interesting discussion, and happy to talk about sustainability and materials. Yeah, so we come with a leather-like material, all based on plants, using no plastics. And as you can imagine, this goes in industries all the way from fashion to footwear to interior of cars and mobility. So, of course, big impact on how we've been functioning over these last months, and also big impact on our customers and all the industries that they serve. So maybe in general, I think overall, as you probably are not surprised, big impacts on budgets and resources that we've seen from partners, and a lot of rethinking for us and our customers as well on where do we refocus, what are key priorities. I guess the good news, and you've heard it very clearly from Paul and Laurence today, is that sustainability has still been a key focus. We see brands across all industries really doubling down on their commitments and really focusing on innovation, really forward thinking and really grounded on sustainable materials like Mirum. So this really means even if projects were shut down or canceled, we saw that projects around Mirum to really take more priority and even be more front of mind in terms of how the world post-COVID will look like and the type of challenges that we need to tackle together. So big boost, even more interest and lots of requests and very good dialogue there. I I think, again, we've all reflected. I think we are all more aware of the impact we have on each other and the planet we share. And that's why we need to double down on those efforts.
I think
yes.
That's what you just said. I mean, this sums up perfectly. I think, or this is really encouraging for all of us that all our industry, all the partners from the industry, you guys, all think that sustainability still in crisis or in this pandemic is really a big focus. And I think this is pretty much sums it up, that we all have to still think about the future, and there will be a post-crisis, and that sustainability can just has to continue for the goods of our next generations. And yeah, unfortunately, I could have gone on for, I think, 35, 40 more minutes. Unfortunately, we are at the end already. And I want to thank you all for dialing in, for being here with us. It has been a great discussion, great insights to many different industries. And for all our visitors and spectators, I encourage you to stay online. And with this, I will give back to Danran.
And thank you so much, Johannes, for that amazing conversation. We're now going to hear from 2 more pilot projects. These are all about transparency in the topic of sustainability. So let's roll the tape.
A single car consists of about 30,000 parts if you count every nut, bolt, screw, and bearing. But when purchasing a car, do you know where each gram of material came from or how it was produced? Very likely the answer is no. Until now. Automobiles require a variety of raw materials for their production, including aluminum, glass, iron ore, rubber, petroleum products for plastics, special fibers, and others. But why would we want to know where the parts going into our cars are coming from? Let's hear from Antoine Versteeg, who is an innovation manager at Porsche.
Our objective is to offer exciting premium products, whilst at the same time reduce our environmental impact, and that includes raw materials. In daily practice, this means, for example, we focus on the reduction of carbon footprint across the whole life cycle, from development, sourcing, production, use, and dismantling of our products.
To be able to do this and be able to deliver clarity to their customers and governmental or regulatory organizations, increased transparency across the whole value chain is needed.
We have a large number of suppliers providing parts to our cars. We will need to know more details on these parts and the materials that are being used in these parts. And that might mean we need more information on the production processes deep down the supply chain and statements of recycled content, etc. But above all, we need mutual trust and a combined effort. We are talking here about what often is proprietary information of part producers and material suppliers.
To learn about how this might work in practice, they partnered with Circularize, a supply chain transparency startup from the Netherlands.
With their help, as well as with the help of their partners, we were able to trace for a number of specific cases the plastics from raw material production to the final car.
A Porsche represents a lot more than the final car. It represents craftsmanship and an eye for detail. That includes how it's manufactured, down to the raw materials. And now, with the help of Circularize, car owners are given a glimpse into these details in the palm of their hands. They can see what the car is actually made of, where the parts are coming from, and what impact they have on the environment. All traced and validated on a blockchain-enabled digital infrastructure created by Circularize.
So we created this app basically because we believe the customer deserves to know what's inside the car. And we want the customer to learn about the sustainability of various parts.
On click, they see the certified sustainability information and the digital twin of the material and the amount that was used to build the car.
So the customer really owns the digital twin of the material that's been used. The customer will also know how the material will eventually be recycled and why the material is sustainable.
Users can also review their own behavior in a fun way by collecting sustainability tokens.
Whenever the customer goes to the garage on a regular basis or charges at a charging station that uses sustainable energy, the customer will collect sustainability tokens. And we will create new challenges on a regular basis, so the customer will always find something new and interesting and something that inspires the customer to use the car in the most responsible way.
As Mesbah Sabur, founder of Circularize, is going to explain, getting transparent information from supply chains has inherently always been a challenge.
Not only due to the large amount of suppliers, but also due to a big concern about privacy, confidentiality, and overall trust.
That's why blockchain is offering such a fitting solution to transparency challenges in supply chains.
However, we believe that transparency should not come at the cost of a reduced privacy and confidentiality. That is why we have developed this patent-pending technology to make a statement on a public blockchain, but never reveal or risk any of the underlying sensitive data. And while this works great in a B2B setting, consumers require a distilled version of that. And that is why we're so proud to bring this solution in this pilot with Porsche and some of their pioneering suppliers.
A number of suppliers were involved in this project to realize the final outcome. It started with partnering with pioneering material manufacturers who can deliver sustainably produced materials for the automotive industry. Then, each batch of material gets its own digital version called a digital twin on the blockchain. The digital twin carries all relevant information regarding the batch, such as its environmental footprint and origin. This also offers great advantages to the material manufacturers, as Thomas Nutz from Domo Chemicals explains.
We can only gain by making the supply chain more transparent. By tracking our materials, we will take a major step forward in supporting the automotive industry in its sustainability challenges. In addition to this full traceability of our recycled solutions throughout their life cycle, we are convinced that by extending this loop to new materials, we will even drive the innovation of new solutions to meet the mobility needs of today and tomorrow.
But it's not that easy, as Andreas Gemmes, circular economy strategy and strategic initiative leader at Borealis, is going to explain. Before the batch is actually created on the blockchain, an independent third party needs to approve that the batch and the related claims are verified.
For Borealis, verification is essential in this context. Even with a fully blockchain supply chain, we do want independent auditors of our system. This is how we would like to gain the trust and the confidence of all the members of our value chain. We at Borealis believe we need to pick up the pace with projects like this one as we jointly move towards more circularity.
Once the digital twin has been created, parties in the supply chain can easily access it by scanning a QR code that is printed on the bag. For example, a Tier 1 parts supplier can scan an incoming bag and converts the received digital materials into digital injection molded parts. Important aspects of the manufacturing process are now attached to the updated digital twin, which is now ready to be received by the next party. As elaborated by Burkhard Zimmermann, head of resin, digital transformation, and sustainability at Covestro's polycarbonates unit, this is all happening while preserving everyone's privacy regarding their identity and business relations, and confidentiality concerning the sensitive information regarding materials and processes.
For us, it's really important to share information and being more transparent while maintaining confidentiality. For instance, the material composition is of competitive advantage, so we would never share that openly. Here, Circularize helps us to maintain this confidentiality and only disclose the information needed from raw material producer to recycler, and with that we can close the loop.
The parts are now transported to Porsche, ready to be assembled in a brand new car. Each car gets a digital twin as well, that refers to all the tracked parts and materials. The car's manufacturing history is then ready to be shared with the final customer.
In this project, we have been and are still learning by doing. By actually collaborating with various supply chain partners, we all have skin in the game. We build up trust and explore together the challenges of integrating such multi-party solutions. Our vision is of a future where the automotive industry has embraced circularity and is able to trace materials through the supply chain and the use of the vehicle, and then recollect them at the end of life.
This is the potential to significantly reduce the environmental impact. Circularize enables exactly this and can therefore not only help customers to learn more about their vehicle and its origins, but also help Porsche's engineers to make better decisions for the next generations of vehicles and support end-of-life recycling approaches.
In summary, we believe in a future where sustainability information is collaboratively made available, visible and traceable, helping us all to reach our sustainability goals.
The supply chain of a typical manufacturing company creates more than 80% of the total greenhouse gas emissions resulting from production. Although manufacturers are well aware of this, managing carbon emissions of upstream suppliers is difficult due to limited information on the complex underlying material flows. As you can only manage what you can measure, tackling the emissions challenge adequately will require calculating and minimizing the carbon footprint of products throughout the supply chains of manufacturers. With its commitment to producing cars with a low carbon footprint, Porsche and the whole Volkswagen Group set out to do just that by leveraging breakthrough technologies and strong partnerships along its value chain.
Decarbonization is one of our main sustainability goals at Porsche and the whole VW Group. In order to systematically reduce our CO2 emissions, we are focusing on the whole value chain.
This is Aigerim from Porsche. Together with her colleague Michael, Ian from Motherson Innovations team, and Andreas, polymer chemist at BASF, they realized a joint project in order to get closer to everyone's goal, the reduction of CO2 emissions.
Our goal is a transparent transmission of real CO2 data along the supplier chain.
Facing the challenge that our cars are assembled from thousands of components, each having a different manufacturing history, process, location, raw materials, we are looking for tools which enable us to exchange data in a more standardized and efficient way.
In order to create the whole picture, the involvement of every player in a car's value chain is inevitable. This means complexity and a large amount of data which has to be processed.
To fulfill our customers' needs for transparency, we need a scalable solution on how to transfer a big amount of information along the value chain.
Not only does the material supplier have to be included, but also the Tier 1, who manufactures the raw material into an actual car part.
Motherson's role in this is that of the converter. We take the base polymer from BASF. We then use injection molding processes, finishing processes, painting, sub-assembly, and then final overall unit assembly before we convey that part to the Porsche facility where they assemble it into the final car.
To calculate the carbon footprint of a single car part, multiple variables have to be taken into account.
The product carbon footprint is actually influenced by the design, by the choice of material, by the processing, and by the logistics. So you have to look at the entire length of the supply chain.
From the raw material to the finished product, the value chain of car parts is complex, involves many parties, and can often lack transparency.
All data is requested by email. Everybody is using customized Excel files to do the calculation and then transmits the results to the next partner in the value chain by email.
Unstructured processes and solutions that are not scalable are the biggest hurdle in calculating product carbon footprint today. And this is where Circular Tree comes in.
My name is Gunther Walden. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Circular Tree. At Circular Tree, we want to make it simpler and safer for organizations to tackle their responsibilities along the supply chain.
In order to see the real carbon footprint of parts and materials, a scalable and secure solution is needed. Optimally, it should include all participants along the value chain and should be able to connect to Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, systems. Circular Tree's solution, Carbon Block. It enables companies to measure and manage the upstream carbon footprints of parts using smart contracts.
We use blockchain technology to ensure that legitimate information can be shared, while critical information and intellectual property can be maintained confidential.
And the process for their customers is pretty straightforward. Let's suppose you want to track and share the exact carbon footprint of a Porsche 911 bumper. The first step is to retrieve all relevant information about the bumper from the respective suppliers. Suppliers transmit this information by using a template that Circular Tree provides. But as not all of this information is intended to be shared, non-confidential product carbon footprint information is automatically generated and exported by the Carbon Block technology. The shareable PDF export of the data can then be added and recorded securely in the blockchain. In case of an audit, an automatically generated hash enables it to search and identify the original source document that was used for creating the carbon footprint information. The product carbon footprint of the Porsche 911 bumper can now be downloaded and shared. Circular Tree's technology has actually already been used. Carbon Block calculated the product carbon footprint for a car module from an existing Porsche produced by Motherson.
The solution really comes into two parts. The first is to have a consistent methodology about how you approach calculating your carbon footprint. What's included, what isn't, how you go about assessing the impact. Once you've done that, you then need to actually also have a common approach to how you communicate that information up and down the supply chain, which gives each party involved in that the trust and confidence that it's correct.
So in 3 months, a proof of concepts for a blockchain-based solution was built by Circular Tree, representing the value chain for an automotive part.
Circular Tree's technology then calculated the product carbon footprint as part of the proof of concept.
Based on these calculations, we are able to identify the CO2 hotspots in the supply chain and validate our mostly generic data together with our suppliers.
A CO2 reduction on our vehicle components can only work with our suppliers.
The challenge: finding the right balance between transparency and maintaining competitive advantages while protecting intellectual property. Circular Tree's technology offers every player in the value chain the opportunity to make use of one common tool, which can be integrated in the existing IT landscape and be scaled easily.
So we have now a better understanding what the end customer is needing, and we are also able to connect digitally with the end customers of parts made of our materials.
Although blockchain and smart contracts are only one possible solution to automatically exchange data and calculate product carbon footprints, the reasons to consider it as a potential solution can be summarized simply.
Blockchain increases trust in the system since data is immutable and every company maintains ownership about their critical information.
The project shows that CO2 reduction is possible if everybody is pulling in the same direction. Collaboration is key. Martina, responsible for sustainability strategy at iPoint Group, sums it up perfectly.
Listen to each other to learn what are the important issues of every partner, and then find a consensus. Get to a standardized approach on how to share data, and then just do it.
The more partners are involved, the more data can be taken into account and a more detailed calculation can be realized. Andreas has a clear vision.
We would like to share and discuss the digital CO2 tracking solution with the automotive ecosystem, and we are looking forward to validate the tool with more material suppliers, tiers, and OEMs.
What's really important at the end of the day is to get a true picture of the environmental impact of what you're doing.
And that can build trust all the way through a supply chain and ultimately to the end user that the figures that they're looking at are a true reflection of reality.
We're going to be switching tracks a little bit in our next tech deep dive, and to help me with that, we've got Maika. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
So Maika, what is it that you do at Mercedes?
Actually at Mercedes, I'm in the open innovation team and working for Startup AUTOBAHN, supporting our business units in their pilot projects.
Now I know you've been working with the startups, which means you love Startup AUTOBAHN.
Yes.
What do you love about our platform?
Actually, what I really like is, since I'm working on the pilot projects and supporting our business unit on that, I love to see real projects between the business units and the startups, and of course, in the most times, ending up in real and long-term collaborations.
We've covered a lot of topics so far.
Mm-hmm.
What's this next tech deep dive in?
Actually, we are talking about future of production and advanced manufacturing.
Can I ask you what your personal opinion is on it?
Yeah, actually, I think the future of production will be digital, green, and flexible. Meaning digital, the whole value chain will be digital, and physical and digital processes will be completely intertwined. And then, of course, flexible. We have to be agile and adapt on external circumstances and, of course, the customer needs. And, of course, sustainability, one of the most important topics, also for us at Mercedes with the Ambition 2039.
Amazing. Maika, could you please tell our audience what they can expect over the next little while?
Yeah, actually I can do that. So in the next slot, we will have 4 amazing pilot projects between Nex Machina and Daimler, Inspecto and Madison. Furthermore, we have Webasto with the startup Noiseless Acoustics and Vifarian with the company Murata. Afterwards, we have a nice panel with our experts about the rise of smart factory. And then afterwards, we have another pilot session on big data.
Finding yourself in a situation without any cell reception is always unpleasant and discomforting. The reason for it can differ. Most of the time an insufficient coverage is the reason, but also thick concrete or steel walls can limit reception. Generally, this is not a big issue. The reception is back once the phone is moved to an area without any obstructions. Inside industrial buildings, this is not always possible due to their style of construction. In order to transmit data, a lot of wires need to be installed. A solution which is expensive, prone to error, and requires extensive amounts of maintenance. But with this solution, the maintenance engineering team of the Daimler Vans production facility in Vitoria, Spain was not satisfied. One of the leads of this collaboration is Juanjo Vitoria. He works as a maintenance engineer in the facility management team in Vitoria. The factory is Daimler's second largest van plant in the world and the global lead plant for the production of mid-size vans.
My name is Juanjo Vitoria. I work as a maintenance engineer, mechanic engineer. We want to reduce the cost in installation and maintenance. It's very important for us. One part of our job is reduce the cost and the energy and doing the best way with less cost.
It is well known that industrial production facilities consume large amounts of energy. These resources are tracked using different types of meters. Several hundred of these devices are located within the buildings.
We have 1,300 meters inside the building and they record energy consumed. Then each one of them are wired to our control system and this is very expensive for us.
To get rid of the kilometers of wires that connect each meter to the central control system, the team around Juanjo was looking for a wireless IoT solution that was hands-on, easy to install, and low in maintenance. When looking for a way to implement this, they came across the startup Next Machina.
After several interviews with another IoT service companies, we decided on Next Machina, first by proximity. They are from Bilbao, it's very close to here in Vitoria. And the second one was because their product was tailored to our needs.
Next Machina is a startup from northern Spain that is specialized in helping companies to achieve the potential of IoT in their sector. Silvia Montoya is a technical lead of the startup.
Mi nombre es Silvia Montoya y soy responsable técnico de Next Machina. Next Machina es Internet de las Cosas, IoT, y tecnologías inalámbricas. Nos dedicamos a dar servicios relacionados con la tecnología inalámbrica, ¿no? Tenemos lo que se llama un llave en mano, ¿no? Desde el despliegue de redes, si es necesario, la instalación de sensores, hasta la recolección de datos y la monitorización de los mismos. El problema de Daimler era la instalación y mantenimiento de contadores de fluidos, ¿no? Esta instalación suele ser compleja y cara por el cableado, por las dimensiones de la planta.
Next Machina tackled the request in 3 phases. Beginning with installing a factory-wide wireless network based on LoRaWAN technology. LoRa stands for long range, and WAN means wide area network. It is a technology specifically designed for IoT that allows devices to communicate with internet-connected applications up to 1 kilometer apart inside of the buildings. It is a standardized and inexpensive technology that's already established in the industry. After setting up the necessary network environment, Next Machina installed the sensors that monitor the meters.
Nosotros instalamos una red de tipo LoRa y comprobamos que la cobertura de la planta de la fábrica era idónea. La segunda parte fue instalar los sensores que iban a monitorizar esos contadores, ¿no? Porque ellos necesitan datos. Luego dimos altas los servidores que recogen esos datos y que luego se muestran a través de la plataforma web y de una aplicación móvil, ¿no? Esa es, digamos, las 3 fases del proyecto.
Introducing the desktop and mobile dashboard application marked the last step in this proof of concept, which has been completed this summer. As a result, the facility management team noticed that with the help of Next Machina and the LoRaWAN technology, they were able to drop the maintenance costs significantly.
We hope with this project to reduce about 50% of the cost in installation and maintenance. The next step will be make it as a factory standard. We want to implement in all the factories in the world. The Mercedes, yeah.
Over the last decade, automation in manufacturing has been transforming shop floors and production processes across industries. Sound, a vibration that propagates as an acoustic wave through a transmission medium such as a gas, liquid, or solid. Since the beginning of mankind, sounds have been an important part of communication between people. Sounds enable us to express and trigger emotions in a way that hardly any other medium can. The frequency range audible to the human ear ranges between 20 Hz and 20 kHz. However, noiseless acoustic frequencies provide information which, with the right technology, can create new, unlimited fields of application.
Hi, I'm Magnus, Head of Advanced Engineering in the Convertibles Business Unit at Webasto. Together with my department, we are designing and developing convertible roof systems.
At Webasto, the quality of the product is of great priority in development and production. In order to guarantee safety for people and the environment, convertible roofs are subjected to more than 16,000 test cycles during the development phase.
These tests can take up to 3 months, 24/7. Of course, in this case, 100% manual supervision is not effective or not even economically viable.
At the same time, it must be ensured that even the smallest deviation is detected and subsequently analyzed in detail to be able to identify the beginning of a failure chain. With such complex mechanical systems, consisting of several hundred individual components, a defective part can have devastating consequences for the functionality of the final product.
We found sound to be promising to monitor and also detect possible failures. And therefore, we collaborated with Noiseless Acoustics in this pilot project.
The efficiency and comprehensibility of the technology were decisive factors in particular.
Hello, my name is Kai. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Noiseless Acoustics. We provide maintenance solutions to our customers that are based on sound.
Noiseless Acoustics is a Finnish company specialized in the analysis of sound waves and transforming sound into valuable information.
We have high-tech solutions, such as, for example, the NL camera, which is used by our customers throughout the world to locate problems in power grids.
By listening, analyzing, and ultimately understanding what different sounds mean, they are able to predict and pinpoint possible problems and issues.
During this pilot project, we integrated the Noiseless Acoustic Sense module in our testing fixture, where the convertible system is integrated.
Webasto's engineers therefore placed precision microphones at critical points on the convertible roof, which send sound waves to the NL Sense processor. During the endurance test in the sound chamber, the sounds of the system are constantly recorded. The gained data is processed in the cloud in real time using Noiseless proprietary AI.
So what these algorithms do is that they basically first learn what the typical sound of an asset is. So in this case, that would mean what is the typical sound that the cycle makes.
With the trained models, the AI is now able to detect creeping errors due to slightly changed operating noises. The cooperation between Webasto and Noiseless has shown that the use of sound in monitoring physical test benches leads to reliable results. This includes failure detection, but also the prediction of failures before they become visible in the test object. The final test report outlined the correlation of incidents and predictions derived from the measured data and the hardware. The feasibility of the method is proven. The next step is to refine the models through further investigations.
Noiseless acoustic system will help us to improve our testing and gives us the capabilities for failure prevention and detection, and will ensure the quality of our products in the future.
Wireless charging is not a new technology. Not at all. Already in 1888, Nikola Tesla patented the principle of wireless transfer of electrical energy, and two guys from Paris designed a transformer system for electric railways some years after. Now, 130 years later, the technology found adoption and probably made it into your latest smartphone. It is convenient, isn't it? But not exactly a game changer, wouldn't you agree? Well, There are two companies that think it is a game changer, just not for phones, but for autonomous guided vehicles, so-called AGVs, industrial trucks such as forklifts, collaborative robots or cobots, autonomous boats, yes, that will be a thing, and many more. But why is that a game changer? Because wireless charging done right eliminates idle charging breaks. A fancy robot can only theoretically work 24/7 because the charging issue has not been solved yet. So let's learn more about how Murata and Wifarian unleash the full potential of industrial e-vehicles and enabling the electrified economy. Before we get started, let's say hi to our protagonists, Alexander and Florian.
My name is Florian Reiners. I'm co-founder and CEO of Wifarian. We are located in the south of Germany in beautiful Freiburg.
My name is Alexander Schmold, and I work for a corporation called Murata.
When both met for the first time at a Startup Autobahn event in 2017, Alexander was explaining the challenges Murata was facing to Florian, who's the CEO at Wifarian.
And I just had to pitch 10 seconds about what we are doing, and it was clear this is a match. And from there on, it was quite straightforward. So we had a couple of meetings, and it became obvious that we can profit from each other. So it was a clear win-win situation.
So what was the challenge Alexander described to Florian back then?
We are using more and more robots and AGVs in our factory, but we also want them to run and be operated all the time. So not to park 4 hours or 8 hours just for recharging the batteries. So we have been looking for technology that enables us to increase the efficiency of the robots and autonomous guided vehicles in our factories drastically.
It seems to be quite a simple task to supply robots with energy. In reality, however, it's quite complex, and the energy system significantly defines the process efficiency. Currently, there are two prevalent approaches to AGV charging in the industry.
One approach is to just have an old school battery within your robot and have a wired charger. So basically what you do is you have your robot, it performs fully automated task, and then you need to put the robot out of the process and basically need to plug the robot to a wall.
The second charging approach works via metal contacts. This approach is unfavorable due to wear and tear, the lack of real-time data, and the lack of status updates of the whole vehicle. So there is clearly lots to improve, but Wifarian's technology alone would not have been enough.
So when we made the decision to use wireless charging in our robot, we also knew we need a special kind of battery, batteries that can be recharged many, many times. So ideally 10,000 cycles without touching them.
It became obvious quite early that we don't have a complete solution.
Wifarian's wireless charging technology needed a suitable battery technology to bundle it up and propose it as a solution to the customers. Therefore, the two teams joined forces.
Murata delivers lithium iron phosphate batteries to Wifarian. Wifarian creates a wireless charging system, including batteries out of that, and ships this solution to their customers.
And that is what makes this project extraordinary. Murata and Wifarian did not only conduct a successful POC, they did not only improve their own productivity by reducing the fleet size of Murata's factory robots by 20%, they went much further. They developed a full-service solution, which they offered to other companies around the world.
We're talking about not yet 100, but close to 100 customers all over Europe, we can say, including Murata, also all over the world right now.
Within Murata's factories, both companies have proven how efficient and reliable the Wifarian ETA Link 3000 wireless charging system is and how well it works with Murata's flexible LFP battery modules, and that are adaptable to multiple types of vehicles and structural forms. Combined with Wifarian's impressive wireless charging capabilities, in-process charging has finally become a reality. Murata can offer 24-volt and 48-volt batteries and a capacity ranging from 0.5 kilowatt-hours up to more than 12 kilowatt-hours. The batteries can handle Wifarian's charging current of 60 ampere and 3 kilowatt. But there is even more.
So with our ETA-Link technology, we are able to reach efficiencies as high as 93%. So this is comparable to best-in-class wire chargers. So there's no disadvantages in going to wireless charging.
In the past, The low efficiency of electrical energy transmission was a major showstopper for wireless charging. Wifarion, however, has overcome this issue and patented their solution. Another major use of Wifarion's technology is not very obvious, but it's quite relevant for the process.
It's what we call interoperability. So we can use the same charger infrastructure to charge a huge variety of different battery types with different voltage levels and different battery capacities.
So we've got so much positive feedback from the customers. The system is working better than we expected. Now we want to challenge and go into new areas. For instance, we're working now also together in a project called Rowboat in Amsterdam. That is a fully autonomous boat equipped with lithium-ion batteries and charged with this charging system of Wifarion. Then, of course, agricultural industry is a big area where we see more and more automation. Mining industry, so many other places where electrification is now taking place.
And with that, also the charging process needs to change to a wireless solution. The Wifarion Murata team clearly believes that wireless charging can be a game changer in many industries. And as the 140th anniversary of Nikola Tesla's patent is just a couple of years out, it will be very interesting to see how our drones, robots, boats, and cars will be charged by then.
Thank you, Dan Rand, for this really nice introduction. I hope you're fascinated by the pilot videos before this panel discussion, and there will be some more after this panel discussion. And now you can lay back and listen to what we're talking about, because we have a really big and great issue in front of us. The fate of the global supply chain, and in essence as well, the fate of globalization as we know it. Well, the pandemic, as you already know, laid bare the vulnerabilities. But of course, the problem will not end with a vaccine, because just thinking of the power game between the US and China, or thinking of increasing a risk of climate change globally, we'll see really mounting risks. And the question is how to deal with that. And one proposition is, of course, the smart factory. Can a smart factory relocalize manufacturing and production? Can it solve the problem of the global supply chain? And in the end, of course, will it end, put it that way, will it end the globalization as we know it? And I have three great minds discussing with me over here, great leading experts in this field. There's first Valerie Asmus. Welcome, Valerie, from Manager MBC, from Strategy for Digital Initiatives from Mercedes-Benz. Again, as such, he's an expert in Industry 4.0, smart factory and supply chain. He also coordinated the big data and artificial intelligence activities at Mercedes-Benz. So very much expert on the digital side. Max Ennopraft is the leading expert for automotive supplies at Microsoft Germany. His responsibilities include solutions for Industry 4.0 as well, and intelligent supply chain, so an expert and very fitting as well. Before joining Microsoft in 2019, he worked as a member of the executive board of a German automotive aftermarket company, so distributing spare parts for cars, for example, so he has deep knowledge in the manufacturing side. As well, and last but not least, Lisa Smith. She's co-founder and managing director of Prewave. And if you want to know what risks your company will face in the next days and next weeks, maybe you should ask her, because she analyzes with her startup social media, tweet, posts, and news outlets for upcoming risks like pollution, like social unrest, political unrest. Well, get to her, ask her what's coming in the next few days. And I would like to start with Lisa with a question, her take on the global risk situation. Is it appropriate, or is the impression right that we are getting into a time where there's more unrest globally, where companies have to face more risks than they have in the last 10, 20 years?
Yes, hello, hi. I'm really excited to be here, and thanks for the question and this interesting topic. And yes, I mean, certainly, obviously, in the last months, we have seen a lot more risks. Basically, we've monitored a lot more risks than in the time before, and we anticipate that or also for the next months, but also years. I mean, obviously, the time in the corona showed also a lot of more other types of risks. It's not only about the amount, but also new types of risks that companies face. If we think about shutdowns of companies because of infected employees, borders that are closed, and so on. These types of risks, these were things we in the previous years we didn't really have on the radar because it was just not a big deal, let's say. But these are coming up, of course, now, and for the next months we anticipate a continuation here. But also the consequences, of course, of the corona crisis is something that we anticipate for the next months. We have profit warnings, mass layoffs, but also shutdowns of suppliers. If we're now thinking about the automotive industry, this is, of course, let's say, a risk that we anticipate. Thinking longer term in the future, the ones you mentioned, climate change and all the consequences that come from it, social unrest, these are definitely risks that companies need to have on the radar. So we certainly believe that this topic gained in priority in the companies.
Is doing risk prediction, right? So how far in advance can you warn companies of a certain risk? Is there any time frame, week, month, years, even?
Yeah, so that really depends on the event type. So we are monitoring more than 100 different event types. One would be, for example, social unrest, strikes, demonstrations. These are typically, we can warn companies typically days to weeks in advance. There are others which are really long-term, like site closures and so on, that we can anticipate also several months before. But then there are others that you can really just monitor in real time, like fires, explosions, things like that. These are things we can't predict, but still there is a difference on that this happens somewhere in a factory, maybe in Bulgaria or in Asia. And the time it takes until somebody who needs to know it here in Europe or in the US knows it, it can take days or weeks. And this is basically here with the digitalization, we can basically establish a direct link such that you know it in the moment that it happens.
Yeah, Max, so knowing it in advance, even weeks in advance, is helpful, but it might not solve the fundamental problem of how to deal with that. I mean, finding new suppliers is not very easy. Is it really a possibility to reshore production capacities of supply chain, and is a smart factory really can play a part in this reshoring activity? So, well, renationalization, for example.
Yeah, I think like the reasons for a smart factory in the first place, I mean, before COVID-19, they were coming from a different perspective. I mean, overall, first you have to say that typical management appearances like Lean, Six Sigma, that doesn't really work as well to predict these kind of happenings. And the second thing is that all companies are looking at efficiencies. They were looking at it before and they are looking at it now. So the thing is, IIoT can help gain efficiencies, but you need to make use cases and OEE improvements out of that. When it comes to this global, like Lisa just mentioned, to all this global pandemic or something like a worker strike and social unrest, I mean, this is something you need to predict in the future because it can cut off supply chains. So in general, I mean, first there's three things why you would do it, like a smart factory, especially compared and to what Lisa just said. So first you want to increase transparency in the supply chain because that helps you make predictions. And then you get customer insights into customer demand. And the third point is like what I just mentioned before, the manufacturing agility. That is what you have to take a look at. And tech can be an enabler for that. Even the shortage of workers, because maybe they're infected, maybe there's a strike, maybe there's social unrest. And if you're fully paper-based, let's say, in a very old way, then you're just really helpless in this kind of situation.
Valerie, I mean, Daimler just opened the Factory 56 in Sindelfingen, which is heavily digitized. So maybe you could give us a dose of reality of how these factories can really solve these problems. Is that a real hope, or is it just more of a vision might happening in the future, not built into the smart factory concept right
Okay, the answer can be very long or very short. We will most modern technologies in the factory. As many systems as possible are IoT connected, and data is monitored in order to identify anomalies as quickly as possible. We always prefer paper-based digital models. We have assistance systems which enable us to bring the best quality in the despite in the increasing complexity of the products.
So, but can this help in managing the supply chain or reacting to risks? Well, Lisa, for example, mentioned the worker strikes. Well, just a factory breaks down and you don't have any supplier anymore. So, is there a strategy in relocalizing these supply chains, or did you say, well, it's not working? That's not the idea of the smart factory. The idea is what Max said, it's just efficiency and of course cost reduction.
This is also a part from the smart factory where supply chain must be also networked, and we have a lot of points which we look every time, and we work together with partners, with suppliers, which can help us to say the supply chain is stable or not.
Okay. Yeah, because because if I'm sounding a little bit skeptical, because I was trying to make one point. Max mentioned that smart factory was most about cost efficient, but there's another part of the reason of outsourcing, of course, is that you just can't produce the parts you need by yourself. You don't have the knowledge to produce them, so it doesn't help. Maybe it doesn't help to localize them because, well, you're just not able to produce them, Max. How do you deal with the second part of this global supply chain issue? Just having specialized suppliers.
I think so. It depends on the industry you're looking at, because there, like I mentioned before, the IoT part of the smart factory. That's I think that's a topic that's been discussed for years. And the cost of technology is decreasing, the cost of cloud computing is decreasing, so it gets more tangible and more feasible. And the question before was, so we had growing markets in China, and we had, so the number of cars produced each year, it was nearing the 100 million mark. The thing is, with the COVID-19, now or some producers actually had a problem. So they had the market, let's say China, that wanted cars, but it wasn't possible because some parts were missing in other parts of the world. So, I mean, that's where we're talking about centralization, decentralization. And the answer for that, I think it hasn't been found. There's a lot of new technologies that maybe would make you able to produce, let's say, C parts for yourself, which you normally would buy from somewhere. But they have to be, you cannot just 3D print them and put them in your car, because you are, in the end, if there's an accident, you would want this part, to be secure. So that's the second part, and that's the second part where we are in a discussion at the moment, because the pandemic, and we're talking a lot about the pandemic. I wanted to start like I did with in general smart factory capabilities, but the pandemic really was speeding this whole development. It was speeding it up, because what you just asked, that is exactly the question or the situation where we're standing now. A car consists of, I think it's over 30,000 different parts, at least main parts. And I don't think it's the ambition of an OEM to produce them all on their own for every facility where they produce cars. So I think that we're in a struggle at this moment, what to do next, because the technology is evolving. Once you have a smart factory, you could build a next hall to it and say, okay, this C part or this part we're going to try to produce on ourselves, on our own. But I think that's very difficult, and I don't really have a clear answer or, let's say, forecast for that.
Yeah. Well, Lisa, when you listen to what Max said, or listen to Valerie, what Valerie was saying, what is your vision of integration of your service into their business? So how should that work to coming from the warning to, well, the change in the supply chain or filling the gaps in the supply chain? How does this process work in your opinion?
Yeah, so let's say we don't believe in that localizing is or centralizing is essentially the solution, but it's, I mean, it can be part of the solution, but we rather believe in, basically managing the global supply chain better. I mean, there's still a lot of potential to make the processes better. Like there is hardly, any industry where there's really transparency and visibility throughout several tiers of the supply chain. And so really knowing like how does the supply chain actually look like. So this is the basis. And then, the next step on what is actually happening in those supply chains. And then combining this, like where are my parts and what is happening at the same time? And then if you come to the next step on, okay, what if something happens? How do you resolve it? What you mentioned before. This is then another challenge. But all of these things, there is still a lot of potential, let's say, for improvement through digitalization and also improvement of communication throughout the several tiers of the supply chain. But let's say I rather think that we should work on that, like making global supply chains more stable and resilient, rather than really getting them back on a local place, because that would really mean everyone has to produce everything, and that, like, especially coming with. I see that with C parts, there is a potential that you can produce them yourself, but once you come to like parts that need more technology, it just makes sense to specialize. So, and once you have specialization, then it's really hard to centralize completely. So I guess it's not this or that, but somewhere in the middle probably is the solution. But let's say we are more focusing towards this, let's make global supply chains better, in a way, better manageable.
Yeah, Valerie, does Daimler use something like pre-wave? It doesn't have to be pre-wave, but some kind of service for risk prediction and managing these problems.
Of course, the services are currently more in focus. A few years ago, I first heard that we were developing one for the reverse technology internally. But at this era, is it even the others? It is essential that such services are sourced from providers and not everything is developed in-house. I think that is the increasing interconnectedness of the world. Will enable great progress in this area in the coming years.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to put out one last question. We talked a lot about manufacturing, so kind of hardware, but I think there's another issue to this, that is software, cloud servers, IT infrastructure. Max, you're working at Microsoft. Shouldn't be, or well, it is part of the discussion right now to build a European cloud system to make one separated from the US or from China. Is it, in your opinion, necessary that Europe does this, or, well, would it work without? Or is it a hassle and it costs a lot of money, which, well, will never end up profitable?
Well, Robert, you want to ask me all the difficult questions, but let me first, Lisa, what you said, because I think like we are having a situation where we're having a lot of OEMs and a lot of suppliers around the world. And I think what you just described, I think that should be the first mission, to really have a look at the global supply chain, how it is now. And then you want to have, digital factories connected to suppliers. If they start sharing bidirectionally the information with the OEMs, and the OEMs share about raw materials, work in progress, finished goods, capacities, commodities built, then if this gets connected together, we would have a lot of improvement. I mean, the thing is, we're not at the state now, at least for most of the companies, I would say. So a platform, for example, where they could exchange this data and where they could gain from each other, that would gain a lot of efficiencies. And then we're coming like to your question, I think, Robert, what this platform, or where should this data be? If let's say a supplier and an OEM, they share the data about their progress, then, I mean, you would have an indicator if something is wrong early, and that is all to be defined, like how developed or how sophisticated that system would look like. But yeah, I mean, there's this Gaia X. I can honestly say I'm not the most expert about it, because that's really not my industry solution topic. But I would say, and this is what I understand, like Microsoft, we are very much welcoming the fact that there's a federal government movement to ensure long-term competitiveness of German and European industry. And of course, they want sovereignty. But the thing is, I think from a perspective of a user, I would say. So an OEM, a supplier, it has to be the highest standards of power, of actual usage for this. platform or whatever it is, because I'm really not too deep in the topic. But from what I understood, I think a few months ago, our CEO was in talks, and we all already reached out. We would contribute, but not would, we are contributing, I think. It's all behind the scenes, I guess. But we're not close to this approach. We understand where they're coming from, but we're a hyperscaler. So basically, I think we are what they want to do or where they come from. And we're willing to contribute. We've got guiding principles. Microsoft really cares about security. We care about guiding principles, how to work with clients. We're TSAX compliant. We've got a lot of security offerings. So I think that should work together or could work together in whatever way needs to be discussed and found out, I think.
Yeah, great. Well, unfortunately, we ran out of time, but Microsoft is not only behind the scenes, but pretty officially approaching Gaia X and want to work together with that. So that's great. Well, thank you to you all. Sorry we had this short discussion. I would love to discuss it a bit longer. Well, stay healthy, and let's hope we'll at least be so globalized working together that we find a way out of the pandemic, because, well, I would like to see you in person next time we'll meet. And now I wish you great, fascinating hours in this Startup Expo Day, and I'm handing it back to our studio. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In 1776, Scottish economist Adam Smith explained the division of labor for efficient production, arguing that if each worker produced one component, rather than complete an entire product from start to finish, this would drastically increase efficiency. Cut to the 19th century. Henry Ford's assembly line, the Industrial Revolution, you get the picture. The speed of 21st century breakthroughs has no historical precedent. Compared to the industrial revolutions of the past, the Fourth Industrial Revolution is evolving at an exponential rather than a linear pace, disrupting almost every industry around the world. While the rate at which industry is evolving is not slowing down, the question is not will technology and society continue to speed ahead, but how can industry, infrastructure, and processes keep up? Meet Dr. Oliver Geisel, Manager, Digital Transformation Production Planning, Mercedes-Benz AG.
As you might know, our current environment for the automotive industry is quite challenging and volatile. So there are two major things that we have to be aware of, or that is asked from our side as production planning.
Firstly, is to handle large sets of production scenarios, to plan, identify, and hedge out what scenario will be sustainable for the future. Secondly, if there is a target scenario, then to realize it within a short period of time. This requires digital planning processes and flexible IT solutions to adapt processes frequently within strict time limits.
In our IT landscape, we have standard software, monolithic systems, and we have individual program systems, and both are very slow if you want to adapt them.
Bernd Ludemann-Ravit is the manager of the IT Digital Factory at Mercedes-Benz AG and responsible for implementing requirements received from production planning.
Adapt them. Either if you go from the software vendor, from the big software vendors, it's not easy to change them or get a new requirement. And on the other hand, with the individually programmed system, you have a lot of test effort and so on.
When we were facing this challenge, we thought of develop our own system because there was no perfect system that fit to our need on the market.
They found a lot of monolithical systems, but they needed something else. So they started to develop something on their own.
But we came to the point where we realized that's not the right way to do it because, of course, it's quite cost intense and also needs a lot of capacity, and you're not able to keep the same speed like the market. We want to have the newest technology available. So we came to the point where we realized we need some sort of framework that we can base on and modify it, configure it for our needs.
This is a recurring theme affecting industry players around the world. And this is where innovation must come into the picture. Meet Alexander von Klein, co-founder and managing director of Ascon Systems.
I'm a mechanical engineer and work in the software business now for many years.
With a context-based approach to digital transformation, operating in real time, Ascon Systems closes the gap between product lifecycle management and the real production world.
We develop software and software for production and production planning. I mean, everybody is talking about autonomous and self-driving cars, but we in industry are talking about autonomous production and production planning.
The challenge is the ever-changing conditions.
The problem is, how should that ever work if it is not possible to make new planning scenarios and a reconfiguration of the complete production by a few mouse clicks? And that's the question. And here we are. That's our mission.
Ascon is currently working together with the IT and production planning business units at Daimler.
We had an individual process that we had to implement with individual programming, and we had a project that took several months, almost years, and we didn't get it productive. And then we met Ascon and they told me that they will implement it in a few months. I didn't believe. So we started a proof of concept and they made a prototype within several weeks.
One of the identified problems is that common IT systems are oftentimes too rigid. How is it possible to gain speed, find a better match, and achieve high flexibility in the production planning processes?
We have a software solution. So with our software solution kit, we call digital twin solution, you can build up very quickly applications and bring them into interconnection. And that's something very unique, because normally you try to build up a problem or a software solution in one system. And we go the other way around. So instead of making one software, we make different applications.
Ascon Software Framework allows users to easily adapt the workflow.
We can build single apps that interact to each other, and it's web-based, and that offers us the possibility to either work together within Daimler, much better collaboration, or also with our production suppliers.
Together, they have successfully implemented one of the applications and have plans to roll out additional production planning applications over the next months.
We interlink them, and then we can also bring the machines into that kind of communications.
Application machines are thereby communicating with each other, forming the digital baseline for future automation. One of the key advantages is speed.
We are way faster because in the past we had a set of planning sequences, one after the other, and they are not fully connected. So we had some paper processes in between. For example, if you need an approval and you have a paper process and you're working international with all plants worldwide, you can imagine what happens if everybody prints his paper and tries to get the signatures done there and the approval back, and you try to keep the overview there.
Now they have a fully digital process in place. Implementing the new solution has helped to speed up the process by roughly 50%.
It's all online and in real time, and so everybody has access to the newest information and to the same information.
I think there's the vision of the digital twin all over the industry at the moment, and I think it's necessary that this digital twin is not done with additional effort. It has to be a product out of the planning process, the production planning process, and that's what's the challenge that we want to get within Daimler's.
In the 1920s, as the mass production of cars started gaining popularity, manufacturing data was low in volume, variety, and complexity. The most crucial information at that time was the availability of inventory and workers to complete a given amount of orders. Today, this has changed. Modern manufacturing means having many different machines, robots, sensors, computers, and workers operating simultaneously. And all of them are generating a tremendous amount of data that needs to be collected, stored, managed, and ultimately analyzed to gain insights. Adopting effective data-driven strategies is a crucial resource for companies to maintain competitive in volatile global markets. However, there are several problems when it comes to implementing a holistic data management system. Key problems include: historically grown data structures are not unified. Data that is difficult to interpret as it is too cryptic. Limited access to data. Available tools are inflexible and require deep knowledge in data handling and statistics. Among manufacturers, only 5.5% of the available database is used for process optimization, applying data analytics. The enhancement of databases in order to achieve a higher quality level and amount of data is considered as a great challenge. A challenge which the production planning department of the brand new Daimler Factory 56 in Sindelfingen was more than willing to take. One of the brains behind the project with Dattenberg is Christian Hess. As part of the production planning department, he is working towards a fully digital assistant for assembly data within the new factory.
Hello, my name is Christian. I'm from production planning. We plan all assemblies worldwide. And the latest is the Factory 56 in Sindelfingen, where I'm playing the role as a data analyst and I'm setting up dashboards for IoT and artificial intelligence.
Next to Christian, Jörg Forsmeyer is also involved in the project. As part of the Mercedes-Benz Strategy Operations Department, he is permanently looking for new technologies and he knows what the requirements for the future of production are.
So we have a lot of data in the factory, and therefore we're looking for all kinds of tools who are having a kind of a analytics approach and an AI approach to help our employees to building better products.
Mercedes-Benz has revealed the high-tech production facility where the new generation of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class will drive off the production line. Later, the Mercedes-Maybach S-Class and the EQS, the first all-electric member of the new S-Class family, will also be produced on the same line.
In this special case, we were looking at a company who has experience with data. On the other side, we looked for a company who are very experienced about process data. It's important that we have fast execution on projects, very speedy, because the startup can offer us a special product, and there we have the chance in 100 days to implement it in the company and have kind of a feeling how the benefit for us as company is. And that's very, very important for us.
Gladly they met Dattenberg, a startup from Munich that was founded with the mission to simplify complex production processes. One of the founders is Joachim. He's the general manager and COO of the company.
Well, the core business of Dattenberg is to simplify complex manufacturing processes. That means that we provide deeper knowledge into the processes in productions and manufacturing to gain deeper insights about relationships between all the variables that occur in a production process. Everybody talks about digitalization, and the question is how a company can benefit from digitalization. We just made a survey recently and asked different companies if they analyze their data. And yes, a vast majority of companies do that. So they analyze data, but at a very high level. They use tools like Excel, what means that actually the deeper knowledge that is in the data, that cannot be revealed. And that is actually the point where we come in and help companies with a simple tool to analyze their big data in order to find deeper insights and to control their processes.
The evaluation project in Factory 56 checks whether the functionality of Dattenberg's software provides added value for the users. Accordingly, individual use cases in the production environment will be examined. If the results are promising, further steps will be considered. This also includes integration into MO360, the digital production ecosystem of Mercedes-Benz cars.
So we have 3 use cases. That's all specified. It's mainly data from robots, where we do measure gaps, for instance, to see how good is the windshield then mounted to the car. And we have some other manufacturing data, like from screws, from gluing technologies, for instance. So we have 5 to 6 different categories of data which we measure.
These different categories of data will then be visualized. A real-time dashboard allows the user to have an improved understanding of the process. The optimal outcome for the production planners is to get an insight on how the manufacturing is really working, how interactions between the different stations will be, and how they influence the overall output of the factory. And they also hope to discover some magic moments.
We have a lot of so-called magic moments, where people say, oh, we didn't know that, when reading the data, and you can really find out a lot of aspects. We could find not only relationships, but insights that have not been known by all the people, even by the production managers. So they were really surprised what happened in their factory. For that reason, we are very happy that we finally could make it and start with the project right now. I hope that we can have such a magic moment also with our project.
Some call it a game changer, others name it manufacturing's most important development for the coming decade. This is the industrial IoT, a critical improvement lever for every industrial niche. Yet, the majority of industrial IoT platform implementations fail, and companies remain stuck in what is known as the pilot purgatory phase. Today, only about 30% of companies are capturing value from Industry 4.0 solutions at scale. So what can be done to overcome development challenges and unleash the power of industrial IoT? There are two ambitious companies that want to change the narrative in machine manufacturing industries. Meet Sascha Weber. As part of the business development department at T-Systems, is constantly on the lookout for innovative technologies that can create rapid, impactful change in industrial facilities.
We had some projects before with predictive maintenance and predictive quality assurance, and they were all very individual projects, and we did for the customer everything from scratch up. And it took quite some time until the customer had some benefit from it.
Collecting enormous amounts of machine data from the shop floor without having a clear use case in mind or without having the necessary tools to analyze it is the reason most IoT projects get stuck in pilot mode. That's why Sascha went for a different approach. He wanted customers to be able to implement one successful use case after another and get real results faster. While previously the team took half a year to build a project for the customer, with the help of AI, everything changed. Setting up the environment took only 1 week now, and running a first use case and getting results happened much faster. But that's not where the innovation stopped. Sascha had more ideas.
And we thought, okay, why can't we do it in a mobile way? Bring this data out of the control room on a mobile device, customized for your mobile device. And so it's like machine service in the pocket.
But T-Systems could not have done this without the help of an Austrian startup that was born in the machine industry.
From SenseForce are experts in machine data and really handling data of huge machines. So we're creating a bridge from big machines to very fast mobile apps.
The two companies have joined forces to deliver easy-to-install and fast-to-integrate machine data management solutions to medium-sized enterprises. With the help of a powerful and intuitive toolset for data analysis, visualization, reporting, and notification, everyone on the shop floor can become a data scientist.
We built low-code interfaces to actually analyze machine data or to get machine data in the first place, to analyze machine, to create rules and create logic, to visualize that machine data.
When public health interventions forbid or limit on-site work, machines can be monitored and controlled remotely.
Also, it helps immense because actually you can help the guy on the shop floor from your home office if you have the mobile app and see all the data.
To eliminate the burden of managing and expanding already complex IT landscapes, SenseForce has built an automation framework and an integration suite. Through its flexible plugin architectures, a variety of data products can be integrated into different applications and IT infrastructures. So overall, The collaboration was a success story both for T-Systems.
The Salesforce fitted here in our portfolio, so we get faster or quicker access to the machine data, and then to put on top of Salesforce our dedicated or specialized solutions for the customer.
And Salesforce.
For us as a startup, it's really a perfect match because we can really focus on creating the best data products. That's what we do. We create products. And we now have a partner who can match this with the market and get whatever we're building to the customer base fast.
Naturally, when talking about pilot projects, there will always be some learnings preceding the big victories.
Usually when all startups start working with T-Systems, we're a very big company. And what we consider fast is very slow for them. Getting the two speeds together to fit is an important thing.
The partnership between T-Systems and Salesforce is set for a bright future, even in the current coronavirus-affected economy. An increasing number of industrial facilities are embracing digital transformation in a rapid fashion, and more companies are considering implementing cost savings initiatives with the help of an efficient data management system. Salesforce truly understands these needs. In a matter of only 2 days, they can connect the first machines and can enable data visualization. And with T-Systems on their side, they can give customers quick access to AI solutions at their fingertips.
So we've got an inspirational talk for you right now. It's all about working on the world's largest hackathon on the planet to scaling teams. She is a NASA data nut. Cindy Chen, over to you.
Guten Tag. Hello, my name is Cindy Chen. I'm a NASA data nut, CEO of CLC Advisors and COO of Clipper. Today, I'm really excited to be in Stuttgart for Startup AUTOBAHN, and I thank the organizers and the event hosts for inviting me to join you today. I wanted to share with you the upcoming NASA Space Apps Challenge, which is coming up on the first week of October. So, what is a data nut? Let me share some information with you. Here's where you can find me on social media, so feel free to reach out. The NASA Data Nuts program came out of the CIO's office at NASA headquarters. In 2016, after research, NASA realized that the majority of the participants for the International Space Apps Challenge were men, approximately over 80%. So they decided to create the Data Nuts program out of the CIO's office at NASA headquarters to help promote data science and open innovation amongst women. So inclusion and diversity is a very much of a forefront in what the world's largest hackathon is looking for. With CLC Advisors, I've worked in the frontier technologies field for over 11 years in helping companies and startups meet with investors in order to scale these frontier technologies. The areas in which we cover are also found here. Recently, I helped co-founded a company called Clipper. With Clipper, we're creating a virtual library in order to store videos for key moments that really matter to you. What's Space Apps? Space Apps introduces problem solvers worldwide to NASA's free and open data. NASA missions to Earth, our sun and solar system, and out into the universe all gather data in pursuit of new knowledge to expand our understanding through new scientific discoveries and to help us to improve life on Earth. By using NASA data to solve each year's challenges, Space Apps teams learn about NASA's data and share in the creation and application of the knowledge that results. NASA is the host of the International Space Apps Challenge. In 2020, they decided to combine forces with 4 other space agencies around the world in order to come up with solutions for these Space Apps challenges. The open data sets can come from NASA, or it could come from the European Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency, CNES in France, or JAXA in Japan. Space Apps inspires collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. It fosters interest in Earth and space science and exploration, and encourages the growth and diversity of the next generation of scientists, technologists, designers, and engineers. Space Apps is managed by the Earth Science Division, the Science Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. The theme for this year's challenges is Take Action. So who should participate in Space Apps? All are welcome in Space Apps, and the common thread amongst the participants is that you are interested in space science and exploration, you're creative, and you want to solve problems. Sounds like Startup AUTOBAHN, doesn't it? Space Apps from October 2nd to 4th will be an all-virtual event. You can even come and participate virtually from your own home or your own spaceship. So, what are this year's challenges? Let's take a look. Observe. Observation is critical for gathering the scientific and technical knowledge needed to take action. Space-based technologies, especially Earth-observing satellites, have given us a greater understanding of Earth and allowed us to probe into the depths of space. Challenges in this category will ask you to devise tools that make observation data more accessible for use by scientists, decision makers, and the public. Inform. To make good decisions, we all must be well informed. NASA, CSA, CNES, JAXA, and ESA not only gather space-based data, but they also compile archival data and share analysis and results with policymakers, scientists, and/or the broader community. This challenge category asks you to look at space agency data with fresh eyes, come up with effective ways for engaging others about scientific and historical information. Sustain, this is one of my favorites. Advances in space exploration and Earth science have revealed the importance of building a sustainable future. What actions can we take to sustain our home planet so that it is livable for future generations? And how can we sustain human life in the harsh conditions of space? Create. Creation lies at the heart of change, whether it's artwork, hardware, or new technology. Challenges in this category will help ask you to imagine, build, and create awareness. Confront. From natural disasters to social and economic inequality, there comes a time when we must confront the problems we detect. Pick a challenge in this category to tackle a variety of issues at local, national, and/or global levels. How can technology serve as a tool for change? Connect. Connection empowers us to take action together. Challenges in this category will ask you to examine methods for communicating with one another and to analyze the complex networks of people and ideas that contribute to space agency missions on Earth and in space. Of course, you can always invent your own challenges. So, what does this have to mean? This is our moonshot that everybody thinks about. Earthrise, we like to see what our vantage point is from space, right? For me personally, the sustainability challenge is of great interest. As one of the members of Mercedes-Benz's EQ community, I get a chance to see a little bit behind the scenes of what they're doing in order to solve the problems for sustainability. It's really vital and it's important for our planet. Not just that, the space race is also a sustainability race. Humans cannot live in deep space without solving that problem, and we have work to do that begins today. So what is the main question? What would we do differently if we know now? We've already taken that one small step. If we want to take the next step in going to the moon or going to Mars, we need to figure out solutions for the problems that are out there. And that's what Space Apps helps in figuring out what are some of those issues and some of those challenges that do need solving. And who are those people who are going to be part of that process in order to make these things happen in the future? We're going to require a lot of data, and we're going to require a lot of persistence because it is not a short-term goal, it's a long-term solution. So we're making history right now. We're also including women, and we're taking one giant step for all. So what are some game changers out there? definitely a learning mindset. Always be learning. These are some of the books that I've read in the past that I found very interesting. And it's kind of prepared me for the time when we had to quarantine for COVID. To me, the way that I approach it is, it's kind of like being on my own little spaceship where I'm preparing myself. And when you can't really see anybody, unfortunately. Since then, there's been a lot more things out there, especially on Netflix, right? So, do we settle for the world as it is, or do we work for a world as it should be? I hope to see you October 2nd to 4th at the International Space Apps Challenge. You can find the information to register and for virtual locations here at 2020.spaceappschallenge.org. Here's my information again. You can always find me on the internet and on social media. Vielen Dank. Thank you so much for joining me today at Startup Autobahn. Hope to see you next year in Stuttgart. Vielen Dank. Tschüss.
So thank you for the talk. We're now in the studio with Franziska. How are you?
Thank you. I'm really great.
So for those who do not know you, tell us a little bit about your role. What do you do?
So I am responsible within DXC as Startup Collaboration Manager and Innovation Consultant for manufacturing industry.
So everybody who's come before you has been sharing what they love most about Startup Autobahn. What's your personal favorite thing about this collaboration?
So actually I've been part of this, of Startup Autobahn since 2017, so quite from the beginning. And I have learned that innovation is not only happening between the corporates and the startups, but also within Startup Autobahn. And that's really interesting, seeing Startup Autobahn evolving from only like a startup program into a corporate startup ecosystem.
Absolutely. Now we've been covering lots of different topics. Which topic are we going to deep dive into?
Yeah, so the next topic is Future of Enterprise with focus on software as a service.
Amazing. So I know you've got actually quite a few pilot projects. So what can people expect over the next little while?
So you hear the word software and normally people think about, oh, that's IT, that's part of the IT department. But actually this is changing. So the world between business and IT is more mingling, it's coming closer. And there's this trend how to make business and technical expertise accessible for everyone.
True.
And we will see in the following how this can look like in the real world.
Amazing. So let our audience know what they can expect now.
Yeah, so as in the next session, we will have several pilot projects showing how IT enables new business opportunities. So we will start with T-Systems and Voixen, who will use speech analytics to create moments of real happiness. After that, we will look into how DXC and WEM use the WEM platform to develop an innovation broadcast platform within DXC that is used worldwide in a really short amount of time. And third, we will have then look into TÜV and Synthesia, who will show you how to create a digital video content to create a new customer experience. After that, we will have additional 3 inspirational keynotes and further 2 pilot projects in the area of video analytics.
Exploring Antarctica is not the single truly remarkable adventure one can embark on. In the corporate world, a customer service expedition is an equally demanding and worthwhile undertaking. Rarely discovered by most companies, the future-proofing of customer service is an innovative field which has the power to strengthen customer loyalty and create real happiness. Meet Marcus Novak, the Chief Expedition Leader at T-Systems Multimedia Solutions. Equipped with a good dose of curiosity and a strategic vision for the future, he is on a mission to uncover the most innovative technologies that can enrich customer service. With a survival kit that consists of a contact center partner and an integration partner, he sets off to explore the great unknown. Being on the lookout for new technologies that can expand the portfolio of T-Systems Multimedia Solutions, Marcus has the challenging task of evaluating multiple potential partnerships. And here, the stakes are high. These technologies can dictate whether customers remain loyal or migrate, whether customers' relationships strengthen, or if trust breaks. But then surprisingly, Marcus discovers a young AI startup, Voixen, that combined with the standard offerings of T-Systems can increase the quality of customer interactions in both small and large enterprises. Voixen is a speech and text analytics platform that uses AI and natural language processing to understand the voice of the customer and to uncover the true potential in customer service.
So every customer service organization is suffering not understanding the real customer problems. And with Voixen speech and text analytics software, you can find out more about your customers and get some insight what they really want.
And at T-Systems, monitoring customer sentiment through emotion recognition is an increasingly important way to improve customer service.
For me, it's really the importance to show a very good innovative story towards our customers, to give them a very innovative solution. And really, Voixen is one of the key elements which really gives the idea, wow, that's very, very innovative.
But emotion detection and voice analytics trigger several privacy and security issues. While these technologies are creating valuable opportunities for companies to connect with customers, being GDPR compliant was an important criterion for T-Systems.
They are completely GDPR compliant, which makes it secure for all kinds of companies.
The integration of Voixen was an important milestone. It allowed the team to make the data intelligence gained from customer interactions not only valuable, but also actionable in real time.
First of all, we can measure the quality of interactions. Second, our support agents get support on their daily business. And third, we get a view and a feel of how the customer feels and how the customer wants to interact with us.
T-Systems was also positively surprised by how easy it was to connect the systems and how seamless the integration was. From a technical point of view, they integrated the Voixen solution into the contact center backend while also integrating the front end. Now, the service staff could operate the software in the contact center more easily.
The combination of front and back end means that the contact center administrator don't need to change the system when they are working in Voixen or working in the contact center.
Improving the customer experience was the main goal of the partnership between T-Systems and Voixen. But at the same time, the collaboration also improved the operating performance of the contact center. It reduced the call volumes and their average handle time, which is an important KPI that is directly related to caller satisfaction. In addition, it has also allowed for more efficient training programs for call agents.
With the usage of Voixen, we can reduce the talk duration of agents by around 5% and the preparation for training sessions for our agents by roughly 75%.
Following the successful integration of Voixen, the two companies now plan to link the technology with more contact center solutions and solve their customers' problems regardless of their technologies. In addition, the goal is to evaluate more data through further software integration, to train the AI, and to improve customer service through data-driven decisions. Because in the end, the key is to have
the customer, the employee, the manager, everyone should be happy to really fulfill a good customer service.
While there are still a lot of new adventures to be discovered out there, the T-Systems team can now enjoy the success of their first step in this long and exciting customer journey expedition.
Hi, I'm Tom. In my role as Innovation Engineer for DXC Technology, I'm responsible for the evaluation of innovative startup technologies to integrate those into our customer solutions. Software development has new demands towards the use of skilled resources, shorter development times, and reduced costs, both for development and operation. With WEM, we identified an alternative to traditional programming that allows scalable solutions with a 60 to 80% improved time to market.
So, what is WEM?
WEM Modular, or just WEM, is a rapid application creation. No-code platform that is delivered as a service which can be used by anyone without any programming knowledge. The WEM Modeler is used to module your application. All the tools you need to build, test, and publish your application are available through the WEM Modeler. Why is WEM so special? Architecture. The module is a single window application using a tabbed interface to allow you to work on multiple items simultaneously. WEM is evergreen. New capabilities can be added and the business can reap benefits. WEM is hybrid. The platform service is available for the use of public, private, or hybrid cloud. WEM is scalable. Unlimited scaling because of its foundation on Azure and Amazon Web Services AWS. WEM can be integrated with almost all systems based on industry standards, such as SOAP, REST, OData, SAML, and OAuth. This makes it possible for WEM to be integrated with all major applications, be it SharePoint, Facebook, SAP, SQL Server, etc. WEM is secure. WEM works on Microsoft Azure Network, AWS, which ensures the platform has strong communications, data privacy, and security credentials. WEM is built with the highest security standards and offers ongoing pen testing and coding using the highest DevSecOps practices. With the WEM Modeler, building an application is easy. Draw the logic of your application in flowcharts, and Web turns this into an application. You can design your pages, define data, integrate logic with external systems or data.
DXC and WEM collaborated back in the beginning of the year on their first project. Bernd Gill, Head of Innovation, is going to tell us more about that.
Our first project with WEM was programming the Digital Innovation Broadcast Platform. The idea for the project was to share the startup technologies we're scouting with Startup AUTOBAHN with our colleagues around the world. They got presented those technologies around topics which are relevant for them, and they could book, while watching the broadcast, their individual follow-up session in the broadcast platform. We got an amazing feedback from our colleagues and had over 9,000 registrations in the first broadcast week. But we also had an amazing experience with WEM in building the platform in just 2 weeks. Let me introduce you to Jenno. Jenno, welcome to the Expo Day. It was great fun working with WEM so far. The Digital Innovation Broadcast Platform is a nice POC project. But where are the other sweet spots, the other areas where you believe that WEM technology will make a big difference?
Our projects fall in 3 major buckets. First is automation, automating a manual or a semi-manual business process. Second is innovation, prototyping or very quickly building and taking to market a new product idea or a new service idea. This can be for large enterprises or even for startups. Third is modernization, transforming an old monolithic application into the modern microservices architecture. So it's automation, innovation, and modernization.
Modernization is a big sweet spot for WEM, especially offloading customized functionality of enterprise applications such as ERP systems and CRM systems and transforming them into agile microservice architectures which allow to adapt your functionality faster to your new demands is a big opportunity. But also breaking up huge monolithic code, transforming your old mainframe applications in modern microservice architecture allows you really to speed up your project and reduce your transformation cost. But Jenno, this is a brownfield approach. You have to connect to a lot of other systems in your enterprise. What are the benefits of WEM in this space?
One of the biggest strengths of WEM is integration. With WEM, integrating with any modern application, be it ERP, CRM, accounting, or right up to social media, can be done in minutes or hours. Also, any application built on WEM is modern and comes with secure exposed endpoints which other applications can consume.
Our first pilot project is 6 months back. Now it is about bringing the partnership to the next level.
Starting with this innovative project, our partnership has grown significantly. We are now engaging with a number of customers globally in digital transformation in application transformation space. DXC has all the WEM-trained consultants to deliver these projects. We are now in a position where we can add significant value to any enterprise, especially in the current market conditions.
Jenno, thanks a lot for your support and your partnership. We are really looking forward to bring this partnership to a successful level. I think the partnership is a good example what Startup Autobahn can actually do for both the startups and the enterprises.
In the fast-paced world we are living in, embracing an attitude of lifelong learning has become a must for companies and their employees. Videos provide one potent channel that can be used to address this challenge, as an average viewer retains 95% of information if it's conveyed through video, but only 10% if it appears in written form. However, despite the effectiveness of education through video, various factors keep companies from employing it more frequently. Key pain points include cost and time-intensive video planning and production, language barriers, and content becoming outdated. In collaboration with an innovative startup, TÜV Rheinland set out to resolve many of these issues to make video a more accessible and versatile medium. In the pilot project between TÜV Rheinland and Synthesia, it is all about learning content. TÜV Rheinland was looking for a solution that helps translating training content in a fast and flexible way. The project was driven by Philip.
My name is Philip Myers and I'm the Head of Innovation for TÜV Rheinland Academy and Life Care.
Academy and Life Care, one of TÜV Rheinland's major business streams, helps organizations keep their staff motivated, qualified, healthy, and safe at work.
The Academy and Life Care business stream bundles TÜV Rheinland's expertise and services relating to people at their workplace and in their professional environment.
One of the service offerings are digital trainings, knowledge transfer via video accessible on a global learning platform for companies and organizations in all kinds of industries. The biggest hurdle? How to share the same content in different languages.
As part of one of our digital trainings, we interviewed our IT security expert from Germany. We recorded the video in German and English, but for all other languages, we had to use subtitles.
So this basically means a video in German or English had to be translated or subtitled, which entailed either high production costs or impersonal viewer experience. In order to avoid traditional dubbing methods, a new solution had to be found, and this is where Synthesia comes in.
I'm Nadia from Synthesia, and I am the VP of Business Development. We're a London-based startup developing AI technology for automated video generation.
Once the video is recorded in English, Synthesia's face mapping technology is applied in order to generate training data teaching the algorithm how to move the actor's face. The 3D digital model of the actor can be now reanimated, which allows for seamlessly changing expressions and dialogue.
So we're doing digital humans.
Synthesia also just launched the world's first web-based text-to-video platform. So you log in, pick a presenter, type in your script, select a custom background, and click on Create. The result is a presenter speaking to the camera in 38 languages.
It's an entirely new form of AI video generation.
Generally speaking, Synthesia helps to create videos that engage and inspire global workforces, and that can easily be updated, personalized, and translated.
There is a need for it to be global, and that means multiple languages.
First of all, a video had to be created, in this case in German.
Nutzer berufliche Daten und private Daten auf mobilen Geräten miteinander vermischen.
Together with Synthesia, TÜV Rheinland was able to transform existing e-learning content into personalized experiences.
With Synthesia's solution, we gave our expert a voice in the native language of the learner.
By applying Synthesia's technology, the original video could easily be translated into another language, Spanish, for example.
Datos profesionales y privados en dispositivos móviles. En muchos casos, hay una falta de conciencia del problema y de las consecuencias que puede tener.
Synthesia offers a very innovative solution and has a dedicated and professional project team with a fast POC development.
This allows creating unique and personalized learning content and a fast time to market.
The ability to give our experts a voice in every language gives us the possibility to go the next step in creating an even more personal training experience.
我们将从数据中更好地理解客户的需求，并以此为基准制定新的业务模式。我们如今通过数据云收集数据，利用大数据分析来分析数据。
The outcome of the project can be simply summarized.
One video in any language.
Really everyone can speak Chinese.
Hi, and welcome to the Startup Expo conference. I'm Anna, and I am an AI presenter created by Synthesia. This video was created by simply typing in text. Today, Victor will talk you through how to scale your video production and communicate more effectively and in any language. Please meet Victor, and I will check back in shortly.
Thank you, Anna, for that introduction, and great to meet everyone virtually. My name is Victor, and I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Synthesia. If you couldn't tell, the video you just watched was not actually shot with a camera in the studio. It was generated by AI. So I simply typed in the script and waited a few minutes, and that video came out of the system. Today, I'll take you on a short journey of synthetic media and how media production is going to be significantly disrupted in the coming decade. If there's one idea I wanted to really take away from my talk today, it's that today, we generally think of media production as something we record or film with a camera. And in the future, we're going to be thinking of media production as something we program on computers. It's a purely software-based process. And that just exponentially increases the scale of what we can do. We think that that is one of the most interesting developments we're going to be seeing in the 2020s. Synthesia is a deeply technical company. We're a bunch of PhDs and professors trying to solve some of the world's hardest problems in AI and deep learning. You might have seen some of our work with David Beckham and Snoop Dogg recently, which has gotten quite a lot of press. But for this talk, I'll focus on how we're helping both Fortune 500 companies and also smaller creators create more visual content every single day. So how did I create that video that I showed you in the beginning? I used our platform, which you can see here. It's very easy to use. You simply just type in your script in the text box. We support 39 different languages. You can change the background. You can reposition the actor and resize her and so on. And once you're happy, you click create video, you wait a few minutes and the video is done. You can use our built-in presenters, which come with the platform. You can use them out of the box. You can also upload yourself. It's around a 5-minute capture process. You simply record yourself talk to the camera with a script that we give you. And then you will send the data to us. We'll process it and you'll appear here on the platform and you can start creating video content with yourself. That's something most of our corporates use. Either they will have someone from the executive team or they'll have a branded person in a t-shirt with the logo on, for example, to make the content feel more on brand. How is this used? Well, WPP, one of the world's largest global agency networks, recently rolled out a 20-part learning course made entirely on the Synthesia platform. So not only was the production cost significantly reduced, it was around 11 times more affordable than had they shot it with a real person. They also personalized all of the courses to each single employee. So because we know what the name, role, city, and so on that the employees live in, that is actually seamlessly stitched into the course. So the presenter will say your name, it will change the script depending on what your role is and so on. So it's a much more interactive experience than a normal video learning course would be. And this is something we're working on with a lot of very large companies, especially in these COVID-19 days where communicating digitally has to be really engaging to make sure that your employees retain all of the information. We also do product videos. So this is a company called Scoo. This is also what it can look like. I'll just play it here. You can have a look for yourself.
Scoo is the leading data analytics and trade execution platform for cryptocurrency markets. We provide the most comprehensive solution to track spot.
We do a lot of interactive and interactive experiences using our API, where the possibilities really are kind of endless. This is one of my favorite examples that came out recently. This is an online learning platform, and essentially what happens here is that when the learner makes a certain choice on the platform, the AI presenter will respond in a different way. And there's hundreds of different ways you can respond to different questions.
What will be the output of this code? I get your point, but remember enumerate takes a list and returns tuples. Awesome.
We also have people building visual chatbots, automated sales videos. Really, the possibilities are endless when creating video content is as simple as writing a little bit of code. We also have multi-language functionality, so you can create videos in 39 different languages. You simply just input the text in whatever language that you want to have the output in. I'll let the results speak for themselves. You can go to our website, you can see a full list of all the languages that we support and listen to examples.
Con nuestra plataforma de creación de video podrás comunicarte en más de 34 idiomas con un solo clic.
تتيح لك منصة إنشاء الفيديو الخاصة بنا التواصل بأكثر من 34 لغة بنقرة زر واحدة.
So why use Synthesia and these kind of technologies? Well, the obvious one is cost and speed, right? Which is the one that immediately comes to mind. Another really interesting thing is the ability to constantly update your content. So when you think of video today, you probably think of something that's kind of like a project. You sort of you define the scripts, you define the actors, you shoot it, and then that's the content you have. So if the policy or regulation changes, for example, all of a sudden your video content is no longer valid. With synthetic solutions, you can just jump in, you can edit your video content every day if you so desire. It's a much more dynamic form of media rather than traditional video. And this is a major value proposition for clients, especially if you're in an industry where things change sort of all the time. And I think with COVID-19, again, everything changed for everyone very, very quickly. And we've had lots of customers using our technology to communicate with their employees and make sure that everyone is on the same page around how to do business and how to keep social distancing and so on. We work with both very large companies and also with SMEs for that matter. Our plans kind of are custom to everyone. So we work with some of the world's biggest companies on improving their internal communication. And we also have customers who sit in Brazil and India, for example, where they're creating video courses for their students. So if you're interested in having a chat, hopefully I've inspired you a little bit to think about how you could potentially improve your sales or onboarding or internal learning content. Then feel free to go to our website. You can create a free video without having to sign up for anything. And you can always get in touch with us if you're interested in learning more, just one kind of a sparring session around some of the challenges that you're having with making your content more engaging towards your internal or external stakeholders. Thanks a lot for listening, and I hope that you will come to our site and make a video. Bye.
Today, health and safety at work is a growing challenge for the industry. For example, in 2019, here the German workforce registered about 497 fatalities and also about 870,000 of injuries. Beside these personal challenges that we are facing, these incidents also create expansive economic consequences for the companies. Studies are showing that the average cost of employees ranges from 250 to 400 euro per day of absence, and the average time of absence is estimated at 22 days for recovery. So modern technology is now able to help us to avoid those accidents by ensuring that the worker wear appropriate protective clothes, but also keep the necessary distance to dangerous production machines.
In an effort to proactively monitor even the most challenging work environments, DXC has partnered up with US-based startup Zensors.
Hi, I'm Chris Harrison. I'm co-founder of Zensors. Zensors is a really unique web-based cloud platform that allows you to turn your existing cameras that you've deployed for security application and turn them into rich and flexible sensors. You can ask anything. Our motto is, if you can see it, we can sense it, and we let our AI backend do the heavy lifting to make your environment a smart environment.
So how exactly does the computer vision technology work? Sensors is a real-time sensing platform for commercial and industrial facilities that improves customer experience and enhances the health and safety operations. It is easy to deploy, and the visual AI engine connects to all major enterprise camera systems, either as a cloud service or on-premises solutions. Within minutes, the existing camera investment can be used to track operations and compliance metrics such as social distancing, line length and density, space occupancy, demographics, and utilization of masks, hard hats, and other safety equipment. Through the easy-to-use web-based interface, users can view real-time data or visualize historical trends. Custom dashboards can be created in minutes with no coding required and can be displayed on information screens or shared with operational staff on the go. To find out more about DXC's collaboration with Sensors, Marcel will walk us through how the technology can be used to offer meaningful safety analytics and to optimize employees' workflows.
The Sensors platform provides a lot of pre-built functionality, and it works really great. But for other use cases, you can also define new domains, and in our case, we explored the domain of worker safety. We trained the Sensors platform with new images from the shop floor in order to test and train the domain of worker safety. An alarming system should identify if workers are wearing their protective equipment. The Sensors platform offers a really fast setup of new use cases. However, the training and labeling of new data still takes time, as in general for AI solutions.
As a one-stop sensing solution, Sensors is putting the power of AI and computer vision into the hands of any enterprise. Thus, besides the safety use case evaluation, DXC has worked on several other use case scenarios and is now proposing the solution as part of their partner network for customer projects. With DXC and Sensors working together, there is no doubt that the future of workplace monitoring will now become simple and cost-effective.
The German social accident insurance reported that around 870,000 people were involved in work-related accidents in 2019, in Germany alone.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure to be here today. My name is Harry Yeff. I'm part of the Experiments in Art and Technology program at Bell Labs. I was an artist in residence at Harvard University, and I'm the founder of R100 Studios. I'm also proudly part of the Mercedes-Benz EQ community, and all of the work myself and my team does uses academia and research as a medium to create artworks. And I think it's a very fair question, why do artists matter when it comes to innovation? Why do artists matter when it comes to problem solving? But the truth is, we actually face a crisis in communication. A lot of the most remarkable tools of reasoning, the most incredible ideas, are not actually connecting with the general public. And I'm particularly interested in creating experiences and spectacles and installations that make people experience ideas that they did not know that they wanted to know, and do things that they did not know that they wanted to do. I think there can be huge blocks when it comes to remarkable ideas or new technologies, mostly down to things like sensationalism, and also when it comes to misinformation, it's extremely difficult to reduce fear. I think there's a huge amount of fear when it comes to new ideas, and the arts can be extremely powerful when it comes to undoing that fear and actually replacing that with the correct narrative. Artists are the governors of narrative. We are the empathy end of the process. So if you have world-class engineers, a world-class team, you should be working with world-class artists who are world-class empaths, because we're the ones that are going to help new ideas connect in new ways. I'm particularly interested in the idea of augmented relationships. I really believe that the tools that we use in 2020 and beyond, they sculpt our humanity. There's this slow layering of experience. The more we use something, the more it actually affects our behavior and who we are. And I believe there's huge scope when it comes to travel, how getting from A to B can actually be an incredible space for us to sculpt our humanity, for us to better ourselves. There can be interactive experiences in travel that I can see as an augmented relationship. I feel like when you have interactivity, this is very different to just experiencing something, just experiencing media. So if you're going to interact with a tool, I believe that if there actually is not just a usage of a tool, a genuine interaction, this is a form of augmented luxury. You can use it not just to get from A to B, but it can actually better you. It can better your experience, a skill. There can be lessons. And the idea of something pushing you, I see as a remarkable augmented relationship. And I think the idea of value as time goes on, the things that help us grow have the most value. So as an artist, making these connections, showing new forms of augmented relationships and showing new ways to make connections, I find extremely inspiring. And I'll get on to how that type of connection between things that you wouldn't expect, exploring the idea of augmented relationships, can really help you connect with people in new ways. And I think artists can really help see the idea of travel in new ways, especially when you think of things that are widely discussed now as vehicles becoming the home of media consumption, the home of entertainment. As many of you know, we already live in a sea of augmentation. We live in the age of assistance. We have all human knowledge in our pockets at all time, and that in some way is a very established idea. But actually the technologies involved and a lot of the sort of tropes and buzzwords that come out of it can be scary. There is again this misinformation that comes alongside, and with that you get a huge pushback. So if we are already augmented with our tools, how is that affecting us, and how can we use that augmentation to better ourselves? How can we continue and write new narratives around augmentations, new narratives around the tools we use to reduce that fear? So I'm going to show you a few pieces of my work, and then I'm going to finish with just a conclusion regarding how I think these ideas apply to you. This is a piece called The Polyphonic Playground. This was made by myself and Studio PSK in collaboration with Fashion Space Gallery. It's actually exploring the idea of challenging expertise, again, and an interactivity that might challenge you, but it's there to better oneself. So this looks like just maybe a well-designed playground, but actually on here are 56 triggers. On these triggers, you can bring sounds. So I invited a number of musical experts to come and upload their sounds to this structure. And where musicians normally move in a certain way, they use their tools in a certain way, through this installation they were forced to jump and reach. They had to behave in a brand new way. It gave them a new relationship with their expertise. And what happens is, with that breaking of habits and habitual thinking, you have growth. When you had an artist that's used to behaving in the way that they've established, you actually introduce 500 people and they have to move in this new way. They're terrified. And what you have is that is a wholesome fear. There is an interactivity there that actually brings out more. You have a refreshing relationship with an expertise. And every single musician that used this tool had excitement. There was a huge value there that I think is so important, that there can be a new connection with an expertise. There could be something that you're focusing on. So instead of thinking just consuming media, are the tools we're using actually interacting with us to push us, maybe even to the point to make us slightly uncomfortable, to challenge us? I think this is a very, very important idea, that not all things should always be comfortable, and value can actually come from being challenged on your terms. So many ideas can come from that augmented relationship that challenges you and pushes you further. This is a second piece called Sea Sound, where we wanted to introduce the idea that every single human being on the planet has a remarkable human voice. The human voice is an incredible tool. And when you think of things like tradition, when it comes to, say, engagement, one thing that is established is the idea of giving a ring. And we wanted to explore, can you actually have other ways of showing the beauty of connection, the beauty of a voice? And if someone wants to say, I love you, I care about you, we can actually develop incredible visualizations that is a direct response to the uniqueness of everyone's voice. So this was actually created in New York in collaboration with Rama Allen and the incredible creative tech team at the Mill. And we had 500 people come in and speak into this system. And what you saw was very shy people that don't normally come out of their shell, started to shout, they started to push themselves. And there's one example of a very young girl who was like a koala bear on the leg of their parent. When she started to use it, she flowered. She went from this small, shy being to someone who wanted to see their voice huge as a manifestation on the wall. And again, that augmented relationship showing you something, showing a growth that leads to a new behavior. I see that as an augmented luxury. I see that as a very different thing to just experiencing media. So all of these designs were made by different people's voices, and I think they're incredibly beautiful. But as I mentioned, something traditional like saying I love you or a ring, we are now looking to 3D print these images and structures in precious metals as an idea to actually share your love, your affection in a brand new way. These traditions, the things that are habitually wrote into society, can be changed with new connections, new technologies, and new experiences. But it's interesting when you start looking at new technologies. For example, this is a future collaborator of mine called DNA Block, where they make real-time digital puppets, avatars, and you can actually blockchain those identities. And a technology like this, when you speak to the general public, they think that it's science fiction, that this isn't something that's needed now. But many of you will know that a lot of the technologies that we use, it's very much here, and we have to make sure that we update the sort of consciousness of society so that they are connected with what is really happening. And I think until we start to show the technologies in new ways, through experience, through awe, we have a very, very real challenge. And the thing that gets in the way of that connection is fear. We have a challenge of fear. So how are we going to write the new narratives, create the new experiences, create awe that creates narratives of ownership? And I very much believe that to be down to the role of world-class, great artists to make those experiences. So when we talk about luxury, the definition is a state of great comfort or elegance, especially when involving great expense. I think that travel is one of the last temples in society. That negative space in your life, which I think we've all lost during COVID, is so unique. It's a chance to separate yourself from the world, a chance to think as an individual. And some of you might feel that when you start to achieve in life, the most important commodity you have is not necessarily money, it's time. Time is the most valuable commodity that we have. So the things that we build, the use of traveling, the ideas that we push in to travel, I think should all be about using our time more effectively. And I think augmented luxury is creating systems, creating artworks, creating interactivity that not just we experience, it pushes us to become more. We can grow, we can learn, and not just get from A to B. And I think artists can make sure that these new ideas that happen in travel, all of the best ideas that we have, again, really connect with the general public. So I'm going to redefine luxury as the most effective and efficient use of our time. And I believe that we can use technology to do that. Thank you very much. My name is Harry F, and let's use art to open people's minds. Thank you.
everybody. Whoa. Am I actually here right now? Am I actually talking to you? Do you see me? Like, I can't see you, but do you see me? I am so excited that I am speaking at this year's Startup AUTOBAHN. When I was invited, first off, I'm going to keep it real with you. I had to Google it. I was like, startup who? And when I read what it was about and saw who the speakers were last year and the lineup so far for this year, I was like, put my name on that website. I am definitely going to be speaking. So I am so excited and honored to be connecting with all of you today. Again, my name is Jam Gamble. I am the founder and CEO behind the Slay the Mic program, where I help content creators, aspiring speakers, storytellers, innovators, change makers, anybody who has a voice, turn it into their ultimate superpower. And I have been running my program for the last 5 years, and to date, over 700 people have come through my program. So for me to be here today to inspire another group of people to start utilizing their voice is truly a blessing, and I'm so excited to get you ready to slay the mic. So let's talk about what it means to slay the mic. I know it has nothing to do with productivity or sustainability or mobility or anything that ends in ility, but your voice, my friends, goes everywhere you go. That meeting, that conversation, that pitch, even that post, anything that you do where it requires you to express yourself, to put an idea out there, to engage with somebody else, your voice is central. Now, here's my question. Are you really using your voice? Are you really using your voice? And when I say, are you really using it, I mean, are you doing more than just talking? Are you speaking with passion? Are you paying attention to how your voice sounds? Are you paying attention to the power that your voice possesses? That when you speak to somebody, or when you launch an idea, or you talk to somebody about something that the two of you could do together, are you aware of the power that your voice possesses to make those things happen? If you're not, let this be your wake-up call to start using your voice. I only started really recognizing the power of my voice when I was 24. And that happened when I accidentally launched a TV show, which is a whole other talk. You could follow up with me if you want to hear the story. But I accidentally launched a TV show years ago. And the reason why I'm telling you this really quick story is because when I accidentally launched this TV show, I was not prepared for this. I thought I was applying for something else. It turns out I was applying for a TV show. And the producers that I sat down with were like, this is something good. Are you ready for it to take off? And I was like, can I? Do I have the ability to carry a TV show? And it turns out that I did. So for 6 seasons, I had my own TV show. For 6 seasons, I was able to wing every single episode. No notes, no teleprompter. Why? Because I was able to trust my voice. I trusted my voice. I trusted my thoughts. And most importantly, I trusted my ability to deliver those interviews. So let me ask you, do you trust your voice? Do you trust your thoughts? And do you trust your ability to deliver them? Think about it. When you approach a new situation that requires you to introduce yourself, what are you saying? How do you speak about yourself? Are you leaving things out? Are you playing it safe? If anything, well, let me take that back. If COVID has taught us anything, is that we don't have time to spare. We got to think fast. We got to act fast. And when it comes to your voice, you got to do the same. This is not about overthinking. This is not about wondering, does this make sense? This is not about wondering, what are people gonna say? It's about saying to yourself, I got to speak now. I got to launch now. I got to tell that company I'm the person they need right now. So what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for that opportunity to find its way to you? Are you waiting for somebody to say, hey, can you share your idea with us? Hey, can you let us know if you're the right person for this job, or that person's idea is better than yours? Can you let us know? No, you have to take control. You have to speak up so that you can be heard. And here's the real kicker. To slay the mic, don't tell anybody. You don't actually need a microphone. You need confidence. You need to trust your gut. And you need to believe that what you have to say will and should be heard by as many people as possible. That's always been my mindset in every single talk that I have done in the past 6 years of my speaking career. So within the Say the Mic program, I have an affirmation set. Now, these aren't Pinterest affirmations. I didn't get them from somebody else. These came from my heart. So I'm going to read a few of my Slay the Mic affirmations. Feel free to write them down. If any of them resonate with you, please let me know. Connect with me on Instagram. I would love to hear which one of these affirmations resonated with you. But I want you to repeat them. Don't feel silly. Don't feel awkward. Stand up if you have to, but I need you to believe and declare each and every one of these affirmations. So let's go. Affirmation number 1. No one won't hear me unless I open my mouth. So for all you innovators out there, you are constantly looking around you and seeing things that needs to be changed or implemented, right? If it's here and you're not talking about it, but you see somebody else doing something similar, don't get upset when you see somebody else getting ahead and you're like, but what about me? No one's going to hear you unless you open your mouth. So spit out that idea. Spit out your introduction. Let people know who you are. We won't hear you unless you open your mouth. Affirmation number 2, and this again is perfect for this theme and what you are all doing today with Startup Autobahn. I want you to think it, feel it, say it. Think it, feel it, say it. Notice it does not say think it, feel it, overthink it, think it, feel it, overthink it. No, it's think it, feel it, say it. So if you're thinking something and you're feeling in your heart, spit it out. I'm going to give you one more. I give myself permission to use my voice. My friends, I am not telling you to use your voice. I'm reminding you. It is you who gives yourself permission to use your voice. Do not let anything or anyone hold you back. You got something to say? Spit it out. You have an idea that deserves to be heard? Spit it out. If you see someone who you want to collaborate with and you think that you have what it takes to work with them, let them know. The time is now. Don't tell me you're going to slay the mic next month or next year. I want you to slay the mic right now. And that all starts with how you introduce yourselves. So I hope that this talk gave you the energy and the motivation that you need to start speaking up. Your voice is your ultimate superpower. It's just up to you to decide if you're ready to use it. So if you enjoyed my talk and you want to connect further, you can find me on Instagram at IamJamGamble. I would love to hear what you thought about my talk and just to connect with all of you. So again, Startup Autobahn, thank you so much for inviting me this year. I hope that I can make it out in person next year. Take care, everybody.
What an energetic talk, Jam. You are a superstar. Thank you so much for sharing those amazing inspirational thoughts with us. And now for our final tech deep dive, I'm joined in the studio by none other than Oliver. Welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
It's good to have you. I remember you from previous editions. You've been working with Startup Autobahn for a while. But for those who do not know, what is it that you do at T-Systems?
So my role is coordinating all our innovation activities while we drive with high speed on Startup Autobahn.
Nice. Many different reasons people get involved with Startup Autobahn. Why is T-Systems working with Startup Autobahn? What's the benefit? What's the positive? What's the pro?
I like this question very much. So let me summarize it that way. We experienced and still are experiencing the power of the platform.
Yeah.
Because we are just seeing a lot of interesting pilot projects, and the most important advantage of the platform is that it brings smart people from industry-leading corporates and from innovative tech companies together. And I like it that the platform makes it possible to make innovation projects very fast.
Nice.
For the implementation.
Very
That's
true.
really great.
Now, what's our final topic for today?
The final topic. So I'm delighted to announce that we will have 2 additional pilot projects. And we start with the cooperation featured by Bosch and Oculavis, of course Oculavis and Bosch, that's important, startups first, with remote support with smart devices. And that what makes me proud. I guess you beg me pardon. Virtual but natural. Virtual collaboration of the futures powered by Whisper and T-Systems.
Whenever there is a breakdown in a production line, time is of the essence. In order to restart the work, operators must get the malfunctioning equipment up and running as soon as possible. Oftentimes, this means that a technical expert has to fly out to the site and physically inspect the equipment, guiding the on-site operators to resolve the issue. Having an expert fly in from the other side of the globe to troubleshoot the machines is time-consuming and costly. Aware of global cost-cutting initiatives across all industries, Bosch was therefore looking for a game-changing alternative. Kai Bruckner is a construction engineer at Bosch Technical Functions, or TEF, in Bamberg.
The role of TEF is producing special machines for our own manufacturing departments in Bosch. So we are an internal service provider, and our machines we are delivering all over the world.
The team is responsible for designing and sending special equipment to Bosch's global manufacturing sites. In order to ramp up these new production lines in their remote facilities, or to provide on-site maintenance and support, an expert from Bamberg would have to travel to the plant. Due to the significant amounts of time and money this consumed every month, Bosch was looking for a faster support solution.
So what we wanted to give our customers all over the world the chance to get fast access or fast support from our experts in Bamberg.
Through audio-visual communication via smart glasses, Bosch was hoping to enable faster communication and real-time support.
The aim is to help fast problem solving and commissioning of our machines or a ramp up of our machines in other countries.
To achieve this goal, Bosch joined forces with Oculavis, a provider of augmented reality-based service solutions from Aachen. Martin Plutz is the founder and managing director of Oculavis and leads the collaboration with Bosch.
We focus on our remote service application that's called Oculavis Share, and it enables cross-location communication for the industry, for machine service operations, for example, but also for training, commissioning, and other scenarios where you nowadays send a service technician on site.
As an industrial-grade augmented reality workflow and remote service tool, this software solution enables companies to make use of specialized expertise on-site anytime, anywhere.
A solution that consists of several applications. So on the one hand side, there is a web application that typically the remote expert is using, who's sitting in the office and not traveling on-site anymore. And in front of a machine, you're just using your tablet, your smartphone, or you can also use those smart glasses.
Their solution is device agnostic.
That means it runs on any device. And we then provide a remote video connection to the scenery with special features like drawing inside the screen and marking highlights on the machinery where the operator needs to do something.
The technology is basically limitless. Hence, it could be used easily to remotely support Bosch's Chinese manufacturing plants from Bamberg. Multiple criteria contributed to the introduction of Oculavis at Bosch, as Robert Elflein, IT process planner at Bosch's Bamberg plant, explains.
The main criteria for implementing this project with Oculavis was the possibility of an on-premise installation. This ensures that the data remains within the organization. Keyword is data security. Another reason was the already very major application from Oculavis.
With the help of Oculavis Share, Bosch's experts can now remotely connect to the scenery to get a view of the problem and guide their colleagues on the other side of the globe. Using smart glasses, the remote colleague can use both hands to operate the machines while simultaneously being given instructions from Germany.
And at the same time, he can share a live stream video with the camera on his data glass. The expert, on the other hand, can give hints via talking to the coworker, or he also has the opportunity to share his desktop, so he can share 3D models, drawing, stuff like that, into the screen of the coworker.
In addition, the coworker can see his own video on his screen.
and the expert on the other side can give augmented reality hints like an arrow or a cross and stuff like that, and help the co-worker on the other side.
This saves plenty of time and money.
Because of this opportunity of this fast support, we generate a clear reduction of repair and maintenance time. We can lower our traveling times, and we have a higher availability of our experts. So to sum it up, we really can save costs with that project.
The impact from implementing Oculava's solution can be felt almost immediately.
I think if you can save one time traveling, it's worth the cost. So I think when you use this few years, you can save a lot of money and has no relation to the initial costs for that pair of data glasses.
While the special machinery team had initially planned to use the technology for their own department, word spread quickly across the company.
The next steps are to define a standard solution for business unit in PS, the smart glass integration in our office network, and create interfaces to other Bosch applications.
This is a great opportunity for Oculavus.
This topic is now getting bigger and bigger. We received some new orders from other Bosch facilities all over the world, from Turkey last week. And their plan now is to equip all of their global manufacturing sites with this solution.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Now I will try to share my screen. Oh wait, where was this button again?
What do I have to do? Sorry, I'm completely lost.
Johannes, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Johannes, you gotta unmute yourself.
Okay guys, I think we need to brainstorm about this. Can someone write down some notes? We've all been there. We know that spending many hours in video conferencing calls doesn't feel natural. Over the past months, our work from home situations added fuel to the fire. The so-called Zoom fatigue has become a real concern for people who are unable to successfully navigate 2D virtual meetings. So what does it really take to create a virtual culture that thrives within enterprises? What we are missing is not just a new remote collaboration tool, it's engagement. Right in the sweet spot between presence and agency. The same kind of engagement we would have in real life, but better, faster, and just as immersive. Of all the companies working on new virtual collaboration tools, T-Systems and Vispa might be the best positioned to deliver a radical transformation. It all started in the business development department at T-Systems, where Sasha Weber was looking for fun and engaging virtual workshop tools to connect the company's global team. Having discovered the young Stuttgart-based startup Vispa, Sasha was immediately hooked.
You got the feeling that you're working here as a group, which I didn't get with any other tool we used or tried before.
And that is exactly where Vispa's strengths lie.
Our mission is to bring naturality into the virtual world.
But Vispa's secret also consists of bringing to life an infinite virtual space through immersion, presence, and flow.
When you think about virtual workshops, engagement in the workshop is the key, and you got engagement when you have an immersive technology.
And Sasha couldn't agree more.
It's really a game changer. Doing virtual workshops in the Vispa way, you immediately get soaked into it and you feel you're going around with a group, not just two-dimensional, you see the pictures of the other people talking to you, but your interaction in a group is immediately there.
When you do video conferencing, after like an hour or so, it becomes challenging and exhausting. We don't have that in Vispa.
Convinced that the future of immersive 3D experiences is much more promising than talking to boring 2D images on a screen, Sasha decided to promote Vispa on multiple levels. First, within the global T-Systems team for design thinking or agile coaching workshops, and secondly, to its customer base in the form of interactive sales workshops. But there was one hurdle to overcome. The Vispa software was not easily accessible on office computers where admin rights prevent the usage of external apps. And more often than not, these PCs have limited computing powers. So the team embarked on a mission to bring Vispa to the browser. Leveraging the IT solutions of the Innovation Center in Munich, T-Systems enabled the use of Vispa in any browser, ensuring easy implementation at the enterprise level and an enhanced user experience.
T-Systems is like the best partner for that because they have tons of experience when it comes to implementing software in companies, especially also in larger companies.
With Vispa running on the telecom cloud, everybody could have access and use the tool without any problem.
A partner like T-Systems is kind of a game changer for us.
Thus, there is no doubt that the partnership between T-Systems and Vispa will expand and thrive in the future.
For sure we want to be a partner for Vispa then, and we can back them up with the technology and with the telecom cloud and with the accessibility and help them develop in their business ideas.
Being just recently founded, Vispa doesn't lack the bold ideas and the enthusiasm of pursuing them that are so characteristic of young tech startups.
So basically we have our customer base in Germany at the moment, but definitely want to go globally, and especially with the help of our partner T-Systems.
As businesses around the world postpone and cancel in-person meetings in response to the coronavirus outbreak, there is an acute need for better remote working and virtual collaboration tools. Those companies able to fast-track engaging digitally enabled experiences for their employees will be the ones ahead of competition. Equipped with Vispa's virtual immersive space, teams can keep their agile working models even without being in the same room. Thus, there is no doubt that the work of Vispa and T-Systems will only become more relevant for businesses, for education, and beyond. With Vispa, the future of remote meetings is immersive, sustainable, and efficient.
This is it after 2 days of sharing ideas, pilot projects, keynotes, panels, and so much more. It's the home stretch. But don't sit back too much because we still have a lot more to show you. We're going to go actually have a fantastic conversation now and then a panel conversation. I know some of you have been waiting for this combo duo of Yoko and Andy. It's happening here live. So are you ready? Are you ready for our final stretch? Because right now we're going to have an amazing conversation with an amazing woman. We've got Catherine Gadri on the line here. She's the Managing Director for Talent and International Business and a partner at Schultz & Friends. Catherine, hello.
Hello. How are you?
I am great. Where are you joining us from?
I'm in Berlin right now, holding my cell phone in my office because apparently that's the only.
Well, this is the joy of going live and doing it real, is we got to make do in this new world, this new pandemic world. So thank you for joining us, though. And this conversation we're about to have on diversity, equity, inclusion, all of this is so important. So if you're ready, let's launch right into it. And I guess I want to start with the obvious question is, why is this so important to you?
I grew up in a very multicultural environment, and growing up like that and being exposed to many types of different people and cultures meant that for me it was something that sort of was always very present in my life, and that really nurtured me and I thought was very enriching. And I think that in view of what's going on, of course, globally, we as companies have a responsibility to also look at what's happening within our four walls and to ensure that everybody that's working for and with us feels at home and feels included, and that we're promoting that. So it's something that's I sort of always carry with me and that I want to impart to others in their daily lives at work as well.
So I think when we talk about how this is implemented in corporate settings, there's that fine line between, are we doing this for the sake of marketing, branding, and the appearance of inclusion? Or is this actually something actionable? Is this actually something that is going to make a difference? So how do you, one, go between the two and to stay away from just the appearance of inclusion, but the reality of inclusion?
I personally think that it's a question of, I mean, in a sense, putting your money where your mouth is and walking the talk, but that for me would mean actually making sure that you're implementing structures and supporting structures that really do more than make it a marketing stunt. So you have to make sure that, you know, what you're trying to put towards the outside is actually also happening within. And for that, you sort of have to dig a few layers deeper and make sure that you're making the necessary changes structurally and with processes and with education within the companies rather than just going towards the outside. And I think that's the first step before actually going out and sort of, you know, trying to latch on to any bandwagon. You sort of need to do your homework and try and apply that within your four walls. Yeah.
Do you have any specific case studies or examples or initiatives that either you're applying within Schultz and Partners or with other just groups that you know of that you go like, oh, this is a great example of what inclusion done well looks like?
I think there are a lot of companies that actually are doing inclusion well. What we're doing right now in terms of working on that is we're working a lot with communication and unconscious bias training, actually. So for us, one of the bigger challenges is sort of to make sure that in order to create a basis so that we can all talk, we are very aware of what we're carrying within us, and that's what we are personally working on. And I think that that's something that implemented at a wider scale is really beneficial, and that probably companies should look at as one of the first things that you sort of do is create a basis for communication and education, and then you can sort of work from there.
Okay. Now, a lot of people who tune in to this platform are in the innovation entrepreneurship space. I wonder if you can comment on why diversity, equity, inclusion are crucial when it comes to topics like innovation.
I mean, it's been proven in a number of papers and pretty much, actively in the outside world that more diverse teams are more creative, are more innovative. There's some proof to the effect that companies who are more diverse also have a greater return on investment versus the national medians. So there are economic and creative and innovative factors that kind of come into that. But yeah, there's very, very strong background for the fact that diverse teams are more creative and more innovative because friction creates sort of challenges, and that leads to innovation because you sort of want to challenge each other and you're bringing in different perspectives. So that's why it's important in any space. And I think it's crucial, of course, if you're working in a space where innovation is basically your business.
Yeah, I'm going to maybe tread in some dangerous waters right now. But if we talk about, say, digitization, right? I'm a digital native, so the pandemic, not the pandemic, I embrace the future. I'm excited about it. But when I look at the voting patterns in the US and UK, without giving any names and things, there are certainly people that don't feel as involved when it comes to the future of technology, right? So for us in this bubble, we love this. We want this. But for, it looks like a majority out there, they don't feel that way. How does the conversation on inclusion transfer even when it comes to embracing technology or digitization? How do we include everyone in what we're building?
That's a really interesting question. I don't know if there's one specific answer that you can give to that. I think that the big advantage of what we're living through right now is that it's breaking down a lot of boundaries between people. So the fact that we're so connected digitally means that instead of just getting a piece of me that I sort of show you at maybe in the office, you actually, get to live with me at home a little bit. You get to see me with cooking. You get to see your colleague's dog. And I think in that sense, you can actually use technology to bring people closer to each other. And if you make it accessible like that, it's by and large just also more inclusive. So I think if we see it, and that's what we're seeing during times of Corona, right? People are connecting through the digital world, and you extend that to, you know, working in the digital sphere. I think we are sort of all getting a better sense of what it means to be connected digitally and how we can use that to our advantage.
So one final question. I think I read in a report that you guys have committed to 50% male-women ratio in management. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, final question, all right? What would you say to the critics who maybe go, oh, Catherine, it's not about percentages. It's about the quality, or you know what? When we talk about quality, we just can't find enough talent who are women or people of color or any other group. What do you say to those people that maybe go, it's not about percentages, Catherine. That's not what we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on talent or a certain caliber. What would you say to them?
I think that gives us a goal so that we can actually review all of the processes that are recruiting and where's the right talent in order to make sure that we're reaching those goals. And that quota is just one sort of way to get there. There are definitely others. For us, it just makes sense because then we can build structures that help us move in that direction. And you have to make sure that everything that you're doing sort of aligns with that you're getting the most qualified people, of course, but that, you know, you're using that as a guiding star maybe to make sure that you're getting there structurally and with your processes as well. But you have to look at all of the processes underneath.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Catherine, for joining us here at Startup Autobahn and for being part of this conversation and championing this amazing initiative and work. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Will do. All right. So that was the amazing Catherine. Now we're going to go to a panel conversation. As you know, I'm going to have to go prepare a little chat with Yoko and Andy. But in the meanwhile, we have a good friend of Startup Autobahn, a man who is responsible for a lot of collaboration that happens with Porsche and other startups. He's actually the head of company building at Porsche Digital. A lot of you will know him. It's Dr. Christian. So hopefully we have him popping up. Dr. Christian, can you hear us? Can you see us? And he's going to be leading an amazing panel conversation all about open innovation and how that happens. So Dr. Christian, over to you.
So hello, everyone, and thank you, Dan, for handing over to the highlight of Thursday of the Expo Day 8. We're coming to the very essence of Startup Autobahn, which is the core, is the collaboration between corporates and startups. So we're talking about open innovation. So my name is Christian. I'm heading the company building unit of Porsche Digital, and I have 4 wonderful minds with me here in the panel. And they all have, some of them have pretty complicated names, so I save my time, and also they have great titles, so we also save that time a little bit. But when you start, you can maybe introduce yourself a little bit, but I have here in the panel Gandart from ZF. I have Felix from Daimler. I have Friederike from Wieland and Ursula from Matterson. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our wonderful panel today. Our topic today is open innovation, and I think it's a crucial topic, not only for corporates, but especially for startups. And I want to start with Gandart, basically. So in the pre-discussion, you basically mentioned what you're doing, that you're in charge of the startup collaborations from ZF side, but there was a crucial detail you have given me, that you worked in a startup yourself. So can you tell me, if you would be in a startup again, why would you join Startup Autobahn? What is so attractive about this platform?
It's an ecosystem. It's a global ecosystem. So as a startup, you always look for your clients, your first paying client. And that's something we did as well many years ago, was from the point you're developing prototypes, you're testing them together with clients, which have a great access to the market. So that's what those anchor partners or those partners has within the ecosystem of Plug and Play or Startup Autobahn, is they have a great access to the market, and they can be your first launching customer. So as for a startup, that's very, very exciting to be part of that ecosystem.
Thank you. So Felix, you just mentioned Daimler initiated this platform. Seriously, Daimler is one of the biggest car players. You could have done that alone. Why create a platform with all the other guys and all the people here in the panel as well?
Yeah, thank you, Christian, for that question. When we founded Startup Autobahn 4 years ago, we said, okay, we need the startups to come here to Stuttgart. And as most startups know Mercedes-Benz as a brand, not all of them know Daimler. And especially not do all know where Stuttgart is located at. Because what we always have to explain is it's north of Munich and south of Berlin. So what the intention is to create a unique ecosystem that the startup, which is attractive enough for the startups to actually sit in a plane and come from Australia to Stuttgart to meet us as an ecosystem and us as corporate partners together. And what we see here is that we have a uniqueness. We have competitors, Mercedes and Porsche, for example. We have tier 1, tier 2 suppliers. So what we have is the entire ecosystem in the supply chain combined together within corporates on the platform, which makes it so great.
Thank you, Felix. So maybe switch a little bit the perspective, because Gandan and Felix basically highlighted the perspective, what's in for a startup, but now maybe also look a little bit on the corporate side, because sometimes you see also startups pretty much from the corporate side. Maybe Friederike, you're working basically on the venturing end, and I'm pretty sure you have a large deal flow. You also look in Startup Autobahn into several startups. And from my experience, for example, last year I was at the Web Summit. I got approached pretty often by startups that basically said, hey, want to have a coffee? And that was basically all of the message. And they then were wondering basically why I didn't answer. So what is the right way how to approach a corporate, or how does a corporate want to get approached in the right way? What would you say to that?
So I think the core of what a startup should really kind of emphasize in their first contact is how they can help us. And I guess each partner on this platform is super specialized. So we're in copper and semi-finished goods, which is like, you know, something really special. And if you have this like broad AI use case, for example, where you can, I don't know, analyze text and, you know, help our departments, that doesn't really differentiate you from anyone else out there, because from when you read like just a tagline, most of the startups in that area can do it. So if you approach me with something where I can actually relate to, maybe you know a problem of my industry or of my business already, and you help, you come to me, tell me you can solve it, that's something when my ears will open up and we might actually go for that coffee.
So you would drink actually coffee then?
Once we're post, you know, and stuff, yes.
That's stage number 2 after when you manage stage number 1. Okay, got it. Then Ursula, we heard you got an award for collaboration between several corporates. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And can you tell me also what was really a problem with your partners? And I know Porsche was also one of them, but what was basically a big challenge, and what was a big surprise in a positive way?
Well, first of all, we are very happy to get the award. This is a special thing for us. And I have to say here, what is the problem with your partners is a wrong statement, because we are in fact very happy to have the partners. That was our goal from the beginning, because we believe that the bigger collaboration, cross-collaboration, where apart from startups, we include other tier suppliers as well as OEMs, is allowing us to have a fuller supply chain solution. And that's the solution that startups are also looking for. So that was very important. Of course, it's difficult to get all these people together, and the processes may be a little bit longer, but it pays at the end.
Okay. So was there anything where you say it was surprising that you didn't expect from the beginning?
I think it's sometimes difficult to get through to the right people. It's difficult to get the collaboration going on and get everyone on the same page. Sometimes you just have to work a little bit to gain the trust from all the sides. And when we know that we are working towards a common goal, I think it's working well.
Okay, I think it's a very important thing that you say, because finding the right person, I think the people we are currently having on the panel are the champions of Startup Autobahn. These are exactly the catalysts and facilitators of open innovation. So when you are a startup, these are the right persons to approach. So maybe Gandert, also coming back to you, because I think the interesting part of your CV is basically being in a startup, now being in a corporate. You have been in a corporate that now got bought by ZF, and in both activities you basically pushed for joining Startup Autobahn as a platform. So what made it so attractive for you in the end? And was there anything, if you compare it to your old startup life, now being in a corporate, where you say, or does it influence somehow the decision of yours to join this initiative?
Yeah, there are a few questions there. I try to remember and try to answer them. In the end, it always starts with the people, with finding the right people to work with, that can realize the mutual goal. So what for me, it's as a corporate now, it's attractive to work with startups as well, is to get extra people inside the company. They bring up, again, a new knowledge, new insights, and also new energy into our innovation process. So that's important, to get those new insights inside the company. And the key aspect there is, again, to find the right people to work with. Not everyone is willing to work with a startup, because it can be unclear, it can be high risk, the outcome can be not true or cannot be there. So the willingness to take those risks is very important, and also the willingness to fail should be there, and try to fail very quickly, because that's something we would like to do. Failing quickly is also failing cheap as well. Coming from a startup environment, now being in a corporate, for me it's quite attractive to be back in that kind of startup atmosphere. And that's also where I bring also my value towards the corporate, because I know how corporate is talking, and they have a certain language. I do know how startups are talking with each other, and it's completely different. And being part of both worlds in my career, I can link both types of groups and types of people, and that's my added value in this whole system, or in this whole those whole activities.
Perfect, thank you. And you just highlighted basically having fun in interaction with startups. So Frederico, why did you choose your job, and did you choose your role as champion by free will, or was it more like, okay, it's a career step somehow? We don't. Yeah, continue.
After finishing university, I ended up living in London, and this job I kind of got into was also in a startup. So from there, I kind of like evolved from startup to innovation hubs. And then when I finally relocated, I think Wieland was actually one of the very few companies in the southern German Ulmer region that actually offered roles and had, like, you know, this vehicle actually. So for me, it was pretty clear that I want to work on this kind of like edge of corporate startup collaboration, knowing both sides. I think each side has something to offer, and if we can merge them, that's like basically where you can really influence something as well.
Perfect. Ursula, what can you influence in interaction with a startup?
Well, what I can influence is basically, as I said, I'm the contact person for the startup. So all my efforts are going to give the proper evaluation to the technologies that are being introduced to us, and find the proper and the right doors for the startups within our organization. Motherson is a global tier 1 supplier. really difficult for the startup to address the right person with a very specific technology. So that's my job to find a way and to enable new technologies coming to the mobility market.
Thank you. And finally, Felix, how do you find the way for a startup? If I'm a startup and approach you, how do you find the way for me?
Very good question, Christian, because I mean, I would say I get 10 to 15 LinkedIn messages per day. And I don't have an appointment blocked every day to read all those messages. So I think this was also what Friederike was saying. How do you approach a corporate? I think you need the wow. You need something that catches my mind, like texting me, hey, I saw you're on Startup Autobahn. Let's have a call is definitely not something where I say, oh yeah, you're one of the 15 I want to get in contact with. It's something that is unique. It's something that is about your company that's, if you answer your why and it is interesting for us, then we will definitely have a good approach in the beginning, and then definitely have something where I say, yes, we need to forward you to our experts.
Cool, very good wrap up. So we have a little bit more than 1 minute left, and I want to finalize the round with a little game. So really speed up with a very quick answer. I start a sentence and you complete the sentence very fast without thinking too long. So we start with Friederike. Startup Autobahn is the coolest innovation platform because of?
Amazing partners that are on it.
Thank you. Then Ursula. Startup Autobahn is the most cutting edge technology innovation platform because of?
It's reaching the startups and companies globally. So it's always the best match.
Thank you. And then we continue with Gandert. Startup Autobahn is the most colorful innovation platform because of?
People. It's all about the people.
That was somehow fitting now to what you said. So Felix, now you get, of course, the toughest exercise in the final game. So Startup Autobahn is the funniest innovation platform because of?
It's all about you, the startups, which are always having the most exciting meetings. Thank you.
Okay, we are straight to the point. It's 10 seconds left. And with this, I thank you all, the panelists. Have a good time, and I give back to Dan. Thank you so much, and enjoy the further sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Christian, for the amazing panel conversation. And now we have come to the moment where we're going to talk about sushi. And for this conversation, no better men than Yoko and Andy. Are you guys there? Can we see you? Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Amazing stuff. Guys, usually I try to make you feel comfortable and welcome, but I feel like I need to put you on the hot seat. So if you're okay, can we play a game? Is that all right? Can we play a quick game here? Okay. So what you need is a piece of paper or papers and a marker. Show me if you've got a paper and a marker. Boom. All right, a little sponsorship there from Milbank. All right, so thank you for that. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a game to see how well the two of you know each other. The investor and the founder and the investor. And so I'm going to ask you a question.
Who's the other guy in the line? What's his name?
We're about to find out now. We're about to find out now how well you know this other person. So one of you knows the answer, the other one's guessing the answer. So here we go. First question. What is Yoko's most successful TV show? So Yoko, you're writing down the answer. And Andy, you're guessing what the answer is. We're starting off easy. I promise it's going to get harder. When I count to 3, I want you to reveal the answer at the same time. Again, to see how well you know each other. So 1, 2, 3, reveal. Whoa, amazing. You got the first one right. Fantastic. But that was a little bit too easy. This one's going to be harder, so 1 point to both of you. Here's the question. What is Andy's most notable milestone in building sushi? What was the most valuable, important moment in the journey of building sushi? So, Yoko, write down a guess. Andy, you should know the answer. This is the thing you tell at parties. Oh, do you know, this is what I did and this is my best moment. And your parents are like, Andy, why are you still trying to be an entrepreneur? Go get a real job. And you're like, yeah, but look what I did. I've achieved this. So Andy's writing a big essay here. I can see he's still writing. It's a big story. Okay.
I made some drawing.
Here we go. And the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, reveal. Getting to know Yoko and meeting me. Nice. A little bit of narcissism, a little bit of humility. This is beautiful. It worked out great.
Seriously? You got the same answer?
You got the same answer. 2 for 2. I have a feeling this heart is going to go away because here's the next question. It's a tough one. What is the hardest thing about working with Yoko? Now we're not smiling so much. Yeah, it just got a little bit hot under the collar. So, what is the hardest thing about working with Yoko? So, Andy, you know the answer. Yoko, you're trying to guess. You're trying to guess what is the most challenging thing having Yoko as an investor. Andy, be honest. Don't be nice. The money's already put in the bank. He's not going to take it out. So, whatever you say, your money's secure. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, reveal. These guys are great. Look at this, 3 for 3. Amazing. You got it. Okay, here's the next one. Time. What is the hardest thing with working with Andy? Yoko, what's the most challenging thing? Oh, you had an answer for that already. Yoko's like, I got this one. All right, Andy, what do you think is the most challenging thing about working with you? What is your struggle? All right, Yoko's got a big essay here. A big list, a checklist. Only one thing, Yoko, that's challenging about working with Andy.
It must be a couple of things.
That
he's up at 5 already.
Oh, he's up at 5 a.m. already. That's incredible.
The first emails, you always feel bad. You stand up in the morning and Andy has written already 3 mails and you're like, ugh, it's 9:30. Who stands up before 9?
Andy does. Andy, what was your answer?
That was emotional character.
Oh, okay. All right. So I am sure when the two of you met, there was a pitch and there was an investor moment where you're like, ooh, I like the future vision of sushi. So here's the question on that. I wonder if you remember this number. What is sushi's annual turnover going to be in 5 years? I just want a number. Write down the number. So in 5 years, what is going to be the annual turnover? Not the value, not the dividends, not the return on investment, but the annual turnover in 5 years. Write down that number. So this is like the typical investor entrepreneur thing. Like the entrepreneur's like, yikes, whatever number I put, they're going to hold me to it. And Yoko's like, the biggest number possible, the most returns possible. Yeah. So Andy's thinking real hard. Come on, Andy, we need a number.
I'm realistic here. I'm the realistic guy.
I am sure you wrote 1 trillion. I'm like 100% sure you wrote down 1 trillion. But okay, let's see.
Exact numbers and figures.
Exact numbers. Okay, so the question was sushi's annual turnover in 5 years. So we're going to reveal in 1, 2, 3, show at the same time. 158,027,621 and 15 million. All right. Oh, wasn't it?
No, that's 158 million.
158 million. My apologies. Commas and dots. Okay, 158. So you're off by a value of 10. All right, 50 million and 158 million.
The pressure's on.
We're getting there. If it's 15 million, Andy, it's fine.
All right, guys. I just want to know, because I'm sure there are people who are watching this going, Yoko's at Startup Autobahn? Like, I don't understand this. And then Andy's like a founder in the mobility space, and why is he with a performer? Okay. Let me ask you one final question, because obviously the people that are watching here are decision makers of some of the biggest, most influential mobility space movers and shakers, right? And so of our partners, sponsors, investors, how can Startup Autobahn help? Because that is what this platform does, right? It connects startups to help them grow. Any thoughts? Like, what's the next steps for you guys, and what can Startup Autobahn do to support in that growth?
Andy, shall you?
I think giving new ideas a chance of being proven in a real environment, so that would be very important. No idea is stupid. Let's try them all, and we're going to be smarter afterwards. So it's not about replacing cars. It's about making them better. It's about making them with less pollution, for example, and the whole supply chain as well. And if you give new technologies and innovations and people who have those innovations a chance, we're going to be on a better planet, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yoko, any thoughts on...
Just one thing that I think in huge organizations, sometimes that's what Andy just said, there are no stupid ideas. In huge organizations, good ideas don't always come to the people who decide. So I think maybe one thing is to listen to the people way below yourself. If you're in a leading position, listen to them right where the business is happening, where the people with the ear on the street, that's what we say in Germany, das Ohr auf der Straße. Because sometimes the ideas coming from them are way better than the ones who are in the driver's seat. And then I think also, if you are a huge organization, get small vehicles around you. And I'm not talking about cars, I'm talking about companies that are kind of influencing your business and the way you have to get your business into another direction. Because out of creative people, creative ideas, they're coming creative ideas out of creative people. And if you do have the possibility to attach those, maybe in smaller hubs where they feel more comfortable in than in big organizations, that's something you should think of. Maybe sushi bikes.
Amazing. Well, Yoko and Andy, you guys have been absolute gentlemen and good sports with the games, but also dropping some real insights and knowledge. We want to wish you continued success in your collaboration and partnership. Yoko, hope that you have many more investments in the space. Andy, I hope that you continue to build and transform the space. So want to wish you both the absolute best. That's the target that we're going for over there. So Andy, if you cannot see, Andy, Yoko is saying 158 million will be the future annual revenue. But Yoko and Andy, thank you guys so much. Thank you for joining us here at Startup Autobahn.
Thank you for having us.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
All right, so that was Yoko and Andy joining us live here in the studio. And with that, it is time, after 2 incredible days, to look back and appreciate the entire team that works year-round, day to day, morning, evening, and nighttime. And I know from the emails that are coming in through the night to make not just the Expo Day a success, but the programs a success all year round. And so, in a few seconds, be ready to virtually applaud the amazing team behind the action. As socially distant with mass as possible, to help us out, Sasha, come on up. And maybe you've got a few words to celebrate the team that were involved in this. And everyone else, come back over here. I think a few people joining us on the screen as well. But yeah, Sasha, tell us, my man, who are we thanking?
Man, Dan, thank you. But wow, what a show. I'd like to thank all partners, all startups, to actually make Program 8 and Expo 8 happen and make it a success. It was a special event today and yesterday, a virtual, first of its kind. It was like a TV show, and this wouldn't have been possible without the support of the HDM, the University of Media, here in Stuttgart. Thank you for providing the TV studio here and for your support. A big, big thank you to the Startup Autobahn plug-and-play team who coordinated, curated, and organized this event. It was a new challenge for us, and wow, what an incredible outcome. Big, big thank you to Hannah and her team, Holly and Linny. Yes, point them out, please, here. In actually helping to coordinate this. Thank you, where is he? Aaron, for being the chief master technician for Expo. Thank you, Basti, for developing a fantastic website within 2 months, the Expo 8 website. Thank you, the venture team, for editing, cutting the videos, the 28 pilot videos which you guys witnessed today. Thank you, the corporate team, for coordinating with our corporate partners. And a big thank you, Dan, for coming all the way to Stuttgart again. Your energy is unmatched. Thank you for moderating this event. Right? And thank you all attendees for staying with us. I don't know how many stayed all 2 days with us, but I hope you got inspiration out of the show. Thank you all the panelists, all the keynote speakers. Let's keep the action going and really hope to see you in the next program or latest at the next Expo Day 9. Woo!
Yes, absolutely. Woo! Indeed. Thank you, Sasha. Now, we always leave people with a surprise, right? We always, until the very end, we've got surprises for you. So, Hannah, come on up real quick, because as always...
But I'm not the surprise.
Yeah, okay. Hannah's not surprised. Who have we got?
So actually, because we saw there are local artists around in Stuttgart, but with a really good voice, and we want to give them the stage, but actually we're really honored that they're joining us. So we have Quadi here today, I think performing with you.
So for those who don't know who Quadi is, Ghana, here in Germany, it's a beautiful fusion of electronic, pop, and soul. So the only thing that we want to say, because we're going to give Quadi and his DJ this stage. And what we want to tell you is sit back, enjoy, soak, indulge, pop a beer or your favorite drink. And this is as much part of innovation as anything else. So let's enjoy the music of Quadi. Let's give him a hand. All right.
Thank you for everybody for joining.
She's got the power. I got her on her knees. Girl, I'm your lover, and you always get the best of me. Baby, you got it, I want it. You just can't deny that I'm on fire. Baby, you want it, I'm on it. Your love is in my veins, let's get wild. Come on, cause every move you make, I make it. A touch and I'm shaking. Make me feel electrified. Make me feel like I am chasing. Your body's so amazing. Make me feel electrified. Come on. She's undercover, cause I got her underneath. 800 hours, and she still just gets the best of me. Baby, you got it, I want it. We can slip and slide and take a ride. Baby, you want it, I own it. It is crazy when our both worlds collide. Come on, cause every move you make, I make it. A touch and I'm shaking. Make me feel electrified. You make me feel like I am chasing. Your body's so amazing. You make me feel electrified. So paralyzed. Paralyzed, paralyzed. Thank you. What's up? My name is Quadi. I'm so happy to be here today. Thanks for having me. The next song I want to rock for you is called Find Your Love. And it goes like this. This sad time will change the way I feel. I see things differently and be happy easily. But time has passed, nothing's changed on me. I still miss you, I just can't forget you. We jumped in the car, just went far, kissed in the backseat. Never thought I could lose you, no, not even one day, yeah. You told me you never wanna fall for someone else. Never knew the time was pulling us apart. I can't forget you, I still miss you. I cannot walk alone. Tell me where to find your love. I can't forget you, I still miss you. I cannot walk alone. Tell me where to find your love, love, love. Where to find your love, 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 love. Where to find your. I'll be fine if that's the way you feel. You know I love you back. I won't hold you back. Sometimes I regret loving you. Never felt so high, but before was so much deeper. We jumped in a car, just went far and kissed in the backseat. Never thought I could lose you, no, not even one day, yeah. You told me you never wanna fall in someone else. Never knew the time was pulling us apart. I can't forget you, I still miss you. I cannot walk alone. Tell me where to find your love. I can't forget you, I still miss you. I cannot walk alone. Tell me where to find your love, 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 love. Where to find your love, love, love. Where to find you? I can't forget you. I still miss you. I cannot walk alone. Tell me where to find you. I can't forget you. I still miss you. I cannot walk alone. Tell me where to find you. Find your love, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. The next song I want to rock for you is called Alone. It's a new song. Hope you like it. Let's go. Looking down the highway lights, blinded by the traffic lights. The only thing that's on my mind is you. It's just that you never be the truth. Feels like I could travel time. Velocity controls my mind. Driving faster to survive the night. I'm falling deeper. I can't even find my way back. Falling into pieces while I was trying to save us. Trying to find myself, I can't find my way back. Falling to pieces slowly. I'm hitting the road lonely. Drowning in love. miss you. Red signs that I'm passing by. I'm trying not to lose my mind. Driving faster though I missed my time. I'm on a street bike. Looking down the highway lines, blinded by the traffic lights. The only thing that's on my mind is you. It's just that you'll never be the truth. Feels like I could travel time. Velocity controls my mind. Driving faster to survive the night. I'm falling deeper. I came way back, falling into pieces while I was trying to save us. Trying to find myself, I came way back, falling to pieces slowly. I'm hitting the road lonely, alone. Hitting the road now, trying to love now. I can forget you, oh I miss you, alone now. Hitting the road now, trying to love now. I can forget you, oh I miss you. Red signs that I'm passing by. I'm trying not to lose my mind. Driving faster though I missed my time. I'm on a street bike. Falling into pieces while I was trying to save us. I came way back, falling to pieces slow. I'm hitting the road lonely, alone now. Hitting the road now. Drowning in love now. I can forget you, oh I miss you. Vielen Dank.